Half an hour into day two, the screens have stopped pretending to be gentle. This bracket already has clear villains, unlikely heroes, and a few accounts begging for mercy. At the center of the storm, Roshan Palan sits on a jaw-dropping 1329 P&L, built off just two heavyweight swings that have reshaped this entire opening session.
Roshan is not just leading, he's detonating the bracket, turning 366 into over 1300. That's a full highlight reel off basically two drives down the field.
Look at that curve. One massive blast, one follow up hit, and Roshan just speed runs from low triple digits into four figure comfort, while the rest of the lobby is still in warm up mode.
And remember, this is only day two of 11. Roshan isn't just taking an early lead, he's planting a psychological marker that says, this is the pace if you want the crown.
Tournament organizers said big wins start at 500. Roshan just casually drops a 900 plus bang and a 400 plus follow through like he's stacking touchdowns in garbage time.
Behind that green monolith at the top, the rest of the board tells a different story. Pain, resilience, and a lot of traders realizing this bracket will punish hesitation.
Give some love to Sheikh Samir Basha Smile, down almost 500, then fires one clean shot and claws back 445 to land just 31 bucks from flat. That is a comeback drive.
That 400 plus swing may not hit Roshan levels, but in terms of morale, it's enormous. Going from this day is over to I'm one good trade from green changes everything.
Look at that pivot. Deep negative around minus 1200, then boom, a 350 plus winner kicks him up to about minus 893. It's like throwing a life raft into a storm.
But let's be honest, he's still wearing the red jersey. Two separate hits over 600 down, and that one green blast is basically just paying part of the emotional damage bill.
He's taken a 620 hit, a 627 smack, and still finds a 350 rescue. That's the heart of a grinder, even if today's scoreboard is flaming red.
And remember, those losers are over the 500 big loss mark. Each one is a full on fumble, not just a small misclick. This is heavyweight risk with heavyweight consequences.
Right now, Siddharth's P&L graph looks like a crime scene with one happy emoji sticker slapped in the middle. It's art, but not the kind you frame.
1640 shares in a single shot, and it goes straight against her. No warm up, no scaling, just instant minus 300. That's a cold shower of slippage.
That's the what if I just sized like a hedge fund on my first click experiment. And the answer, shockingly, is pain.
And then there's the car crash you can't look away from. Rahul Davis, 1,000-share swing gone wrong, turning a tiny green day into a four-figure disaster.
That's the kind of play that shakes the whole arena. One wrong turn, 1,000 shares, and Rahul's scoreboard flips from hopeful green to deep tournament red in a heartbeat.
That's not just a red trade. That's a skill issue with extra leverage. Turning lunch money profit into rent-sized loss in one click should come with a warning label.
Back at the top, Roshan's playbook is simple. Hit the broad market, hammer the inverse tech, stack over 1,300. This isn't finesse. It's power running straight up the middle and breaking every tackle.
34 minutes into day two, the opening frenzy has already crowned a few gladiators and fed a few accounts straight to the algorithmic lions.
This is what the Dayrade elevator is about. Massive swings, huge courage, and traders either rocketing up the shaft or getting the doors slammed in their face. A near 1 grand smash on SQQQ and another 400 plus on SPY. This is a two-play drive straight into the end zone of the early session.
That 1-2 punch on SQQQ and SPY doesn't just pad the account, it plants a philosophical marker. Roshan is betting that volatility itself is his teammate today. Behind that fireworks show, the rest of the field is staring up the shaft of this elevator, realizing the top floor just moved a lot higher than they planned for.
Right now, he's basically the hero of every "I can fix this" trading meme. Down bad, one perfect trade, and suddenly the account's like, we're fine.
Rahul just went from a tiny green 37 to negative 1 grand in a single TSLA shot. One trade, 1,000 shares, and the elevator doors slammed on his fingers.
That is a brutal red touchdown for the Bears. On TSLA, Rahul just handed over 4 digits in one swing, and the downside crowd is spiking the ball in chat.
And look at the symbol heat map right now. SQQQ, SPY, TSLA, TQQQ, QQQ, GOOGL, AMZN. This is a full-on tech and index slugfest, 34 minutes after the bell. Siddharth is ping-ponging between green and red. Nice 354 pop on Google, then a 620 smackdown on TQQQ, and a 627 hit on AMZN. Like every button click flips the script. Any slip from here and that cushion can vanish. But if he keeps timing these heavy swings, we could be watching a runaway leader form right in front of us.
For Siddharth, the mission from here is simple. Convert that one strong green edge into a pattern instead of a fluke, and slowly chip his way out of the minus 893 canyon.
Right now, his account is like a casino comp card. Huge bets, flashy swings, and the house still coming out ahead.
Karthika's minus 300 may look small next to some of these disasters, but that's off a single high volume blast. Give her a clean read, and that same firepower can post a monster green later in the week.
Karthika basically said, first trade of the day? Yeah, let's send 1,600 shares of TQQQ. What could possibly go wrong? And the market answered immediately.
Meanwhile, quietly climbing out of the red, we have Sheikh Samir Basha SM taking a disciplined swing at QQQ and nearly erasing an early drawdown in one motion.
And we're still technically early. This is the warm up, the appetizer, and it already feels like overtime in a playoff game. That's how hard these traders are swinging.
Imagine what the closing hour is going to look like if people are throwing 1,000-share haymakers before they even finish their first coffee.
Right now, though, the story is simple. Roshan at 1329 is the boss bar at the top of the screen, and every other trader is asking, how do we even catch that? So as we stand now, Roshan is the early juggernaut in the green. Rahul is nursing a massive TSLA bruise. Siddharth and Karthika are battling leverage, and Sheikh Samir Basha is one solid candle away from full redemption.
Day 2 rolls on, 38 minutes deep, and the Dayrade elevator scoreboard already looks like a battlefield of bold calls, bruised egos, and one runaway outlier in blazing green. For the chasers,
Or they could
the
just
danger
light up
is
another
clear.
$500 stop
With
out
big
and give us
win
more
and big
educational
loss
content on
threshold
what not to
sitting at
do.
500,
Either way,
you
we
don't
win.
catch
The
Roshan by
stage is
accident.
set.
You
Big
catch him by
thresholds
risking the
defined.
same fire
Early
that
heroes and
already burned
heartbreaks
Rahul
established,
and
and a ton
Siddharth.
of time on the clock
Yeah, nothing
for
screams
someone
relaxed
to
morning
drop the
like
next
blasting
insane
huge size
highlight
on
on
leverage
this
downside,
leaderboard.
and somehow not ending up as a
Roshan is
cautionary
now the
tale.
benchmark
Yet.
everyone else is staring at.
Grab your
A
popcorn,
towering
risk your
profit
own
number
capital, not your
built on
rent,
conviction,
and enjoy other
leaving the
people learning
laggards
position
wondering
sizing the
if they
hard way,
played the open
so you
too
don't have to.
safe. Stay locked on that dashboard, because the next big move, up or down, could redraw the entire shape of Day 2's storyline in a single trade.
You can almost feel the FOMO building. Watching Roshan print on indices while your own TQQQ and AMZN plays just turned into donation links is the fastest way to tilt click a revenge trade. 300 shares on QQQ, a 400 plus pop, and suddenly that deep red becomes a manageable scratch. This is the kind of lifeline trade that keeps you in the tournament mentally.
For Rahul, the script is simple. Survive TSLA's haymaker, reset, and chase clean setups. Turn that minus 1008 into the opening chapter of a ridiculous comeback story instead of a warning label.
Sheikh Samir Basha's near break-even line is a masterclass in patience, accepting the early red, then waiting for the right QQQ setup instead of panicking into random symbols.
And the symbols tell the story. SQQQ and SPY are the stars of the green show. TSLA is the villain. TQQQ, the trap. QQQ, the redemption arc. And GOOGL, the quiet MVP for precise players like Siddharth.
The net effect? Siddharth is parked around minus 893 overall. Proof that you can nail a tech giant like Google and still lose the war if your leverage plays misfire.
Meanwhile, Roshan is just chilling atop the board, powered by that monster SQQQ blast and a fat SPY win. Watching everyone else try to climb the mountain he already planted a flag on.
963 on SQQQ, 426 on SPY. Those are not chip shots. Those are scoreboard breaking spikes in only 2 tickets. You just know someone's going to look at that SQQQ and TQQQ history and think, yeah, I can do it better. And that's when the real chaos starts. Double leverage tug of war all over again.
Google and AMZN are sitting there too, like, hey, we can move nicely if you treat us with respect. And Siddharth responded by respecting Google and absolutely body slamming AMZN instead.
On the flip side, check out the car crash on TSLA. Rahul Davis, 1 trade, 1,000 shares, and a jaw-dropping minus 1,045 slapped onto the account.
But don't sleep on 77 in green. Karthika is one real push away from turning this podium into a three-way brawl for the top of the elevator.
Bevin Stanley in fifth at minus 263.5, also flagged moderate risk, which is adorable, because the P&L looks like it's already taken the express shaft down at least 3 floors.
Look at this tape, over and over. Goog, 400 shares at a time, hammering Doc John for around minus 305 a swing. It's like he keeps sticking his hand back into the same electric socket to see if it still hurts.
At this point, Goog isn't a ticker for Doc John. It's a subscription service, minus 305 per episode, 400 shares per season, renews automatically until confidence is cancelled.
What's wild is it's the same position size, 400 shares repeated, discipline in sizing, chaos in outcome, and Goog has turned that consistency into a metronome of pain.
42 minutes into the New York session, and the board is split. The top 3 are green and cruising. The bottom 3 are bleeding. And every GOOG candle feels like it's being fired directly at the standing. Rahul at 257 isn't a runaway yet, but it's a statement. Solid green, clean lead, no drama, just scoreboard control from the top of the tower.
And TQQQ is just sitting there like the chaos gremlin of the lobby, feeding on Karthika's and Siddharth's P&L while pretending to be a simple ETF.
We're only 38 minutes from the open, but with SQQQ and TSLA already producing 4-figure swings, this session has all the makings of a legendary volatility day inside this tournament window.
Of course, with a moderate risk label, that revenge rally could also just be a sequel titled minus 500. This time it's personal.
Every Goog hit is around minus 305. Big loss threshold is 500. But emotionally, this already feels like a circuit breaker going off in slow motion.
And the wild part? We still haven't seen a true tournament-sized explosion yet. No plus 500, no minus 500. This is just the warm-up music before the first real crowd-tilting play hits.
And Goog is the only real star of the tape right now. No spy, no meme names on the feed, Just one heavyweight ticker quietly dominating the story like a low-key final boss.
From tiny red scratches like minus half a point to deeper cuts beyond minus 300, Doc John's equity curve today looks less like a staircase and more like a slide.
Rahul's probably looking at minus 300 on Goog and thinking, you know what? I'm good with my friendly little plus 257, thanks. I'll pass on the heroics today.
For Karthika, third place is the sweet spot. Close enough to strike, safe enough to be patient. One calculated swing, and the elevator doors to the top floor fly open.
Fourth place with a red P&L is such a mood. Too dangerous to ignore, too damaged to celebrate. And one decision away from either highlight reel or educational cautionary tale.
And for Doc John, that gap is the invitation. Turn one of these Goog swings the right way, and minus 305 can suddenly become the springboard instead of the anchor.
He's basically playing hot potato with profitability. Look, Ma, I'm green for 10 seconds, then tossing it straight back into the red column for safekeeping.
And because there's no big green hero yet, the first trader who steps up with the plus 500 shot instantly turns today into a highlight reel and shoves everyone else into chase mode.
Until then, the only outlier stat we've got is one trader who apparently signed an exclusive licensing deal with red candles and 400 share tickets.
Karthika's flat move in the event log, -1 to -1, is actually a power statement. Sometimes, the scariest thing you can do in a tournament is absolutely nothing, while everyone else punts away their edge.
Rahul's advantage right now is psychological. Every other trader sees his 257 cushion and knows they have to take more risk than he does. And that is how leaders force mistakes without lifting a finger.
When your P&L goes from minus 0.5 to minus 305.5 in one shot, that's not a dip. That's a trapdoor with dramatic lighting and a studio audience watching you fall.
Right now, those hits are all red, but flip the sign on even one of them, and suddenly Goog becomes the arena where the whole day's narrative is decided. Hero or hazard in a single candle.
And when that first plus 500 or minus 500 blast finally lands, it's going to feel like a buzzer beater. Leaderboard exploding, ranks shuffling, chat going absolutely wild. This is the beauty of the Dayrade elevator. Everyone's staring at the same board, same numbers, same Google carnage, but only one trader is going to time that perfect surge and turn today into a highlight reel. That's the magic of this format. Any trader can log in cold, nail one perfect read, and overnight, the narrative flips from rough morning to, did you see that play? On the replay reel. Stay locked in. Goog is lurking. The downside has already drawn first blood. And the next trader to step onto the silent leaderboard could turn day 3 into an instant classic.
Minus 263 might not hit the big loss alarm yet, but your ego definitely got a margin call, and that one's a lot harder to wire money into.
Look at this pattern. Every ticket is the same. 400 on Goog, whack. Minus 300 and change, and the PNL just keeps diving to new shades of red. Same size, same ticker, same result. Minus 305 again and again. This is what it looks like when a single stock turns into a personal boss fight that you just keep requeuing.
But that's the magic of this format. Today's villain stock can become tomorrow's hero if somebody finally times the break, fire size, and rips a plus 500 right through the ceiling of this leaderboard. But when he briefly flipped from red to green, +1, +17, +24, you could feel the whole arena lean in, wondering if this was the start of a heroic reversal run. Right now, that green crown belongs to Rahul. 257 on the board, rank 1 for India, and the rest of the field staring straight up. trying to figure out how to catch him without crashing. And that's what sets the stage. First trader to drop a plus 500 banger instantly seizes the crown, steals the spotlight, and turns Doc John's Red Saga into the undercard.
And at the bottom, Doc John's story with Goog is far from over. Either he finds the discipline to walk away, or he finally times that elusive green candle and turns this entire narrative on its head.
Strap in, the Dayrade elevator on day 3 is just leaving the lobby. Goog is lurking, Rahul holds the crown, and every trader on this board still has a shot to send the crowd into absolute chaos by the closing bell.
Tournament math says that a single plus 500 strike today doesn't just erase an early wound. It defines your narrative for the entire middle stretch of this 11-day climb.
Right now, though, the only thing spiking is the collective blood pressure of anyone watching that single red bar dance up and down by a few bucks before vanishing under another 300 hit.
But conviction without adaptation is just a slow motion margin call, and somewhere out there, a patient trader is waiting to pounce the moment this board wakes up.
And the best part? The moment someone prints that first big green, minus 300 instantly transforms from tragic to learning experience in every post-game interview.
For Doc John, the question is simple but brutal. Does he keep battling Goog with the same 400-lot swing, or does he adjust, scale, and give himself room to climb instead of fall?
Of course, that assumes step 1. Stop feeding identical tickets into the same meat grinder and calling it new data.
We are still early. The clock is generous, and the bracket is wide open. One aggressive trader can storm into this empty podium and plant their flag on top of the tower.
You can almost feel the cursor hovering over that first high conviction order ticket somewhere out there. Once it fires, the whole pace of this tournament is going to snap from slow-mo to hyperspeed.
So keep your eyes glued to that dashboard. The second a new name flashes green, the Dayrade elevator on day 3 is going to roar to life. And every trade from GOOG to whatever wakes up next will feel like a game-winning drive.
Look at the timing window. 336 minutes still on the clock, 11 total days in this ladder, and yet the only ink spilled so far today is deep red, hovering just shy of the big loss danger zone at minus 500. Right now, the board is a paradox. 0 active competitors listed, 30 separate executions logged, and every single storyline threaded through the same trader, the same risk profile, the same refusal to scale down.
You can almost hear risk managers everywhere clenching. This is the textbook chapter labeled How to Turn a Paper Cut into a Performance Review.
And yet, if he ever reverses this script, if one of these 400 share swings finally lands on the right side, he catapults that minus 300 toward flat in a single heartbeat, and the crowd goes wild.
Until then, the volatility index is basically just one guy's heart rate as he clicks the same button over and over and wonders why the outcome feels familiar.
The most revealing stat isn't even the drawdown. It's the refusal to adjust. 30 events in, trade count tiny, position size identical, as if the goal is to prove that sheer will can outvote variance.
And if the first arrival drops a clean plus 300 or more on a single play, that's instantly a scoreboard flip. First blood on the day, first true roar from the crowd, and a brand new target for every chaser.
For now, though, this is a meditation on risk. No diversification, no hedging, just a single line on the dashboard, pulsing deeper into red. A cautionary tale unfolding tick by tick.
The upside? That kind of volatility is a powder keg. If he ever strings one solid risk off decision with one solid entry, we could see a whipsaw from minus 300 toward break even that looks like a last second Hail Mary on the chart. Make no mistake though, the first trader to post a chunky plus symbol, P and L, over that 300 threshold instantly becomes the crowd favorite. The pace car everyone else has to chase or crash trying.
For Doc John, though, the mission is simpler. Step 1. Prove you can click something other than max size. Step 2. Leave the minus 300 club before they start printing membership cards.
And imagine the reception if he does it. The same trader who's been tunneling deeper all morning finally posts a disciplined green exit, trims risk, and starts clawing back. That's the kind of pivot the whole chat rallies behind.
330 plus minutes left today. Plenty of runway for a brand new name to jump in, hammer a few high conviction plays, and instantly redefine what leading even means on this empty board.
Either way, stay locked in. The first spike of volume, the first breakout green bar, the first plus 500 blast is going to hit this quiet bracket like a stadium floodlight, and you will not want to miss that moment.
Day 3, just under an hour past the opening bell, and the strangest sight on the dashboard is a single red storyline stretching across a completely empty leaderboard. No crowd of scalpers, no swarm of green, just one name, Doc John, locked in a one-on-one duel with Goog. And for now, the scoreboard is painted in his blood-red ink.
And the carnage adds up. Those repeated minus 305 hits stack into a total drawdown north of minus 300 on the session, with nobody else even on the board to share the pain.
Those brief green pops, that's not recovery. That's the market handing him a participation ribbon before kicking him straight back into the minus 300 club.
And here's the wild part.
We're about 58
There
minutes
are
into
zero
a 300
other
plus minute
traders
window,
registered
and
on the
still
live
no volume
board
spikes,
right now.
no multi-ticket
So
frenzy.
every
This
tick
is the calm
on
before someone
GOOG
absolutely
is
floors
center
it.
stage.
332
red
minutes
flash,
remain
a
before the
stadium-wide
session
groan
locks.
just for one
That's a
player.
lifetime in day
Or
trading
we get the
terms.
experimental art
More
film
than enough
version of
for a
day
late
3.
arrival to
One
carve
trader,
out a
one
plus
ticker,
500
and a time
and
lapse of an
rewrite this
account slowly
entire
melting in
page.
high definition.
But picture this.
Meanwhile, Doc
First
John's
newcomer
trade
to
log
log
reads
in.
like a heartbeat monitor.
Slam a plus
Tiny
500
upticks,
on
then a
any
brutal
name.
$300 drop,
Instantly
flatline,
planting their
then he
flag
shocks
at
it
the
back to
top of
life
the
with the
tower
same 400
while
share jolt.
everybody else wakes
This
up to
isn't
a
risk
highlight
management.
reel they're
This is
suddenly
method
chasing.
acting. He's
You can
embodying the
almost
role
see
of
the
bag holder
internal
number
struggle.
1 with 400
Does he
shares as his
finally
costume.
scale down the
And
size and
because the
heal,
trader count
or
is
double
still
down on the
officially
full
zero
clip
on the
and
leaderboard,
hope the next
the
candle
first
is
green
the
warrior to
redemption
appear
arc instead of the
instantly
sequel
becomes the
to the
hero
horror
of
film?
day 3.
Imagine the
The
chaos
bar
the
is
moment a real
literally
volume
be
burst
less
hits.
red
Multiple
than
symbols
minus
lighting up,
300.
10, 20 trades
Right
slamming
now,
through
the
while
only
Doc
outlier
John is still
stat is
trying to
number of
patch a
times one
$300
human will
wound.
press buy with the
Day
same
3 of
size
11
after
is
eating
where
the exact
habits
same
start to
loss.
harden.
And the sample
Traders who
size is
learn
getting
to step
uncomfortably
away from
robust.
spiraling
Credit where it's
drawdowns
due,
now
keeping
are the ones
400
who still
shares
have
on the
ammo
table
when the
again and
championship
again
window
when your
finally
line is
closes.
already deep in the red.
But the second
Takes
another trader
courage
steps in
or
with disciplined
stubbornness,
risk and a
and
clean
both
setup,
make
this
for
minus
incredible
300
theater.
turns from main event
Somewhere out
into
there is a
undercard
trader
drama,
sipping
a
coffee,
backdrop for
not
someone
even logged
else's
in yet,
breakout run.
who has already
The symbol
outperformed this entire board
thresholds
today
tell
by
us
doing absolutely
a
nothing.
$300 swing
Every time
on
he
one
edges
name
back toward flat,
is
minus
already
half a
a
point,
major
minus 7, those
storyline.
tiny scratches. You
And
can
Doc
feel the
John has
dashboard
turned
holding
that
its breath,
into a
waiting to
recurring
see if he
chapter
finally locks it
instead of
or
a
hits the
one-off
launch button again.
twist.
And then boom, right back to a $300 haircut like he's allergic to taking a small loss and just wants the deluxe edition every time.
This is what makes the eventual reversal so potentially explosive. If he ever lines up a full-size entry with the move actually in his favor, That same sizing could rocket him hundreds of dollars back toward the surface in one blast.
332 minutes left means the tempo can flip at any moment. Once the first real wave of participants hits, we go from this slow motion car crash to a full on sprint with ranks shuffling every few seconds.
So if you're watching that dashboard right now, understand this. The first green surge we see today, the first plus 500 rip, it's going to feel like a championship buzzer beater in an arena that's been dead silent.
For Doc John, the question is simple and brutal. Does he become the cautionary tale others learn from, or the early villain who somehow flips the script and climbs back to zero by the closing bell?
Either way, the stage is set. Goog lurking. The lost thresholds marked. The prize for a big green swing wide open. And an entire field about to log in and chase their moment in the spotlight.
We've seen him swing from plus 30, plus 40, tiny flashes of hope, straight into that same minus 300 canyon, like he hits a profit ceiling and then speed runs the loss side.
And with the big loss threshold hanging up at minus 500, the crowd knows one more oversized misstep, and we're officially in meltdown montage territory on the bottom of the board.
30 events in, zero confirmed leaders, and the only thing lighting up is the red bar. This entire arena is literally waiting for someone, anyone, to log in and drop a green number worth cheering.
Imagine being the first trader to finally show up today. You don't even need a monster play. You just need not minus 300 to look like a tactical genius on this board.
And when that first big green spike hits, plus 300, plus 500, it is going to slam onto this empty leaderboard like a championship banner dropping in a silent stadium.
He's not averaging down. He's averaging repeat mistakes. Copy, paste, minus 300, now with extra slippage flavor.
We're just over an hour removed from the bell, more than 5 hours left in this window, and the scoreboard still feels like an untouched canvas waiting for its first masterpiece, or its first train wreck in green.
Or we spend the entire afternoon watching a single red line wiggle while everyone else waits for the A+ setup that apparently expires next week.
Meanwhile, Doc John sits around minus 300, hovering just under that catastrophe line, one decision away from redemption, or a full-on highlight reel of what not to do.
You can almost hear the internal monologue. One more trade, I can get it back. And that's how a slightly ugly morning volunteers to become a full-scale disaster shift.
And that's the drama. One trader's painful grind lower could be the perfect setup for someone else's explosive entrance. The moment a newcomer storms in and flips the board from red echo to green roar.
Right now, we've got none of the usual chaos. No volume spikes, no chains of scalps. So you just know that when the first trader floors it, the tempo on this entire tournament is going to jump a gear.
And when that breakout trader finally appears, plus 500 in a single strike, that's going to feel like a buzzer beater dunk in a game that hadn't even left warm-ups yet.
The second another trader lights up the board, that minus 300 flips from main event to undercard, and the rush to climb the ranks is going to hit like a sudden volatility spike across the whole bracket.
Until then, every new viewer opens the dashboard, sees a blank leaderboard, and one red warrior at the bottom, and instantly understands the phrase, liquidity provider.
Every minute that passes without a leader only tightens the spring. When that first trader finally posts a serious number, it will rewrite the tone of day 3 in an instant. 66 minutes into the New York session on day 3, and somehow the entire spotlight is still locked on a single name in the red. Doc John versus one stubborn ticker.
And the crazy part is, the swings are huge. Minus 300 and change per hit. That's highlight reel size damage, if anyone else even shows up on the board today.
We've watched his equity bump from tiny green blips, +1, +30, even flirting with 40, then instantly gets steamrolled back into another 300-point slide.
And because no one else has planted a flag yet, the first trader to drop a big green number, a clean +500, will look like they just hit a game-winning shot at the buzzer.
And then suddenly he's almost flat, down half a point. Then a tiny green. Then smack, another 300 chunk ripped out like the market hit undo on his progress bar.
This is what happens when your risk plan is just one more time. It can't do it again. Spoiler, it absolutely can, and it has repeatedly.
But give him this. He is not scaling down. 400 shares, same size, every punch, trading like it's overtime, and he refuses to pull the starters off the floor.
And remember, we've still got more than 5 hours of runway left. 300 plus minutes where someone can log in, click twice, and instantly rewrite this entire red-only story.
Either way, the first green rocket that hits the board is going to turn -300 into the underdog everyone's watching. Will it be a comeback or a cautionary meme?
When your trade log looks like copy-paste -305, that's not a strategy. That's a very expensive loot button.
And the wild part, because trader count is still effectively 0 on the active side, every one of those red flashes feels like a full arena moment on a dashboard.
No volume explosions yet, no multi-symbol slugfests, just one ticker and one trader writing an early chapter in an 11-day saga about discipline and tilt.
Right now, the volume spike metric is asleep. No 1,000-share fireworks. Just one brave soul repeatedly volunteering to be the liquidity for everyone else.
For now, though, every decision he makes echoes. Scale down, walk away, or launch the same 400-share missile again and hope variance finally blinks first.
That's not an elevator, that's a trapdoor. One button press and the entire P&L drops a few stories with no stops in between.
When that happens, every red line we're watching right now transforms. From the only story on the board to the opening act of a chase, an arc from early pain to possible redemption by day 11.
Or plenty of time for someone to convert a harmless red scratch into a multi-day recovery project. Nothing says tournament arc like self-inflicted drawdown.
The stakes are simple. First big winner owns the spotlight. First +500 prints, and the whole bracket has to react, chase, or get left hanging in the lobby.
The moment fresh traders drop in, this shifts from a one-man show to a brawl. Sudden rank jumps, fast green spikes, and maybe a few spectacular wipeouts if someone missizes into the first real move.
70 minutes into the session, the leaderboard is a desert. No green champions, just one stubborn storyline grinding away in the red. With 0 official contenders logged, every eye is pulled to a single name and a single ticker. Doc John versus Goog. And so far, the tape is winning on points and on pain.
Look at this sequence. Goog hit after Goog hit, 400 shares every time, and each one carving out roughly -300 in P&L like clockwork.
This isn't a trading log anymore, it's a punch card. Trade Goog, donate 300, repeat. And Doc John is on about his 20th swipe today.
From a small red morning around -60 to a crater near -370, the equity curve is one long slope. No ladder, just gravity.
Those fleeting green numbers weren't rallies, they were mirages. Just long enough for him to say, "I'm back," before tumbling to a fresh low watermark.
And with the big loss threshold sitting at -500, you can feel the arena leaning in. One more mistimed swing, and we're officially in blowout territory.
We've still got more than 5 hours on the clock, and the volatility fuse hasn't even been lit yet. No volume spikes, no multi-symbol brawls, just this one ongoing skid.
Somewhere out there is a sniper waiting to log in, take 3 trades, post plus 500, and make this entire minus 300 saga look like a warm-up stretch.
In quiet contrast, there's Barnum 28, flat, untouched at minus 14 and change, playing statue while chaos brews elsewhere.
We're in this weird limbo. Tournament day 3, 0 official leaders, and a single trader soaking up all the volatility. This thing is one big trade away from exploding into life.
Yeah, gladiator with no shield. Because at some point, scaling down from 400 shares isn't cowardice, it's just math.
And that's the story in the feed. Same size, same symbol, same outcome. If that loop doesn't break, the next leg lower could be the one that brushes against that minus 500 disaster line.
On the flip side, whoever becomes the first trader to stack plus 300 on a single name today instantly turns into the hero of the broadcast. Symbol P&L that big is basically a highlight dunk.
The clock matters too. 320 minutes until this window closes, and every minute that passes without a new contender raises the pressure on anyone already in the red.
When that first plus 500 candle finally appears, it's going to feel like a stadium eruption. The whole bracket will instantly flip from slow burn to full chase mode.
But right now, every new ticket looks like it's either going to be the start of a heroic climb or the shove that sends him sliding straight toward that big loss warning line.
Or you can do the opposite. Refuse to adapt. Keep hammering 400 shares into the same wall and turn yourself into the risk management meme of the entire tournament.
74 minutes after the bell on day 3, the strangest sight in this arena is still an empty podium. No champions on the board, just one trader locked in a private war with a single ticker.
And when that happens, the tempo changes instantly. More tickets, more symbols, spreads widening, slippage kicking in. This quiet tape can transform into a blender in just a few candles.
Until that storm hits, Barnum 28 sitting still at minus 14 looks less like hesitation and more like elite-level patience. Sometimes the best edge is not touching the mouse.
Stay locked on that dashboard, because the first trader to flip this quiet session into a plus 500 eruption is going to turn day 3 from a slow grind into an instant classic.
The disaster line is clear. A 500 loss is official meltdown status. And Doc John, hovering around minus 350, is skating on a razor's edge between painful and catastrophic.
Meanwhile, shout out to Barnum 28, chilling at a very respectable minus 14.52 with 0 trades on the day. Truly the only risk manager in the building right now.
Back to our main character, though. Each new Goog entry pushes Doc John from the low minus 50s, 60s, 80s, all the way past minus 400. And the question becomes, does he ever hit the brakes?
He's not averaging, he's not scaling. He's basically photocopying the same bad idea until the account ledger screams uncle.
The symbol thresholds tell the story. Plus or minus 300 on a single name is where careers and cautionary tales are written. And right now, Goog is only signing autographs in red ink.
It's almost peaceful in a twisted way. No fast scalpers, no leaderboard climbers. Just the quiet hum of one account slowly getting sanded down by the same trade over and over.
316 minutes still remain in today's window, and that means countless chances for a late entrant to appear out of nowhere and overshadow this entire early chapter with one decisive burst of green.
You can almost hear the inner dialogue. I'll just get one of those losses back. Except every attempt has the same ticket size, the same symbol, and the same minus 300 receipt at the end.
The key difference is discipline. knowing when a strategy is just variance and when it's structural pain. And today, Goog is doing a convincing impression of the latter for anyone pressing it the wrong way.
If you showed this chart to a risk manager, they'd frame it and hang it under a sign that says, "This is why we have max loss rules."
Imagine the crowd when the first trader finally hits Goog for plus 300 on one swing. The whole move flips from grim fascination to full-blown celebration in a single candle.
Somebody out there is staring at this dashboard thinking, how hard can it be to beat minus 350? And honestly, they're not wrong. They just have to actually click the button.
That's the invitation right now. First trader to drop a clean, disciplined, plus 500 line on this board instantly becomes the headline act of day 3.
The next time you see Goog flash across that dashboard, know this. Behind that tiny update could be another $300 detonation or the first real pivot toward a comeback arc.
Either way, it's going to be educational. If someone finally tames that ticker, we'll call it a masterclass. And if not, well, the tuition bill is already itemized line by line.
"78 minutes into the session, and this Dayrade elevator feels like a thriller with only one character in frame, a lone trader, one ticker, and a steadily deepening shade of red on the board."
The event feed is jammed with one story. Doc John hammering 400 share tickets over and over, and every snapshot slaps on the same sting, roughly minus 300 a shot.
Look at that P&L slide. Before minus 87, after minus 392. One press of the button, and Doc John sends his day almost 300 deeper in a single swing.
When your starting point is already minus 87 and you still size 400 shares, that's not conviction. That's auditioning to be the risk management warning slide.
We're seeing a pattern. Each log entry, one trade, 400 shares, and bang, equity teleports from the minus 50s or 60s straight into the minus mid 300s, like there's no brake pedal installed.
Check this hit. Minus 50 before, minus 355 after. 400 shares on again, and the P&L just drops like someone cut the cable on the elevator mid-floor.
Look at these steps. Minus 61.5 to minus 366.5. Then minus 64 to minus 369. Every push is the same distance down, like a metronome ticking in red ink.
Then we get the heavy blow, starting at minus 85.5, landing at nearly minus 391. That's more than 300 shaved off in one snap of the fingers.
You know it's rough when you scroll the log and the word change is just the same minus 300 number, copy-pasted like a sad trading template.
And with the tournament's disaster line sitting at minus 500 per trade, every one of these moves is a near miss with full catastrophe, close enough to sting, just shy of total meltdown.
Look at the contrast on the dashboard. No big green champions yet, just a quiet field and one blazing red storyline, grabbing every eyeball in the arena.
We've still got more than 300 minutes to close, a yawning gap on the top of the leaderboard, and all it's going to take is one trader dropping a plus 500 to flip this quiet session into a stampede.
Just look at that final sequence. Before minus 39, after minus 344, another 300-point nosedive, and somehow he keeps chewing up the next attempt.
Then again, minus 35.5 to minus 340.5. Copy-paste result, 400 shares. This is the kind of loop that turns a trading journal into a horror story.
The tragedy and the beauty here is that one well-timed reversal of similar size could almost erase the damage. 300 up would transform this entire line from lost cause to live comeback.
Right now, the volume spike threshold might as well be on vacation. No one's hitting 1,000 shares in a burst except one brave soul chain-casting 400 share losses into the void.
The stage is wide open. No dominant green name. No runaway leader. So the first trader to fire off a clean, high conviction winner instantly becomes the hero of the entire broadcast.
Day 3, mid-session, and the leaderboard looks like a blackout. No champions shining up top, just a single storyline burning in red at the bottom of the dashboard. In a strange way, Barnum 28's frozen -14 tells its own story. Sometimes surviving the early chop is the quietest yet most important win of the session.
And he keeps loading it up. Same size, same ticker, same smack to the P&L. This isn't just trading. This is a full contact rematch with Goog every single time he clicks.
Somewhere off to the side, you've got Barnum 28 just chilling at -14 and change. Flat on trades today. Watching this like a safety video on what not to do with leverage.
With no green standouts yet, the narrative is wide open. These early red numbers can either become scars that define the tournament or just the first chapter of a comeback story nobody saw coming.
Look at that trail, -50, -60. Then suddenly he's buried at -350 and beyond. It's like he took the elevator straight past the deep floor down into the parking garage of red.
But you gotta admit, there is courage baked into this. 400 shares, again and again. He is absolutely refusing to back down from Goog, even as the P&L flashes red like a warning siren.
Remember, the symbol P and L threshold is 300, and Goog has smashed through that on the downside for him. This isn't a tiny scratch. This is a headline-sized red bar on the symbol stats.
And that means the stage is still primed. First trader to drop a plus 500 bomb on any symbol instantly becomes the hero of day 3 and sends that lonely red column scrambling to keep up.
Right now, though, the board looks like a horror movie with only one extra. The rest of the cast hasn't shown up, and the monster is just repeatedly chasing the same poor soul through the Goog chart.
Imagine the pop when someone finally appears with a huge green candle. Your screen goes from a single red anchor to a full-blown leaderboard race in one explosive trade.
Look at those steps, -322, -358, -392, -417. Each hit is like another floor down in the elevator shaft, with zero emergency stop button.
And because no one else has posted a big number, the first plus 300 symbol move to the upside will look gigantic. On this quiet board, even a medium win is going to feel like a title fight knockout.
Or everyone just keeps watching, snacks in hand, as the only visible P&L line on the board tries to dig through the center of the earth, one oversized Goog order at a time.
That's the beauty of intraday tournaments. Your story can pivot on a single candle. The same feed that shows repeated failure can, in one decisive moment, turn into the highlight reel that defines the entire event.
And with more than 300 minutes left before the tournament window shuts, the volatility hasn't even stretched yet. This is the calm, slightly awkward prelude before somebody slams the gas pedal.
The moment that first leaderboard entry pops into the green column, everything changes. -300 stops being the main event and becomes the undercard story everyone's comparing themselves against. Stay locked in. One clean breakout, one perfectly timed flush, and we go from a lonely red storyline to a full-blown Dayrade elevator brawl with the crowd riding every tick into the close.
90 minutes into the New York session, day 3 looks like a psychological experiment. No leaders in sight, just a single P&L line getting carved deeper into the red.
And the weapon of choice all morning has been 400 shares of Goog on every single swing. Full clip, no hesitation, just charging the same wall again and again.
Look at that trail. One ticket takes him from minus 54 to minus 359, another from minus 49 to minus 354. Then bang, another plunge from minus 32 to minus 338.
Remember, a single move of 500 counts as a true disaster here. Doc John is orbiting that threshold, sitting in the negative 400 zone, bleeding in nearly identical increments.
This is supposed to be a tournament, but right now it's a one-man scrimmage. No leaderboard, no green heroes, just a single red bar auditioning for how not to size your entries.
But think about the potential swing. First trader to log in and drop a clean plus 500 will vault straight to legend status, turning this quiet bracket into a scoreboard explosion.
Meanwhile, Doc John is giving everyone a live lesson in position sizing math. 400 shares times the wrong side of Goog equals instant donation after instant donation.
But you've got to acknowledge the nerve. Every single entry is the same full size bet. No scaling, no half measures, just all in or nothing on Goog again and again.
Imagine the emotional whiplash. Every new Google candle you hit the button with 400 shares. You're already down on the day, and boom, the P&L just rockets further into the red.
And this is why the stakes are so crazy. Whoever shows up next with a discipline plus 300 on any name instantly becomes the story, ripping the focus off this slow motion drawdown.
The symbol threshold tells us plus or minus 300 on a single ticker is a headline move. Right now, Goog is delivering that size of pain, not profit, to the one trader brave enough to size up.
When that first big green candle hits on any leaderboard name, it's going to feel like a buzzer beater. The first plus 500 of the tournament day will blow this sleepy bracket wide open.
He's ping-ponging around that negative 300 zone. Minus 363, minus 372, minus 390, minus 415. The numbers are all different, but the feeling is exactly the same. Ouch.
Picture the moment the first green surge appears on that empty ranking list. One username, one symbol, and a single massive candle, turning today from a case study into a contest.
300 plus minutes to go means there is so much time for chaos. Back to back trades, fast scalps, delayed entries, and yes, that one giant rip that rewrites the whole leaderboard in a heartbeat.
And if Doc John ever flips his script, if he finally catches Goog in his favor with those same 400 shares, the roar from that P&L swing is going to echo through the entire tournament history.
This isn't risk management. This is a payment plan. Doc John just keeps sending installments of $300 to Goog like it's a monthly subscription.
And look at the P&L crater. Started the window flirting around break even, now plunging toward minus 400 as those Goog shots keep whiffing.
What makes it wild is the repetition. Same symbol, same size, same damage. No one else is even trading, and the event counter is flying just off that one loop.
And because no one else has stepped onto the field, every flicker on that Goog line has the whole arena holding its breath like it's a game-winning drive.
Every fresh order on Goog is like slamming the unmute button. Dashboard quiet, then suddenly bang, another 300 rip off the equity curve.
And the shares aren't small either. 400 a swing with no one else even poking the market is like running a 2-minute drill by yourself in an empty stadium.
If someone new logs in and drops a plus 500, this whole story flips instantly. Suddenly, these minus 300s become the undercard to a breakout champion.
We've seen his line wobble, down 50, down 60, scratchy little moves. Then wham, another full-size Goog entry sends him diving back toward minus 360 and beyond.
You still have to respect the courage, though. Most people would drop size after the first beatdown, but he keeps swinging that full 400 like he's chasing a walk-off win.
And the clock is nowhere near mercy. 5 full hours left. Enough time for 3 more comebacks or 3 more implosions just like this one.
The wild part? Tournament day 3, 0 other traders on the board. Somewhere out there, people are literally watching this thinking, yeah, I could probably beat minus 360.
The big loss threshold still looms above us like a storm cloud. One more oversized misstep, and we might witness the first true disaster print of the afternoon.
Imagine if the next trader to log in just slams a clean plus 300 on the same Goog tape. Suddenly, the ticker that's been eating accounts becomes the launchpad for a hero run.
Meanwhile, the stat sheet on our only active player reads like a case study. Consistent position size, consistent direction, consistently on the wrong side of the candle.
That's the paradox of this style. Dig deep enough, and the only way out is an equally aggressive swing in the opposite direction, or the wisdom to simply stop digging.
If you're watching this at home, take notes. This is what it looks like when one more trade turns into a mini-series instead of a single episode.
And that's why
For now,
the next trader who
the
shows
board
up
is a
with
warning
discipline
label.
and timing
Red ink,
could steal the
repeated
spotlight
entries,
instantly.
mounting
Step
drawdown.
in,
A
hit
perfect
big,
reminder that
and
the elevator
suddenly
can go
you're the
down
name everyone's
much
chanting.
faster than it climbs.
Until then, Doc John is the reluctant main
The
character.
first trader to
Minus
break
300
silence
something,
with
no
a plus
rivals,
300
and a
or
scoreboard
more
that looks like a
instantly
tutorial on
flips
what
the
not to do
vibe.
with size.
From risk lesson
Day
to
3 of
arena
11
roar.
is early,
That slot at the
but
top
patterns
is
form
just waiting to be
fast.
claimed.
Those who
We've
learn
still
from
got
this
300
red
minutes on the
spiral
clock.
now
More than
will be
enough
the
for
ones
someone to log in
exploiting
late,
it when
drop
the
a monster
bracket
trade,
fills with
and leave this
aggressive
early
contenders
carnage as
later.
just a footnote.
Or, alternatively, plenty of time for our Lone Ranger to donate a few more identical Goog tickets to science in the name of data collection.
Stay locked on that dashboard. The moment a fresh name lights up with real green, this quiet, painful prelude explodes into the kind of trading fireworks the Dayrade elevator was built for.
94 minutes after the opening bell, the strangest sight on this dashboard is still a single storyline glowing red, while the rest of the field hasn't even checked in. Every event,
Look at this
every
pattern.
flash on
400
the
shares
tape
on Goog.
today
Hit the button,
belongs to
instantly
one
down about
name.
300. And he just keeps spinning
Doc
that wheel
John,
like the next one has
locked
to
in a
save him.
one-on-one
This
grudge
isn't risk
match with
management.
Goog,
This is a
and the
$300
scoreboard
entrance fee
is
to
not
every single
being
Goog
kind.
candle that prints on the screen.
And the wildest
Tournament
twist,
day 3 of
there
11.
are 0 other
Almost 5
traders on the
hours
board,
left on the
so
clock,
the
and the
entire arena
leaderboard looks
is
like a
locked
crime
in on
scene with
one
no
red bar
suspects.
and one
Just
ticker,
one battered P and L
GOOG,
telling the whole
like it's the
story.
only game in town.
We've seen Doc John
He
flicker
starts
around
the day
small
down
reds,
around
then
60,
bang, minus
takes the exact
305
same
hits again.
Goog hit,
And his
and
overall
walks
P&L
away
just
sitting near
dives
minus
deeper toward that
360.
minus 400 abyss.
This isn't a
And
strategy.
with the big loss
It's a very
threshold sitting
expensive
at
tradition.
minus 500,
Remember,
you
a
can feel the
single
crowd
clean
watching that
move
number.
of 500 in
Will
either
someone
direction
finally slam
is
a plus
enough to turn
500
today
and
into a
flip this
legend
whole script?
or a
Or
cautionary
does the first
meme for the
headline
rest of the
become a
tournament.
full-on meltdown?
We've got just under 300 minutes until this window shuts. Plenty of time for a latecomer to log in, fire 2 or 3 high conviction trades, and instantly leapfrog this lonely negative print into first place.
Right now, the race for the crown is embarrassingly simple. Step in. Don't torch 300 on your first trade, and congratulations. You're beating the field.
Which means the first trader to post a solid green line today doesn't just take the lead, they become the benchmark everyone else is chasing for the rest of day 3.
Meanwhile, Doc John is blasting the same ticket size, 400 shares, over and over. So every tiny misread on Goog instantly translates into another $300 slide.
From a starting drawdown in the minus 30s and 50s to bruises in the minus 300s, his equity curve isn't just red, it's getting steeper with every identical decision.
He's had entries from minus 31 to minus 60, all ending the same way. Smack down to around minus 340 to minus 370. At some point, you've got to admit the market has a favorite punch.
The thresholds are clear. 500 up or down is where legends and disasters are born. 300 per trade is the slow grind in between. And right now, we're watching the grind win.
The first time somebody prints a plus 300 or more, that name will rocket straight to the top. And suddenly, minus 360 becomes the underdog art we all can't stop watching.
But right now, every fresh Goog entry from Doc John looks the same. Tap in with 400, instant swing to around minus 300, and his total P&L gets dragged deeper into the red canyon.
Imagine the roar if after all this red, he finally nails one and jumps from around minus 360 up toward flat or even green. That would feel like a last-second Hail Mary landing right in the end zone.
With a symbol P and L threshold of 300, any trader dropping a big win on a single name later today will instantly redefine what counts as normal on this board.
No volume spikes yet, no 1,000-share barrages, no top 5 battle. This is the eerie calm where you just know that when somebody finally floors the gas pedal, the whole bracket is going to lurch into fast forward.
For now, though, Doc John and Goog are giving us a masterclass in what happens when you size big, repeat the same idea, and let the market grade your homework with a red marker every time.
He isn't at disaster status yet, hovering under the minus 500 danger zone. But each new attempt threatens to push this storyline from uncomfortable to unforgettable for all the wrong reasons. 98 minutes into the session, and the entire tournament story has shrunk to a single battle. One trader, one ticker, and a red tide that just won't let go.
At this point, that minus 300 and change isn't a drawdown, it's a membership card. Every order ticket stamped with the same cover charge.
Look at the progression. Before the latest barrage, he was down less than 100. And each fresh swing dragged him deeper, now flirting with minus 400.
He didn't just average down, he averaged down emotionally. Each hit bigger, each restart coming from a worse place on the equity curve.
And remember, the disaster line is minus 500. These minus 305 hammer blows are brutal, but they're still just shy of full-blown catastrophe territory.
This is the easiest podium anyone's ever skipped. Literally no competition. And we still managed to showcase a masterclass in how to be last place in a field of one.
For everyone watching, this is a giant open invitation. Step in, take even a modest win, and you jump straight to the top of Day 3's tower.
The window still stretches out for nearly 5 more hours. Plenty of room for heroes to appear, or for this red storyline to sink into full-blown legend.
The trade log reads like a copy-paste mistake. Loss, minus 305, 400 shares. Repeated so often you'd think the platform was stuck.
From a risk perspective, the pattern is brutal. Fixed large size, repeated entries, no clear evidence of scaling down as the drawdown deepens from double digits to the mid-300.
He treated that first minus 100 like a warm-up lap, then casually turned it into negative 400 plus, just to really test the structural integrity of his risk plan.
The irony is that with the symbol profit threshold at 300, every single one of these minus 305 shots is big enough to matter. But none of them have been green.
If he ever catches 1 plus 300 in the other direction, the whole symbol P and L bar snaps from blood red to flashing spotlight in a single heartbeat.
And with the big loss trigger sitting at minus 500, the entire audience is waiting to see. Does someone finally print a monster red candle? Or does a hero log the first plus 500 slam dunk of the day?
If you're on the sidelines thinking I could at least do better than minus 360, Congratulations. The bar has literally been set in the basement for you.
For our lone active trader, though, the decision ahead is brutal. Keep pushing with the same 400 share hammer, or step back, size down, and give the chart room to breathe.
This is the part of the movie where the mentor usually appears and says, maybe stop touching the hot stove. But today it's just the scoreboard doing the talking.
Imagine the flip side, though. Just one run where the same size finally aligns with momentum, and the P&L rockets from minus 400 toward even in a single surge.
Day 3, 102 minutes after the bell, and the entire tournament story is a single red heartbeat on the board. One trader, one ticker, and a stubborn fight that refuses to end.
Day 3's stage is wide open. The loss meter is already flashing, and we are one big green explosion away from turning this slow burn into a full-on arena moment.
Check the tape. 400 shares on Goog. Hit. Minus 305. Again. It's like watching someone speedrun how quickly you can donate $300 to the market.
Which sets up the craziest opportunity. One clean, disciplined trade from a fresh entrant could drop plus 50, plus 100 on the board and instantly turn this whole screen from horror show to highlight reel.
He's not scaling, he's not trimming, he's just swinging full 400 every time. This isn't risk management. It's a loyalty program for red numbers.
And for everyone watching, that means the first green surge we see today, any symbol, any player, will feel like a game-winning shot in a stadium that's been stuck on a single losing replay.
And he just keeps queuing it up. Same share size, same Goog, same hit of minus 305. It's like watching someone mash the respawn button without changing weapons.
That's the wildness of this format. One person's meltdown becomes everyone else's launch pad. The first green name to appear instantly turns into the hero of day 3.
And with symbol P and L thresholds around 300, every time Goog hits him for another minus 305, it's not just a scratch. That's a full-sized body blow to his daily line.
All it takes, though, is one trader stepping in, catching a strong trend, and suddenly minus 360 looks like a stepping stone at the bottom of a skyscraper of green.
With the ladder completely empty above him, the next person to place even a modest win instantly defines what leader means for this entire session.
Volume spike threshold is 1,000 shares, and Doc John's been donating in neat 400 share parcels. Ambitious enough to sting, conservative enough to do it repeatedly.
Picture this. Somebody logs in, rips 1,500 shares through a hot setup, and slaps a plus 500 onto the board. That's not just a trade. That's fireworks over this silent leaderboard.
We haven't even seen anyone test the big win threshold yet. No plus 500s, no parabolic heroes. Just a lonely red test case for what not to do with stubborn conviction.
300 minutes remain until the window shuts. The ladder is empty, and the only score on the board is red. This is the part of the story where legends either enter or the cautionary tales grow louder.
Right now, the bar to beat is literally, don't go minus 300 on Goog. So if you've ever wanted to feel like a trading prodigy, today is offering you a discount entry fee.
Until that happens, though, this is a live lesson in drawdown control. How deep do you allow the hole to get before you protect the rest of your tournament life?
If you ever wondered what revenge trading looks like on a leaderboard, it's this. Same ticker, same size, same outcome, and a P&L curve auditioning to be a warning slide in a risk rules deck.
All 30 events so far trace back to a single name and a single ticker. Doc John versus Goog, locked in a personal bear market with every click.
This isn't a trading log anymore, it's a punch card. Trade Goog, Lose about 305, get your 10th one free.
And remember, big loss territory officially starts around minus 500. So these minus 300 body shots aren't knockouts, but they're rocking the jaw of anyone who dares to step in.
And we've still got hours on the clock. 284 minutes of open runway for someone to log in late and speedrun this entire bracket from zero to hero.
For now, though, the data reads like a case study. Single ticker focus, consistent size at 400 shares, and a string of nearly identical red outcomes in GOOG.
What's wild is how the P&L keeps dipping deeper. Minus 30, minus 60, minus 90, stair-stepping all the way down toward that minus 360 zone on Goog.
Every new Goo fill hits like a kickoff return, but instead of breaking free, Doc John keeps getting tackled on the 20 and spotting the defense 300 yards.
Somewhere, a would-be contender is staring at that empty leaderboard thinking, all I have to do is not torch $300 repeatedly and I gotta say, solid edge.
And when that happens, these early red numbers instantly turn into the backdrop for a comeback montage or a full-on tilt spiral. We're just waiting for that first big spark.
And the danger here is tilt. 30 events logged, one ticker, one size. You can feel the one more trade mentality cooking every time Goog blinks on the screen.
Rest of the field is just one clean setup away from walking into an open stadium, slamming a big green number on the board, and instantly owning the highlight reel for day 3.
Tournament arcs are built on habits like this: stickiness to a losing name, refusal to adjust size, or the courage to step back and reset when the pattern is clearly against you.
But that's exactly why a turnaround would be insane. One sharp, well-timed wrist cut, a smaller probe, a quick partial. Suddenly, the slope of that curve changes and the whole chat loses it.
With 284 minutes left in today's window, this is still the prologue. The real story begins the moment someone finally hits enter on a true high-conviction play.
This is where legends of the tournament get built, stepping into a quiet session, dropping a statement trade, and forcing everyone else to abandon comfort and start swinging.
So if you're in the lobby thinking, I'll wait for the perfect setup, just know that right now the bar to beat is literally don't impersonate a recurring payment to the market.
The moment someone fires a real shot, heavy size, tight stop, strong read, the whole dashboard flips from sleepy to sprint, and every subsequent trade becomes a chase for that number one slot.
For now, every tiny decision, from Doc John, re-enter Goog, or stand down, carries outsized weight, because he's the only heartbeat on the screen, the sole author of today's red ink.
Strap in. The second that first big green or brutal red hits, this quiet board turns into a stadium, and every number on your screen starts to feel like a championship score.
Welcome back to the Dayrade elevator, where the strangest sight on that dashboard is still a single red storyline and an empty leaderboard waiting for its first real contender.
Every log shows the same thing. Slam in 400 shares on Goog, blink, and the meter jumps another minus 300 plus deeper into the red.
This isn't a trade log, it's a photocopier. Same size, same ticker, same minus 305 hit. Just stamped over and over on Goog like a bad habit.
Look at those snapshots. Minus 74 to minus 379. Minus 35 to minus 340. Little wiggles, then bang, another identical hit on Goog.
The risk thresholds matter here. Minus 500 is the official disaster line, and Doc John keeps carving out slices just under it, each around minus 300 on that same symbol.
Meanwhile, on the quiet end of the pool, Siddharth Pradeep is technically on the board, with a whole lot of nothing. Flat P&L, no trades, just watching the car crash from the stands.
Honestly, +0 with no trades is secretly top-tier performance right now. You can't blow up what you never send into the market.
In a way, Siddharth represents the discipline side of this tournament. The choice to wait, to study, to let someone else test the depth of the water first.
Check those timestamps. -118 to -423, -74 to -379. Every update is just a fresh leg lower on the same losing swing.
What makes it haunting is the consistency. Same 400 share block on Goog, same direction, same magnitude, as if the market is holding up a mirror to one stubborn idea.
That's the tension. You can feel the whole arena waiting for that first explosive green burst, wondering who's going to fire the shot that finally breaks this red-only pattern.
Right now, the identity board reads like this. One aggressive repeat offender in the red, one perfectly flat spectator, and a whole lot of empty chairs where heroes are supposed to sit.
That's why the opportunity is insane. First trader to drop a clean plus 500 instantly snatches the crown, the spotlight, and probably the replay package for the entire day.
These aren't separate trades. This is one long argument with Goog stretched across 20 updates, and somehow the stock wins every single round on points.
From -31 to -336. From -37 to -342. The equity curve looks less like a staircase and more like a ramp straight into the basement.
The volume threshold today is 1,000 shares, but with these 400 share chunks, it's like watching someone lob medium-sized grenades at their own P&L instead of dropping a full airstrike.
Because when that first true volume burst hits and the P&L bar swings past plus 500, this quiet arena is going to sound like a playoff crowd on a game-winning 3.
And every minute that passes, with just that one red storyline on the board, cranks the tension higher. Whoever pulls the trigger first is basically speed-running their way into first place.
This is the beauty of tournaments like this. One trader's painful spiral becomes the roadmap others study, adapt from, and then use to engineer their own breakout runs.
We've still got hours on the clock, the big loss threshold looming at -500, and nobody even close to a big win yet. The first real breakout is going to look absolutely insane on that empty ladder. Run that feed, and it's the same scene on loop. 400 shares on Goog, button slam, instant hit of roughly -300, like a macro for maximum pain.
And because nobody else has punched in yet, the entire arena feed is just one flashing red storyline and one ticker, GOOG, dominating the spotlight like a villain with no hero in sight.
If consistency were the only metric, Doc John would be champion already. Same 400 size, same Goog entry, same -300 haircut. Industrial grade reliability.
This is where the tournament is begging for a rival. One trader to log in, drop a clean plus 300, and instantly snatch the crown off a scoreboard painted solid red.
Instead, we've got a one-person stress test. 30 separate events on the tape, almost all of them the same Goog hammer, and still no other name daring to take the field.
Somewhere on the edge of the board,
contrast is
Siddharth
striking.
Pradeep is just chilling at
Siddharth
+4 on the
sitting
day,
motionless,
quietly
with a
winning the
tiny
did not
green
torch
cushion,
300 in one
while
click
Doc
category.
John rides a roller
We've seen his
coaster
balance lurch from around
entirely made of
-30
red
to
steel
-400
and
plus,
Goog
and right back
candles.
into the mid-300s.
Every time he
This isn't
reloads
a curve,
400
it's a
shares on
seismograph.
GOOG,
And
you
remember
can
that
almost
big
hear
loss
the
marker
crowd hold
sits
its
right at
breath. Will
-500.
this be the first
He keeps
plus
posting
300 rip,
-305
or
clips like
another
he's trying to
dive
unlock
toward
an
that
achievement called
-500
Death
danger
by
line?
1,000 almost
Context
catastrophes.
matters. 376
for Doc
minutes
John
left in today's
is whether
window.
this early
8 more
stretch
days
becomes
in the
the
tragic
after
first
this.
chapter. This
Or
isn't
the
the
dramatic
dramatic low.
It's the
From which a
prologue
comeback
to a
arc
very
is written
long
over
story.
the next sessions.
That means the door is
Siddharth's
wide
tiny
open.
green +1/+4
One
footprints
disciplined
look
entry.
boring on the board,
One
but
plus
compared to
500
-400
explosion
swings,
on any
they're
name.
practically a masterclass in
And a brand new
survival.
contender
You know, Siddharth
instantly
is watching
grabs
this
the
in real time
spotlight
thinking,
like a
if I just take
walk-off
one
homer.
clean shot, I can
From
leapfrog
a
this
macro
whole Red
view,
saga without
this is a
ever breaking a sweat.
masterclass in why
At
thresholds
some point,
matter.
you stop calling it
Minus
bad luck and
300
start
is
calling it a
already a
strategy.
significant symbol hit,
Open terminal,
and we've
select
seen it echoed
GOOG,
again and again
size
on the
400,
same ticker.
donate 300.
What makes it
Repeat
brutal
until lesson
is how
absorbed or
close he
account
keeps skirting
complains.
that minus 500
One
catastrophe
well-timed
line.
reversal on
Minus
Google
472,
could flip the entire
minus
symbol
468.
P&L,
The warning track without
blast the
quite
plus
hitting the wall.
300 in the other direction,
Imagine the
and suddenly
moment
that
the
red
next
bar
trader
turns
finally
into a
steps
headline
in.
level comeback.
The board
When
that's
that
been
happens,
frozen
the first
on
plus
one bleeding
500 spike we
storyline
see is going to
suddenly
slam
lights
the
up with
leaderboard
fresh
so hard
green,
it'll look like a
shifting the
glitch.
narrative
Instant
from
number one,
cautionary
instant
tale
pressure on
to
everyone
collision
else watching from the
course.
sideline.
Until then, the field
But
is
that's what
basically
makes
playing
this
hide and
format
seek with
electric.
risk.
At
One
any
trader
second,
loudly poking
a
the
late
Goog
arrival
hornet's nest,
can walk
and
onto
an
this
entire
empty
silent
stage,
audience taking notes
drop
on what
one
not to copy
perfectly
this
sized
afternoon.
trade, and turn a
Remember,
lonely red
we're
graph
only
into the
114
undercard
minutes
for a
removed
brand
from
new
the
hero
opening
run.
bell. There is
You can
nearly
almost feel the
5
tension
hours
on the
left for this
sidelines.
bracket
Every
to fill,
scalper, every
and for
swing
the
trader,
tone of the
staring at this
entire
bare
day to
leaderboard
flip
thinking,
on
if
a
I click
single
now, I
execution.
become the story.
And they're not wrong.
The
The
first
bar for
trader who
relevance right
shows up
now
with
is
real
literally do not
discipline,
instantly drop
tight wrist,
$300 on Goog,
strong read,
which is a
and a
pretty generous
solid green
qualification
exit
standard for an
is going
esports
to
bracket.
sound the opening
For
bell
Doc
on this
John,
arena
the
for
next
real,
decision
and
is
slam
everything.
into that
Same
leaderboard
size,
like a
same
kickoff
Goog
return to the
pattern,
house.
and this becomes a slow
Buckle
motion
in. One
implosion.
green surge,
Smaller,
one new name lighting up that
smarter,
board,
and
and
he
this quiet,
proves that even
brutal
the
solo
deepest
act
early
turns into the
hole
chaotic,
can be the
high-stakes brawl
base
the
of a
Dayrade
climb.
elevator was built to showcase.
Midway through this session window, the wildest thing about the
And it is
Dayrade
all about
elevator
400
board
shares of
is that it's
GOOG,
almost
over
completely
and over.
empty.
Each
No
time the button
green
gets hit,
heroes yet.
Doc John eats
Just
roughly
one
minus
name doing
300,
all the heavy
like he's
lifting
subscribed
in
to a
the
loss
red.
of the day club.
Minus 305 a
And with
pop on
every
Goog with
fresh
400
minus
shares isn't a
300
trade,
on
it's a
Google,
subscription fee.
Doc John
Pay
isn't
once,
just
pay
taking a
again,
hit.
and congratulations.
He's slamming that
You now own a
P&L meter
masterclass in
deeper into
stubbornness.
the red,
Look at the
like he's
arc.
trying to test the
He
lower
starts the
bounds
window
of the
already in
scoreboard.
the hole. Then
He is
each Goog
flirting
shot
with that big
carves
loss
roughly
threshold,
another
minus
300 away
500.
until the
And now
ledger
we're
reads
watching to
around
see if
minus
Goog turns
500
into the
overall.
villain that
You can see
actually
the
drops
rhythm.
him over the
400
edge
in, candle
into
twitches,
full-blown
PNL yanked straight
disaster
to about minus
territory.
300.
Some
Total
traders
drops
sized
from
down
around
after
minus
one
50
slap.
to minus
Doc
350.
John looked at
From
those
minus
numbers and said,
70 to minus
same
370.
size, same
Just
ticker,
bang,
new
bang, bang.
donation. Like the stop loss
Remember,
button is just
the
decorative.
symbol profit
That means the
threshold
first
is
trader who
300.
steps in
So
and
every
lands
one
a
of these
plus
minus
300 shot
305
on
swings in
anything
Goog
instantly
actually
goes from
counts as a
spectator
heavyweight
to
punch in the
headliner.
stats,
One
just
clean
all landing
swing
on the
and
same
you're
jaw.
top of the board by
And
default.
we've got more than 4
Right
hours
now,
left.
though,
Anyone
the
could log in
leaderboard
late,
basically
fire off
says,
2 disciplined
any
trades, and
volunteers,
instantly vault past this
one
lonely
red
minus
number,
stack like they
no
spawned at the
challengers,
top of the lobby.
and a giant neon
Quietly,
sign reading,
there is
free
one more
first
name
place,
flickering
apply
on the
within.
edge of that board.
If Siddharth
Siddharth
decides to step
Pradeep,
on the gas,
showing a tiny
that tiny
flat
green
line
blip could
around
explode into the
+4 and
first real
+1,
leaderboard takeover
like a
of the day.
heartbeat waiting to
One push,
accelerate.
and he's instantly
Imagine
the
it.
undisputed
Siddharth
frontrunner.
fires one high conviction
Right
trade,
now, he's
snaps from
basically the
basically flat to
designated
plus
adult in the
300,
room.
and the
Tiny
entire board
positive, no
whiplashes
chaos.
from red experiment
Probably
to
watching
green
Doc
breakout
John's feed
story
like
in
a
a
live
single
what not
can.
to press tutorial.
Day 3 of 11. This is when reputations start to form. The first trader to post a serious green number today plants a flag that everyone else will have to climb past in the days ahead.
And because the field is empty, that first big winner gets to drop in like a superstar entrance. No crowd, no noise, just your name blinking at the top with a giant green number next to it.
Back to the chaos engine. Every time Doc John re-enters Goog with that same 400 share clip, it's like he's speedrunning the leaderboard from less bad back to, oh no, not again.
This is classic tilt territory. Small red morphs into structured pain as the same setup is repeated without adaptation. Each Goog hit carving deeper, pushing that total closer to minus 500 and beyond.
That's the tension right now. Goog is both the problem and the potential redemption arc. The same volatility burning one trader could instantly crown another if they time it right.
Somewhere out there is a patient sniper scrolling this board thinking, I don't even need skill today. Just don't do that. and they're already halfway to the trophy.
But that's not how champions think. Someone is going to look at this empty field, smell the opportunity, and absolutely hammer a big win trade to plant their banner on day 3.
We are 1 or 2 more clone trades away from the first true meltdown line on this board, or 1 heroic green swing away from the birth of a comeback saga that defines this tournament week.
You can almost feel the tension behind the scenes. Accounts loaded, hotkeys ready, watching Goog swings and that lonely negative print, just waiting for someone to finally punch a hole in the silence.
If you're at home staring at this board thinking, I could just not lose $300 repeatedly, congratulations, you already have a working edge today.
And for everyone else not yet on the board, this is the dream setup. No crowded ranks, just a wide open leaderboard begging for a name and a big loud green number to crash the party.
Minus 200 becomes minus 500 faster than you can say position sizing. This is the kind of red slope that makes risk managers start sending friendship requests.
Every one of those 400 share hits on Goog is just over the 300 threshold, which means each click isn't a scratch trade. It's a full chapter in the story of this drawdown.
And here's the craziest part. Nobody else has even stepped into the ring yet. 1 clean green push and any new name instantly leaps above the lone red beacon and takes the throne for day 3.
Meanwhile, Doc John is sketching in red ink. Every Goog ticket the same size, the same $300 smack, and the overall P&L just keeps stepping down the staircase, 1 tile at a time.
0 rivals on the board, and the only active strategy we've seen so far is how deep can you go before the close. Bold choice for a competition with actual prizes on the line.
Remember, with a big loss line drawn at minus 500, every tick closer turns the clock into a pressure gauge. 1 more mistake, and today's only storyline could cross into full meltdown territory.
400 shares might not sound huge, but when every misread costs just over 300, you're basically playing penalty kicks against the spread with no goalie in sight.
And look at the repetition. Trade after trade. Goog only. 400 shares, 1 and done. It's like he's speedrunning the how to build a drawdown tutorial.
At this point, you don't even need level 2. You could just write minus 300 on a sticky note and slap it on the monitor every time Goog twitches.
We're only on day 3 of 11, but habits harden fast. The first traders who master this volatility now are the ones who'll be snowballing leads when the bracket finally fills with killers.
260 plus minutes still on the clock. Plenty of runway for a late login. 3 sharp decisions and the leap from off-screen ghost to runaway number 1.
And with exactly 0 traders showing green, the entry requirement for first place is hilariously low. Step in, don't explode, enjoy your temporary dynasty.
Way off to the side, we can just barely see the outline of another name. Siddharth Pradeep, flat as a stone, untouched by the chaos, waiting for the right moment to draw first blood.
But all eyes are still on Doc John, hovering in that minus 300 to minus 500 pocket, because 1 perfectly timed Goog reversal could launch him from crash test dummy to comeback highlight of the day.
No volume spikes, no 1,000 share barrages yet, just these methodical 400 share punches, which somehow makes every single button press feel like sudden death overtime.
You know, it's been a weird session when the biggest edge on the board is simply hasn't traded yet. The bar for hero status is literally above 0.
But that's why this format is dangerous. Any second now, a trader can log in, fire 1 high conviction play, and detonate the scoreboard with a monster swing that redefines day 3.
And you can feel it.
For now, though, the
Every
leaderboard
minute
is
that ticks
basically
by
a warning
without a new
label with
contender
Doc John's name
just
on it.
cranks the pressure higher
Proof
on
that the
whoever
market
decides
doesn't
to be
care how
first
many
to swing
times you
big.
repeat the same idea if the
Stay
idea is
glued to
bad.
that dashboard.
Day 3,
Because the moment someone
midday
finally
in the
breaks this
Dayrade
silence
elevator,
with a big
and the
green
board is
surge,
eerily
the
quiet.
Dayrade
No
elevator
crowd of
is going
names,
to light up
just the echo
like a
of a
stadium
few early
after a
experiments
last second
and a lot of empty
game
space
winner.
waiting to be claimed. In the middle of that
Check the tape.
silence,
400
last
shares
story
on
long
Goog.
shot
keeps
dragged
Take
him
the
from
hit.
about
flashing on the
Boom.
dashboard.
-200
Around
to
minus
roughly
305.
Doc
The
John,
-800.
PNL jumps from roughly
locked
He
minus
didn't
into
cross the
300
big
to
loss
sequence
beyond
of
minus
threshold,
heavy,
he just
500
walked
red
right
in a
up to it
single
and
swings
brush
pressed
to
his
across
nose
debug.
on the
Goog,
glass.
and
And
every
remember,
update
folks,
just digs the trench
minus
a little
500
deeper.
is the
Here's the
official
twist.
big loss line.
No one else
Doc
is
John
actively
sitting
trading on the
around
board
minus
right now.
506
So
means he's
every tick
basically
of that
planted a
single
flag
red
at the
curve
very edge
is the
of
entire
disaster
story
territory.
of Day 3
Technically,
so
we do
far.
have another name.
And the
Shout out to
hilarious part,
Siddharth Pradeep,
Siddharth
perfectly
is
flat,
technically
quietly sitting on a tiny
outperforming
plus
the
balance
field
like,
just
yeah,
by
I'm good
not
watching
pressing
this from the
anything
balcony.
yet.
Look at that event stream for
Sometimes the
GOOG.
biggest flex
One trade at a
is
time.
keeping your bullets
400
dry
shares. Bang.
while
Another
chaos
minus
brews
305.
below you.
Every ticket punching a
He's
fresh
basically
dent in
running
the
a
same
subscription
exact spot
plan.
on his curve.
400
You can
shares of
trace the
GOOG,
path,
billed in
starting
$300
around minus
installments,
30, minus
renewed every
60,
time another
a
candle looks
string of
inviting.
nicks and
And don't
cuts,
forget the symbol
and then
thresholds.
each fresh
Minus
minus
300 on a
300 step
single
on Goog
GOOG trade
drags the equity
is big
line
enough to
from
light
the
up the
low
symbol
reds
P&L
toward
bar
that
all
chilling
by itself.
minus 500
One
boundary.
clean
We're
reversal,
just over 2
and this
hours
ticker
past the
could go
opening bell
from
with
villain
more than
to
4 hours to
hero
play. This
instantly.
isn't over. This is the
Minutes
dangerous
from
part
open,
where you either reset and recover
126.
or double down and
Minutes to
spiral.
close, 264.
Imagine logging in this late, seeing
Statistically,
the top of the
the
board
real
sitting around
battles
minus
usually
500
happen
and
ahead
thinking,
of the final
yeah,
hour.
I don't need to
But
be a
right
hero.
now,
I
the
just need to
arena
not torch
feels
half
like
a
it's
grand on my
waiting
first
for
try.
its first
That's the
true
crazy
contender.
opportunity.
Look at the
Any
repetition.
newcomer who
Minus
drops a
160
plus
something.
300
Then
or
a
more
GOOG trade.
instantly
Suddenly
flips this
minus
thing
468.
from a slow
Minus
motion train
100
wreck
ish. Next
into a
GOOG punch.
full-on
Down toward
leaderboard
minus 400 plus.
shakeup.
This is what
It's like
cascading
his
looks
equity
like when you
curve is
don't
built
change
out
the
of
plan.
copy-paste.
The
Different
thresholds
starting
paint
numbers,
the picture.
same 300-point slap,
500
same
is legendary
destination somewhere in the
territory,
minus
either
400s.
glory
The
or
first time
disaster.
someone
While
prints
those
a plus
300-point
500,
jolts on
everyone
Goog
in this bracket
become the
will
drumbeat
remember where they
driving
were.
today's narrative.
The whole tournament
And with zero
resets
big
around
green
that
numbers
one
yet,
name
every trader sitting on the
instantly.
sidelines is feeling that shake in
Meanwhile,
their mouse
Siddharth
hand.
is basically the
Do I
risk
fire
manager of
now
the
and
lobby.
grab the crown?
No
Or
trades, no
wait and risk
drama,
missing the clean
and
move?
still walking taller than a minus
Flat
500
at
drawdown
29,
without lifting a finger.
flat at 4.
But the door is wide
Siddharth's
open.
tiny green
Any
start
trader
is
stepping in
almost
with
symbolic,
size, catching
a
a trend,
reminder that
and slamming
preserving
a
chips
plus
early
300 symbol
can be
move
more powerful than
instantly
chasing
becomes the
fireworks
headline
that never
of
go
day
off.
3.
For Doc John, the situation is simple and brutal. One more full-size Goog misread, and he'll be staring down a day that could easily break past minus 800 if the pattern keeps repeating.
At that point, you're not trading Goog anymore. You're auditioning for a textbook chapter on why you don't keep your size the same when the idea isn't working.
The symbol board confirms it. Goog is effectively the main arena, every other ticker dark, every spotlight trained on this one volatile storyline.
And because volume spike thresholds sit at 1,000 shares, 400 at a time feels like you're tiptoeing under the radar. But in P&L terms, each attempt is a mini nuke going off on that account.
On tournament day 3 of 11, this is exactly where habits are forged. Some players learn to step back after a near big loss day. Others decide to chase payback and let the bracket write their obituary.
With 264 minutes left until this window closes, there is more than enough runway for somebody to flip a deep red start into a highlight reel comeback.
And the bar is comically low right now. Not down 500 is good enough to feel like a disciplined legend compared to the only active line on the board.
Stay glued to that dashboard. The first burst of green, the first big winner. The first trader to challenge this lonely red line is going to feel like a game-winning shot echoing through the whole Dayrade elevator arena.
The symbol profit threshold is 300, and every one of those losses clears it. Goog isn't just a ticker today, it's the entire risk story of the session so far. Yet there's something compelling about it. One trader, one symbol, a repeating mistake at almost identical size, and a P and L line tracing the cost of stubborn conviction.
Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby is a ghost town. No rank battles, no green spikes, just this single flashing red story, daring someone to log in and rewrite the script.
Whoever drops the first clean plus 300 instantly plants their flag on top. One shot, one trade, and boom, new king of day 3.
Siddharth's line is frozen around 4 to 29 bucks of cushion, not moving at all, while Doc Jones is whipping down in chunks. Two completely different philosophies on display.
Remember, big loss is flagged at minus 500, and we've already seen one trader cross that line. Any latecomer with a solid plus trade can flip the whole mood from tragedy to comeback chase.
Because right now, every time GOAG ticks against him, Doc Jones' P&L is jumping by hundreds. No small scalps, just chunky red candles on his equity curve.
You can almost hear the internal dialogue. Same size, same ticker. This time will be different. Spoiler alert, the P&L disagrees.
But imagine the flip side. If he ever catches a plus 300 swing on Goog, that symbol bar goes from caution tape to spotlight in a heartbeat, and the crowd erupts.
And we're only on day 3 of 11. This is just the seeding stage, the time when legends decide whether they're going to be fearless or just reckless.
But all it takes is one disciplined sniper shot to turn this into a full-blown chase. Drop in a plus 500, and suddenly everybody else is playing catch-up to your highlight reel.
For Doc John, the mission from here is survival. Dial back, reset, because another minus 300 hit on Goog could turn a rough day into a full-blown crater.
Because the first new name that flashes with green today doesn't just enter the game, they instantly become the pace car everyone else has to chase down the stretch.
We're in that eerie calm where the bracket is almost empty. The losses are loud and the opportunities are silent.
Picture it. One hotkey press, one breakout catch, scoreboard explodes, and suddenly minus 500 isn't the headline anymore. It's just the opening chapter.
Until then, the lesson of the day is simple. Respect your size, respect your ticker, or the ticker will happily introduce itself to your P&L statement.
For now, the clock keeps ticking, the thresholds wait, and every trader off screen has the same invitation. Step in, trade your plan, and change what this leaderboard remembers about day 3.
That single decision just carved roughly 305 bucks out of his day. One click, one candle, and the P&L elevator dropped another floor.
Minus 200 to minus 500 in a single 400 share round trip. Doc John didn't just press buy, he hit the express lane to the big loss threshold.
That minus 305 move isn't just another red tick. It's a symbol-level hit large enough to register as a marquee event in this format.
So that Goog shot isn't a tiny paper cut. It's a full-on 300 plus haymaker, and it lands flush on Doc John's jawline on the scoreboard.
We're more than 2 hours past the opening bell, minutes from open fading into the mid-hundreds, and still, 0 other traders have put a single dollar at risk in this arena. That means every refresh, every pulse on the event counter is just one storyline flailing around. If you're watching from the sidelines, this is literally free scouting tape.
And that minus 500 print, that's the kind of number that makes everyone else think, cool, thanks for beta testing the pain for us, Doc John.
We're in the heart of the session. More than 2 hours spent, over 4 hours still available, and the entire narrative is a single trader versus a single symbol.
Think about the opportunity window. Over 250 minutes left before the closing bell for this event, and the top of the board is wide open.
And somewhere off screen, we've got names like Siddharth Pradeep sitting at a calm 29, completely just waiting to either protect that number or send it flying.
Honestly, Siddharth's best move right now might be doing absolutely nothing. Sitting perfectly flat today still looks like a masterclass compared to -500. When your competitor's P&L looks like a ski slope, cash is a pretty attractive position.
For Doc John, though, this is now a psychological test. Down more than 500 on the session, every new decision carries the weight of the entire tournament arc. Does he clamp down and protect capital? Or does he fire another 400-share volley and risk turning a rough day into a defining disaster?
In this format, you're never more than a couple of big trades away from flipping the script, especially when the starting leaderboard is this empty.
That's the danger zone. When you're this close to the big loss mark, the temptation to get it back in one shot starts screaming louder than your risk plan.
Meanwhile, the volume story is almost comical. No 1,000-share barrages, no wild multi-ticker crossfire. Just one chunky 400-share swing doing all the talking.
Remember, this is day 3 out of 11. Nobody wins the whole tournament here, but you can absolutely dig a hole deep enough that you're climbing for days. The smartest players watching this will file away this -500 swing as a reminder. Size, thresholds, and timing are the real bosses in this arena.
Drop a plus 500, and you're not just on the board. You've turned today's pain into the backdrop for a tournament-defining highlight.
So keep your eyes on that empty leaderboard and that single, deep, red line. Because the next trader to step into this arena has a chance to flip the entire story in one bold move.
That latest swing slams him from around -200 into the depths at roughly -500 on the day. Goob just truck sticked him right into big loss territory.
Think about the stakes here. With big loss flagged at 500, Doc John hasn't just dipped a toe, he's cannonballed into the red zone on the very same Guog setup, over and over.
And remember, there's literally no one else on the scoreboard. This whole arena is spotlighting one ticker, one name, and one massive red number dominating center stage.
Look at the pattern. Small red start, taps in again. Another -305. Total plunges toward -506. And there's still hours left for this thing to spiral.
The rest of the field hasn't even checked in yet, which means right now the qualification bar is hilariously low. Step in, avoid nuking 500, and you instantly look like a genius on this board.
The symbol threshold sits at 300. Every single -305 on Goog registers as a significant blow, and not a single one has landed in the green column yet.
Right now, though, that Goog line
Remember, 500 in either direction writes the headline for day 3. And we've already seen the downside of that equation inked in bright red on the screen.
What makes this brutal is the lack of diversification. Every event on the board is Goog and the same size, so there's no hedge, no backup plan, just repeated swings at the same moving target.
from a tiny red start to sitting there -506 after just one recorded trade this window. That's not the slow grind. That's pressing fast forward on the pain button.
And that's why the crowd is itching for a hero. One disciplined shot, plus 300 or more, and suddenly we've got a new name at the top and a real chase on our hands.
With 250 minutes left in the window, this is still just Act 1. Early damage has been done, but the script leaves room for a late surge, a redemption arc, or an even harder collapse.
Right now, the strategy meta is brutally clear. Either you're on the board because you preserved capital, or because you volunteered as the day's cautionary example.
Which means the very first trader to step in with conviction and finish even modestly green today doesn't just lead, they define a standard everyone else has to chase for the rest of the session.
And for anyone warming up on the sidelines, this is free information. Big loss threshold tagged, symbol risk exposed, clean air above the leaderboard. This is exactly when the killers like to enter.
Stay locked in. The next name that lights up with real green could flip this entire board from a one-player disaster movie into a full-on trading showdown in a single heartbeat.
Look at that jump. Down about 300 in a single goog shot. One and done. And his entire day's curve just still straight toward that big loss danger zone.
And that one click matters. Minus 305 on Google. And suddenly he's brushing right against the tournament's big loss threshold at 500 down.
What makes it wild is it's just one GOG entry. No scaling, no chop, just 400 shares straight into a $300 slam. Like jumping into the pool at the deep end first.
For the leaderboard, that means Doc John is now the benchmark in the worst possible way. The line everyone else just has to avoid crossing on the downside to look disciplined. Zoom out on the dashboard. No volume spikes, no rank battles, just a quiet field and one blazing red storyline, waiting for a rival to appear.
You can see a couple of ghosts on the board, like Siddharth Pradeep, flat at plus 20 something to plus 29, just quietly parked while chaos brews elsewhere.
The crazy part, with the board this empty, even Siddharth's tiny green island could become the launch pad. One solid trade, and he rockets past the only red anchor on the screen.
Roshan's strategy right now is elite. Step away, don't touch the red. Let someone else volunteer to be today's cautionary tale. So far, it's working beautifully.
The thresholds tell the tale. 300 on a symbol lights it up. 500 on the account brands the day forever. And right now, we've only seen that power used on the downside.
And the wild part is, he only took one shot this window. No scaling out, no hedge, just 400 GOG, instant slap, account jump straight past that 500 red line.
From a tournament lens, that's a massive data point. One trade was enough to convert a rough start into an official big loss by the rulebook's own threshold.
So you know what that means. Whoever drops the first big green of the day is effectively scoring a full field touchdown to even the game in one snap.
We haven't even seen a volume spike yet. No 1,000 share barrages, no 10 trade flurries. This whole window is a coiled spring waiting for someone to hit the gas.
Imagine it. A fresh name drops in, snaps a plus 300 symbol run, and instantly flips the vibe from red caution to full-blown celebration across the dashboard.
Clock's ticking. 248 minutes left. The bracket wide open, and the next big order that hits could instantly rewrite who we're talking about for the rest of the day.
And that's the beauty of this format. One explosive trade, one perfect read, and you leap from obscurity to front page hero of the Dayrade elevator in a heartbeat.
Roshan and Siddharth are basically posting a public service announcement. Doing nothing is currently outperforming high-conviction disasters by several $100s.
If Siddharth ever wakes up and stacks a couple of green trades on top of that modest cushion, he could slingshot from background character to pace setter instantly.
When that answer finally hits, whether it's a plus 300 symbol rip or a full plus 500 account swing, you're going to feel this quiet room explode like a stadium after a game-winning shot.
And that story is brutal. Doc John's latest swing slams him another 305 bucks down, dragging his day from around minus 200 to about minus 500 in a single shot.
I mean, if you're going to be the only trader on the board, sure. Might as well introduce yourself with a textbook big loss. Really make it memorable for the highlight reel.
Look at that curve. He's barely warmed up and already tumbling past minus 500, and it all funnels through the same tunnel. One aggressive order straight into Goog's teeth.
Technically, Siddharth Pradeep is on the sheet with a grand total of 0 change. So somewhere a flat P&L is quietly destroying a minus 500 performance without even logging a trade. And Roshan Palan is sitting at minus 380 from earlier days, probably watching this thinking, wow, that guy just speed ran my drawdown in one click.
Here's the opportunity. First trader to drop even a clean plus 300 instantly looks like an all-star, vaults over the wreckage, and turns this sad chart into a chase.
We're talking one solid push, one well-timed entry, and boom, you're not just green. You're sitting on the throne while everyone else wonders how that minus 500 appeared so fast.
From roughly minus 200 to roughly minus 506 in one leap, this isn't erosion, it's a cliff. And every trader watching knows how thin that edge can feel.
Symbol spotlight of the day, GOOG, currently starring in how to turn one decision into an instant outlier red on your dashboard.
What's haunting about this board isn't just the numbers, it's the emptiness around them. No scalpers, no swing specialists, just a single negative bar waiting to be challenged.
Right now, though, minus 506 means he's not chasing the crown. He's fighting just to climb back to where the loss counter stops flashing in his mind.
In a multi-day tournament, this is where discipline matters. Do you accept the damage and reset tomorrow, or try to engineer a comeback that could just as easily deepen the wound?
Because everyone watching knows the temptation. One more big swing, same size, same stock, hoping this time the candle chooses you instead of steamrolling you.
On the flip side, the door is wide open. Any trader who walks in, sizes same, and catches a clean trend instantly owns day 3, with style points for not detonating on the first shot.
Somewhere a cautious scalper is stretching their fingers, realizing all they have to do is not torch half a grand on Goog, and they're instantly the role model of the day.
That's the beauty of this format. No matter how ugly the first headline gets, the next trader in can flip the crowd from groaning to roaring with one perfectly timed breakout.
244 minutes to go. Big loss threshold already triggered. And somehow no volume spikes, no multi-trade barrages. This is the calm before a storm that's overdue.
If Siddharth rolls in and posts a boring robotic plus 100, he instantly looks like a genius, risk manager of the year, just by not reenacting the Goog faceplant.
And you know Roshan Palan has to be eyeing a redemption arc. Already sitting red from earlier days, one big green drive today could rip him out of the basement and straight into contender status. Stick with this board. When that first big green number finally detonates, it won't just be a trade. It'll be the moment day 3 of the Dayrade elevator truly comes alive.
At the center of it all, one name, Doc John, locked in a stubborn duel with Goog, now buried at minus 506 after another bruising swing.
That's a full-on tournament-sized hit. Minus 506 on the day, we are officially in meltdown territory. And Goog just spiked the ball on his P&L.
And it's the same recipe. 400 shares on Goog, one tap, instant minus 305. Like a hotkey that just prints pain instead of profit.
What makes it brutal is the scale. One decision, one position size, and his entire tournament day crosses from uncomfortable drawdown into true danger zone for the overall standings.
Right now, the entry requirement to lead this tournament is embarrassingly simple. Show up, don't torch half a grand on your opening shot, and congratulations, you're winning.
Off in the distance, you can see other names. Siddharth Pradeep, sitting flat at 79, at 24. Quiet, untouched, like snipers, still waiting for their first shot.
This is the open lane. 240 minutes left, and the first trader to slam a plus 300 or more instantly plants their flag at the top of the board.
Meanwhile, Siddharth Pradeep is just sitting there flat. Tiny greens locked in, probably watching this like a weather radar, waiting for the perfect candle to send that first real order.
The structure of the tournament makes every choice heavier. No rank jumps yet, no volume spikes, just the knowledge that the first bold move could define the entire day.
Think about the flip side. One trader logs in, sizes smart, names a $300 or $400 winner, and instantly we've got a leaderboard with a hero at the top and chaos underneath.
That's the beauty of these thresholds. 300, 500, they're not just numbers. They're the lines between forgettable sessions and stories people remember long after day 11 ends.
And right now, the story is wide open. One flawless green trade takes the belt, plants that first place badge, and turns everyone else into the chasing pack.
Yeah, if he ever gets a plus 300 on that symbol, they should frame the chart and hang it over the don't average down section of the rulebook.
We're 2.5 hours past the bell, with 4 hours still ahead. More than enough time for a late surge, a calculated assault on the leaderboard, or an even deeper collapse.
If Siddharth steps up and drops even a clean 250, that calm, patient P&L suddenly looks genius compared to the kamikaze red we've been watching.
With the field still thin, every new entrant is more than just another name. They're a potential shockwave, capable of turning one trader's pain into everyone else's measuring stick.
For now, though, every time we glance back at Goog, we're wondering, does Doc John press it again from minus 506 or finally slam that risk break and walk away?
Somewhere, the next contender is watching that red bar and taking notes. Because the cleanest way to win this bracket is to learn from that pain and do the exact opposite.
You can feel it. Every minute that passes without a big green, pressure builds, and the first trader to snap that tension is going to send this dashboard into absolute whiplash.
Day 3 rolls on, the clock deep into the session, and our dashboard looks like a deserted stadium with just a couple of bruised scoreboards flickering in red. Front and center, one name has carved a deep scar into today's tape. Doc John, locked in with Goog and wearing every tick like a body shot.
He keeps stepping in with 400 shares on Goog, and bang, another roughly $300 shaved off, now sitting around minus 500 on the day and sliding.
Minus 506 on the scoreboard. Congrats, that's not just a bad idea on Goog. That's officially a big loss by the tournament rules. Achievement unlocked.
That's our first certified blow up of the tournament window. Doc John slams straight through the minus 500 danger line, and Goog spikes the ball in his own end zone.
Remember, the big loss threshold is minus 500. Crossing it on day 3 with so many sessions to go turns this from a scratchy morning into a long uphill climb for Doc John. And just when Goog thinks it owns the spotlight, Roshan Palan walks in and lobs a massive 2,400 share order on AAPL, straight into the red column.
That is a monster red candle for the tournament. One trade on AAPL, 2,400 shares, and Roshan dives from a small scratch into the minus 600 territory like a failed 2-point conversion.
By the tournament thresholds, that AAPL hit is just a hair under the big loss watermark. But emotionally, it lands like a full-on fumble at the goal line for Roshan.
This is our first true volume explosion of the day. AAPL waking up on a single mega order. Roshan stepping on the gas, and the crowd watching the tires fly off in slow motion.
The wild part? After that giant AAPL smack, we even see a flat event for Roshan. No new trades, just frozen. Probably staring at the screen doing PNL math in real time.
And in the middle of this
You know what?
chaos,
In a field
one
where
name
minus
glows
500
quietly
and minus
green.
600 are flying,
Siddharth
being
Pradeep,
up 79
sitting
and
at
flat
plus
is
79,
like walking off the field with a
perfectly
quiet
flat,
1-0 victory.
untouched by today's
Siddharth's
carnage.
strategy is simple.
So
Don't
the
play
board right now
dodgeball
is
with Goog
wild.
and Apple today.
GOOG
Turns
chewing
out,
up Doc John
not
for
getting
over
hit in the
minus
face is pretty
500.
effective.
AAPL
With a
smashing
symbol
Roshan
P
for the
and
better
L
part of minus
threshold at
600.
300,
And a quiet
both
green
Goog
island named
and
Siddharth just
AAPL
chilling.
have already
Goog
crossed the
is
line into
officially
major
the
event
villain of day
territory
3.
today,
Every
just
time
on the
Doc
wrong
John
side
loads
of the
those
ledger.
400 shares,
He's
the
sitting
crowd
around
holds
minus
his breath,
506 right now.
waiting to see if
One
this
clean
is the
plus
snap
300
that
snap
finally
on Goog
breaks in his
would
favor.
yank him back toward the fight.
Minus
But
200,
another miss, and we're
minus
talking
300,
full-on tilt risk.
minus 500.
For Roshan,
It's like he's
the math
collecting
is
every
just
red
as brutal.
checkpoint on the Goog highway
One
just
more
to say
big
he's been there.
AAPL mistake of
But
similar
imagine the
size,
swing if he
and we're
flips
talking a four-figure
Another
hole
2400
on a
share
single
blast
tournament day.
on AAPL.
We're 154
that
minutes
lands
past
green
the
by
open
3,
with
4,
236 to go.
500.
Plenty of
And
time for
suddenly,
someone new to drop in,
Roshan rockets
fire one
from
disciplined trade,
disaster reel
print plus
to
500,
comeback
and
highlight
instantly
in
leapfrog
one
both
play.
of these battered score lines.
Right now, the bar to look
But
like
this
a
is how
genius is
leaderboards are
embarrassingly low.
forged.
Just
Early
avoid
pain for
nuking
some,
500 bucks on Goog
patience
or
for others,
AAPL,
and that
and you're instantly in the
ever-present
conversation for the
possibility
day 3
of a
crown.
single,
The first
perfectly
trader
timed
to
push,
slam a plus
rewriting the
500
entire
play
bracket.
is
And when
going
that
to light
happens,
this
you know what comes
dashboard
next.
up
Everyone
like a
who's red on Goog
championship
and Apple
parade
starts forcing moves,
and turn these
chasing the new
early
leader.
red
And that's
stories
when the real
into
volatility
nothing
fireworks
but
begin.
chase fuel.
Until then,
Two
today's highlight
symbols
reel is
stained
basically a
red.
safety video.
One
This is what
quiet
happens
winner.
when you oversize on
Hours
a
left
single
on the
ticker
clock.
and treat the
The
big
next
loss
trader to
threshold like
log
a
in
suggestion.
doesn't just join a
Midway
tournament. Through day They 3, step into a story.
The
Dayrade
elevator
begging
looks
for a
less
hero. Like a crowded
On
arena
one side,
and more
you've got
like a
Doc
two-player
John
duel in an
and
empty
Goog,
stadium.
locked
Every
in a
eye
stubborn
glued to one
standoff around
bleeding
that
minus
scoreboard.
300
On
mark.
the other,
Each
there's
entry,
Roshan
a
Pallin
fresh attempt
swinging
to rewrite
hard
the
on
story.
AAPL
Each exit
with
another
2400 share
Watch the pattern
blocks,
on
leaving
Goog,
behind
400
deep,
shares,
jagged
in, out,
footprints
gone,
every
boom,
time
minus
the tape
305.
moves
And the
against
equity
him.
jumps from minus
Minus
200 to minus
305 on
506
Goog,
in a single
400
lurch.
shares,
And that
one
hit
trade.
is huge for
Doc
the
John
simple
basically
stats.
bought a front row
Goog
ticket
just
to his
lit
own
up as a
drawdown for the
problem
price of
child.
a mid-tier
Every
gaming monitor.
minus 300 swing,
From an
punching
equity
way
curve
past the
perspective,
300 symbol
that
impact
push from
threshold.
minus 200 to
Swing
around
over to
minus
AAPL.
500
Roshan
isn't
Pallin
just a
is firing
bump. It's
2400
a
share
full
cannons,
deck lower
eating
on
a
the
brutal
elevator
minus
in
450
one
plus on a
button
single
press.
push. And the PNL
Minus
just
450
nosedives
on
from small red
AAPL in one
into
shot
heavy
with
pain territory.
2400
And
shares.
look at the leverage
That's
on
not a
that.
scalp. That's
AEPL
ripping the
volume
bandage
from
off with the skin
Roshan
still attached.
absolutely slams the
Roshan's
symbol
curve
impact meter,
tells a different story than Doc
smashing through that
John's.
300 threshold
Multiple iterations
like
of
a
nearly the
linebacker.
same loss size,
You can see the
sliding
tilt
from
in the
small
numbers.
red
Minus
into the
150,
minus
minus
600s,
160,
like he's
minus
following a
170.
staircase
Then
somebody
bang,
else
a
designed.
full-size minus
That
450
smooth
slap.
slide from minus
And suddenly
18
the
to around
session
minus
sits around minus
632 is
600
what
plus.
happens when just one
And
more try
remember,
keeps winning the
with that
argument
big
over
loss
maybe
bar
stop for the
drawn at
day.
minus
The
500,
wild part,
both of these traders are
the
dancing
arena
right on
is
the
basically
edge of
empty.
official
Trader
disaster
count at
territory.
0 active.
Roshan
No
already
new
threw it.
names stepping
Doc
in.
John
So this
rushing the
whole
line.
chapter
We're
is just
158
two
minutes
red
past the open,
lines
200
etching
plus
their
left on the
mark
clock, and
into
still
day
no fresh
3's
green names.
history.
This leaderboard
Imagine
is
tuning
begging
into
for
a
somebody to
tournament where
log
the
in and
requirement
just
to
print a
lead the day
single
is
clean
literally
win.
be less red than minus
That also
600.
means the door is
This is the
wide open.
softest high-score screen
One
in
viewer
esports
jumps
history.
in, lands a plus
Roshan does
200,
get one
and
moment of
boom,
stillness in that
instant
sequence.
promotion
A
to king
flat
of day 3's
snapshot
ladder.
at roughly minus
That flat read
482.
is like the moment your
A
heart rate
pause
monitor
where the
stops spiking.
bleeding
No
finally
trades,
matches
no
the
ticks,
breathing.
just sitting at around
When your
minus
best statistic
482,
on the day is finally
deciding
stop
if you're
losing,
coming back swinging
you know the
or
risk report is
unplugging for
going
the
to be
day.
a real page turner.
For Doc John,
But it cuts both
that
ways.
minus
One
506
solid
zone
reversal,
is a
one
psychological
disciplined green
fault line.
trade worth
You cross
300
it,
plus.
and every
And
future
suddenly,
click is
that
about
minus
climbing back to
500 canyon
zero
Starts
instead of
looking like a
reaching for the
comeback
top of the
montage waiting
standings.
to happen.
Remember, symbol impact kicks in at around 300 per move. Every big swing either trader takes is enough to repaint the whole dashboard in one shot.
With 2,400 shares of AAPL flying around, Roshan isn't just clicking buttons. He's basically live testing the airbag system on his risk plan.
But that same size on AAPL cuts the other way too. One favorable push, one breakout caught clean, and he could slam a plus 500 spike that erases the whole morning in a heartbeat.
And somewhere out there, a cautious grinder is watching this scoreboard thinking, wait, I just have to not torch $500 to be competitive.
Mid-session on day 3, and the Dayrade elevator looks more like a crash site than a podium. Our entire story is 2 traders, 2 tickers, and a pair of deepening red pits. On the other, Doc John sits tethered to Goog, repeating the same 400-share hit, racking up loss after loss around that brutal minus 300 mark.
Watch Apple. Roshan keeps sending in those 2,400 share salvos, and every candle just shaves another 450 off his line like a high-speed paper cut. With big loss threshold at minus 500, both of them are dancing on that line. Roshan already threw it on individual swings, and Doc John orbiting right below on Goog.
Roshan versus AAPL right now looks less like trading and more like a loyalty card. 2,400 shares per swipe, every ticket redeemed for another minus 450. Meanwhile, Anil Sanoon is sitting at basically zero, flat as a pancake, proving once again that the best hedge against disaster is just not pressing the button. No trades, no drama, and somehow that's the strongest performance on the whole screen right now.
Remember, there are 0 official leaders, no one in the green. So the first trader to drop even a modest winner instantly plants their flag at the very top of this ladder. One clean push above plus 500 will count as a big win, slam the door on today's pain, and send that name rocketing up as the benchmark for the entire field.
Look at the numbers on Roshan's tape. A march from roughly minus 200 into the minus 600s as AAPL keeps punishing those oversized entries. For Doc John, the story is rhythm. 400 shares of Goog, minus 305. Reset, repeat. As his day slides from a mild minus 200 into the minus 500s and stalls there in pain.
Check that last Apple hit for Roshan. One snap from around minus 170 straight down to roughly minus 620. That's a single swing vaporizing about $4,500. And while that's happening, Goog is just chewing on Doc John in steady chunks. Each minus 300 hit isn't huge alone, but stack them and suddenly his whole session is bleeding at the seams.
Roshan's playing AAPL like it's double or nothing, except the market keeps choosing nothing, and he just keeps reloading 2,400 shares at a time. And Doc John on Goog is running the budget version. Smaller size, same outcome, like a discount subscription to the same bad idea. If capital preservation was a leaderboard column, he'd be the silent MVP of the session so far.
But this is exactly what makes the Dayrade elevator so explosive. When the whole board is red, the first trader to catch a big green rip doesn't just win the day, they rewrite the entire narrative. You don't even need 100 trades here. Just 1 or 2 perfectly timed hits could crown a leader while everyone else is still trying to stop the bleeding. This is the kind of setup where legends are built in a single surge. A quiet name appears, prints a massive green candle, and suddenly the whole arena is chanting their tag.
Right now, both active traders are flirting with the danger zone. The next wave of entrants could just as easily surf that volatility or get dragged under by the same currents. Deep into day 3 of the Dayrade elevator, the arena lights are on, the charts are moving, but the leaderboard is a ghost town. just a couple of battle-scarred names blinking in red at the bottom of the board.
Look at this tape, 30 events logged, and it's basically a highlight reel of pain. Same players, same tickers, same direction. This is what a slow motion drawdown looks like on the dashboard.
Front and center in that storm is Doc John, locked into 400 share clips on Goog, eating the same $300 hit over and over as his P&L sinks from minus 201 to minus 506.
400 shares each time on GOOG. Same size, same direction. This isn't scaling. This is copy pasting the same bruise on the account over and over.
You know it's rough when your risk management plan is basically, what if the next Goog candle respects my feelings this time?
2,400 shares on AAPL is no joke. Every tick is screaming, and every entry is lighting up the dashboard with another minus 454 chunk of red.
Roshan's basically cosplaying an institution on Apple size, and then closing the candle like a meme account. Big clip, bigger regret.
One more wrong swing on AAPL, and Roshan isn't just red. He's challenging Doc John for the title of most committed dip buyer in reverse.
The fascinating part is the symmetry. GOOG for Doc John, AAPL for Roshan, both locked into signature names, both pressing size, both watching the same red pattern repeat in slow motion. Then, in the middle of all this chaos, there's Anil Sanoon, quietly sitting at essentially flat P&L, no trade count, no size, just a tiny red decimal and an ocean of patience. Remember, this is only day 3 of 11. What we're seeing now isn't the final bracket. It's the opening chapter where habits get exposed long before trophies are handed out.
And because nobody's posted a serious win yet, the first trader to punch in a plus 500 isn't just green. They become the default champion of day 3 on the spot.
There's something beautiful about a leaderboard where the top strategy is literally, hasn't nuked their account yet. Low bar, high entertainment value.
Size adjustment, ticker switch, or just a hard stop. Something has to change, because 400 share Goog shots for minus 300 a pop is a speed run to Tilt City.
Right now his trade log reads like a copy machine jammed on short-term lesson. Same Goog line, same outcome. Absolutely zero imagination.
Those minus 454 hits on APL are enormous relative to his starting drawdown. Each one is basically doubling the pain, stacking into that minus 600 spiral we're seeing on the board.
The wild part? One solid rebound on either AAPL or GOOG could flip the entire story, turn these deep reds into the foundation of a comeback montage, and launch a trader straight into first place.
With 224 minutes to the closing bell, every minute without a new name on the board just cranks up the tension. Someone out there is about to speedrun this empty ladder.
Strategically, today's snapshot is a textbook warning. Oversized clips on single names, no diversification across symbols, and no visible effort to scale risk down as losses accumulate.
So keep your eye glued to those GOOG and AAPL columns. One reversal, one disciplined entry, and suddenly this gloomy dashboard turns into a fireworks show of green numbers racing up the ranks.
That right there is how you speedrun straight to the big loss threshold. One oversized Goog ticket, 400 shares, and your day goes from ugly to, please don't screenshot this in a heartbeat.
Remember, folks, this is still early in the tournament arc. Third day of 11, plenty of runway left, and yet we're already testing the red line like it's elimination hour.
Just as that shockwave hits, another name finally steps out of the shadows. Roshan Palan, sizing 2,400 shares on AAPL and immediately getting clipped for roughly 450 in fresh red ink.
Watch how fast this escalates. Each Apple entry from Roshan is the same 2,400 share cannon, And every time the meter jerks lower by another 450 chunk, dragging him from around minus 100 toward the minus 700s in a blur.
And look at the sheer presence. AAPL now owns the volume spotlight with those 2400 share bursts, instantly seizing the symbol stage and shoving Roshan right into the center of the red zone drama.
It's wild. Every Goog ticket from Doc John is the same footprint. 400 shares, same direction, same 300-ish slap. Like the tape is glitching and reloading the same red candle over and over.
But here's the twist. Because the symbol threshold is set around 300, every one of those Goog hits from Doc John is big enough to fire the scoreboard sirens like a touchdown, even though the ball keeps landing in his own end zone.
Between them, Goog and Apple have become dueling villains, one carving consistent 300-unit cuts, the other landing 450 body blows, while the rest of the participant list hasn't even stepped into the ring yet.
Everyone else is technically in the tournament, but right now they're cosplaying as spectators, while these two volunteers demonstrate in vivid detail why size without risk control is performance art, not trading.
The irony is powerful. High win rate thresholds, symbol alerts, rank jump markers, all built to celebrate breakout performances. And on this day, they're mostly serving as warning lights around two traders wrestling with the downside of leverage.
You can almost feel the tension. Sitting around minus 500 on Goog. One more identical trade, and he doesn't just brush the big loss line, he kicks the door clean off.
But don't sleep on the upside here. If Roshan ever catches an AAPL rip in the other direction with that same 2400 share size, the rebound could print a plus 1,000 highlight reel in one heartbeat.
That's the magic of this format. Today's cautionary tale can become tomorrow's comeback epic. And all it takes is one perfectly timed entry, turning those same position sizes into weapons instead of wounds.
So if you're watching that dashboard, don't blink. Any fresh name with the guts to fire a clean, green move through those thresholds can hijack the entire narrative and plant a massive flag at the top of day 3.
Two symbols
Deep
raging,
into day
two
3 of the
traders
Dayrade
scarred,
elevator,
an empty
the
ladder
arena
above
looks
them,
empty
and
on
hours
paper.
still on the clock.
But the logs
This
say otherwise.
is the quiet before
30
someone
shockwaves
finally
and
discovers
just a couple
what
of
a plus
bruised
500
names
swing
absorbing
looks
all
like
the
on this
damage.
barren stage.
Doc John is treating
The
Goog
big
like a
loss
very
beacon
expensive
is set
loyalty
at
program.
minus 500,
400 shares
and
in,
Doc
minus
John
300
keeps
back.
drifting just underneath
Congratulations,
it.
sir. You've
Before
earned
the
another
last
lesson.
hits, he was sitting
Every
near
time
minus
he slams
200.
another Goog
Now
entry,
he's grinding down
the
around
crowd
minus
leans in.
500 overall on
Does
the
he
day.
finally catch
At
that
this point,
monster
Goog
reversal?
isn't even a trade idea
Or
for
does
him.
the minus
It's
300
recurring
hammer
content.
come down
Same
yet
size,
again?
same direction,
Look at the rhythm.
same
Entry,
blood-red
minus
outcome.
305.
Like he's
Reset.
speedrunning the risk
Entry,
manual's
minus
worst
305.
chapter.
If
What
this
makes
were a
it
scalper's
brutal
tape, you'd
is the
expect at least one
discipline
bounce.
in all the
Instead,
wrong
it's a metronome of
places.
losses.
No trimming the
You've got to
400
admire
share
the commitment.
size. No
Most people
switch
see
of
minus
symbol,
300 once and
just
hit the brakes.
stubborn
He
repetition
sees it and goes,
as the day
nice,
P&L
let's
sinks
collect the full
past
set.
minus 500.
On the other side of the tape,
You can
Roshan
see
Palan
Roshan's
is
equity
waging a
whipsawing.
different kind of
Minus
war.
48 to minus
Massive
502.
size on
Then deeper to minus
AAPL,
600 plus.
2,400
Even
shares
tagging
at a
around minus
time,
722
eating
on
repeated
Apple.
$450
All on those
cuts.
gigantic
That's not just
2,400
a
share
paper
swings.
cut.
Some
That's
people
a
tiptoe
full-on
around the
chunk.
big loss line.
Each Apple
Roshan
trade
just shoulder checks it
smacking
with
Roshan
2,400
for
shares of
about minus
AAPL like,
450.
let's see what happens if I
Smashing
don't let go.
straight through that big loss
Those are
threshold
tier 4
in a
hits.
single swing.
Single trade
It's
moves
like
of
watching
minus
someone floor a race car on
450,
black ice.
repeatedly
Apple
driving
switches
his
a little,
day
and
from a
Roshan's
shallow
P&L detonates
drawdown
from minus
into the
100
deep red
to minus
canyon
600
below
in a
minus
heartbeat.
600
These
and
are
beyond.
full-blown highlight
You know
reel
it's spicy
losses.
when minus 450
Every
becomes the
AAPL
standard ticket.
candle he catches
At this
is
rate,
a
the risk
touchdown
manager
for the
doesn't need a
short
chart,
side and a
just a
stadium
calculator and a
groan
stress
for
ball.
Roshan's equity curve.
Between Doc
And
John
remember, the
riding a
tournament
Goog
clock still
grinder
shows 3.5
and
hours left
Roshan
in this session.
swinging the
Plenty of time
AAPL
for someone new to
sledgehammer,
spawn in, drop
Today's
one
story
clean plus
isn't about
500,
winners.
and leapfrog
It's
this
about
whole
who
red
can
saga.
slow the bleeding
That's the
first.
crazy part.
Instead, our scoreboard looks like
One
a
monster
cautionary
green
poster.
trade,
This is your
one
account on
perfect read,
stubbornness,
and you're
featuring guest
instantly the
stars
hero
minus
of day
300 and
three,
minus
while
450.
everyone else
Zoom
is
out to
still
the
trying to
tournament
patch the
arc.
hull.
Day 3
And
of
that's
11.
exactly where legends sneak in.
170
Quiet
plus
trader,
minutes
tight stop,
already
big
burned,
conviction.
and the early
Suddenly the
narrative is
dashboard
crystal
flashes a
clear.
plus 500,
Risk
and the whole
isn't
bracket
being
has to
nudged,
recalibrate.
it's being body
Imagine,
slammed.
out of nowhere,
Meanwhile,
some
Doc
fresh
John is still
name
queuing
drops
the
a
same
single,
Goog ticket over and over.
AAPL or
If hope were a
GOOG, slam
strategy,
in the right
he'd be in
direction,
first place by
flips
now.
a giant green bar
You can almost
and
feel his
steals the
cursor hovering.
spotlight like a
Just
walk-off
one more
bomb in
Goog trade.
extra innings.
This will be the comeback.
This is the
And then the
psychological
tape slaps
cliff.
him back into that
Down
minus
near
500 box.
minus 500.
Roshan's
Same
arc is
symbol,
simpler.
same
AAPL
size.
plus 2,400
Does he
shares
pivot
equals we
and
ball,
rebuild
until
over
the
the next
scoreboard quietly
days, or
translates
keep
that into
pressing
minus 600
until
and
the
change.
account
Those Apple
writes
hits
the
are
ending
seismic.
for him?
Every time Roshan clicks,
And
the
through it
P&L
all,
doesn't just
the
move.
trader
It
count
teleports
still
to a new layer
shows
of red,
zero
from minus
active.
100 to
On
minus
the
700
surface,
like a
a
glitch in
quiet
fast
lobby.
forward.
Underneath it,
That's an open
a tape
invitation.
full of heavy
Whoever
hits
logs in
and
next
missed
isn't just
escapes.
entering a game.
Hit one
They're
clean trend,
walking into
grab
a
a plus
stadium
300 symbol move,
begging
and
for a
suddenly
hero
your name
play.
is the only
And
green
the bar
headline
is
on a board
hilariously
that's
low.
been painted red
A
all
trader
afternoon.
who just stops at minus 50
We've got
instead of
2
minus
early
500
cautionary tales,
is already
hours
outperforming the
left on the
current
clock,
highlight reel.
and a tournament that
Stay
still hasn't
locked in.
crowned a true
One
pace
breakout,
setter.
one
Somewhere out
perfectly
there,
timed
a
smash
disciplined
on
entry is
AAPL
about to
or
rewrite
GOOG,
today's
and
story.
we go from survival mode to full-blown highlight tape in a single heartbeat.
Day 3 in the Dayrade elevator, mid-session, and the scoreboard looks like a 2-player grudge match. No crowd, no bench, just a pair of traders carving their names into the red zone. On one side, Roshan Palan, repeatedly stepping into the same storm on Apple with size. And every single entry is another 4-figure block of shares, dragging his total deeper into the negative 600s.
It's 2,400 shares of AAPL every time. No trimming, no mercy. One candle wiggle and boom. Minus 450 it slams onto the P&L like a freight train.
And that's not a paper cut. That's a heavyweight blow. One AAPL hit and Roshan's total dives by about minus 450, flirting right around that big loss watermark every single time.
On the other side, Doc John is hammering Goog with the same 400 share clip over and over. Each press of the button is splashing another minus 300 across the screen.
Every time Goog ticks against him, that total snaps back toward about minus 500 like a rubber band. This isn't a dip, it's a full-on red zone highlight reel.
What makes this wild is the thresholds. A move of plus or minus 500 in this format is a marquee play, and both Roshan on AAPL and Doc John on ZOOG are parked right at that cliff, just on the wrong side of it.
Roshan's graph is just a series of hold my beer moments. Every time he inches back toward minus 100, he queues up another 2,400 share AAPL slap to prove it can get worse.
And remember, each of those Goog swings is more than 300 on the symbol alone. Statistically, that's not a scalp, it's a haymaker, just one that keeps landing on the wrong chin. We're deep into the session,
And that's the crazy
just
part.
under 3 hours
Field
from
is
the
basically
close,
empty.
and the story
Leaderboard
so
wide
far
open,
is
which
discipline
means a single
versus
plus
damage
500 swing
control.
could drop in from
Nobody's
nowhere
claimed a
and
big
instantly
win,
flip this
but
whole
we've
board
already
upside
seen
down.
multiple
One
big
trader
loss-sized hits
nails
land.
a clean plus 500.
Right now, the
And
bar for
bang,
leadership is
they
basically
don't
don't
just
torch
take
half a
first
grand
place.
in one shot.
They walk into an
You don't need
arena
to be a
where
genius,
the
you just
only
need to
other
not
numbers
cosplay
are
as a
deep in
margin
the
call.
red and plant a
For
giant
Roshan, the
green
question now
flag.
is psychological.
Because remember, this is
Do you
day
keep
3 of
firing
11. You don't just
2,400
have to
share
survive Apple today.
AAPL
You've got
shots
to have enough
while
mental
sitting
capital
around
left
minus
to fight through
600?
8 more sessions.
Or do you step back
If your day
and
3
protect the
highlight
rest
reel
of
is
your
took
tournament?
multiple minus
For
450
Doc
hits on
John,
AAPL with the same
hovering
size,
around minus 500,
you might want to rename the strategy from
Goog
momentum
has become
to
both nemesis
self-sabotage.
and opportunity. One well-timed
But
reversal
that's the trap,
could
right?
flip that
You're
symbol
down
from
-5.
scar
You
to
see
signature
Goog take your
if he
direction once,
dares to
and
touch it
suddenly the
again.
brain says, just
At
one
some
more
point, Goog
400 chair
stops
shot.
being a
We
trade
can fix
idea
this.
and becomes
While
an
the stats
expensive
scream,
hobby.
please stop.
And Doc John
The
is already
wild
in season
upside?
pass territory.
With the board this empty,
With
the first trader to post
212
a plus
minutes
300
left in
symbol
the
move
tournament window,
instantly becomes the main
this
character.
is the calm
One
before
clean
someone
push,
snaps in
and
with
you're the only
size,
green
catches
bar
a
anyone
trend,
can look at.
and writes the
You can
first
feel it.
heroic
AAPL's
chapter
already
of
proven it
day
can swing
3.
-450
If you're
in
watching
one
this
shot.
board from the sidelines, the
GOG is
playbook
throwing
is simple.
-300 haymakers per
Copy
attempt.
absolutely nothing
Somewhere out
Roshan
there
and
is
Doc
a
John are
trader
doing with
waiting to ride
size,
that volatility
and you're
the other
already
way.
ahead of the curve.
But for the brave,
Strategically,
this is a dream setup.
this is where
No
series
dominant leader,
champions separate from
giant swings
gamblers.
on just a couple
Scale
of
down,
tickers,
pick
and a
your spots,
scoreboard
and
begging for
understand that
someone to
avoiding
drop a
another
plus
minus
500
500
highlight
today
bomb.
might matter
But the
more
clock
than
keeps
chasing
ticking,
a miracle.
and with every minute, the
The
temptation to
leaderboard
make
may
it
be
back before
sparsely
the close
populated,
just ramps up.
but the lesson board is
This is
full.
prime time for one
Respect
more
size,
oversized
respect
AAPL or
thresholds,
GOOG
or
gamble
enjoy
to hit the
starring in
tape.
the How Not To segment
We're
of the
not done
recap
yet.
show.
One
Midway
huge
through
green
day
swing
3 in the
on
Dayrade
AAPL
elevator,
or
and our entire
GOOG
spotlight
could flip
narrows
this
down
whole
to just
narrative
2 names,
from red
locked in
carnage
red
to
on a
comeback
nearly
legend
empty
in a
stage.
single
On
play.
one side,
So don't
you've
blink,
got Doc John
because the first
wrestling
real touchdown
400
of
share
day 3
blocks of Goog,
is still up for
watching a
grabs.
modest minus 200
On the other,
spiral into
Roshan
a punishing
Palin is
minus
hammering
5
size on
6,
AAPL,
Minus 200 to
scaling
minus
from
500
small
on
red
Goog in
scratches
one chunk.
into a brutal
That's not
cluster
a hedge.
of minus
That's pressing the down
450
button and
hits
holding it
that
until the
drag
floor
the day
disappears.
down toward minus
And Roshan
600.
sees that and says,
Watch
hold
that
my
tape.
apple.
400 shares on
2,400
GOOG.
shares minus
Flick the
450
button
a swing.
and bang.
That's not
Equity goes from
scaling.
around
That's
minus
opening a
201
tab with the
straight to
market
minus
maker.
506.
Roshan's doing the same
$300
thing on
air pocket in a
APL.
single decision.
-40, -80,
And there
then
it
wham,
is.
minus
The big
450,
loss
And the
siren is
PNL
blaring
teleports into
as
the
Doc
minus
John
600
plants it
neighborhood like
at
a
minus
glitch in the Matrix.
506.
Not
On
to be
Goog,
outdone.
flirting
Roshan
with that 500 disaster line,
AAPL,
like it's overtime in all the way from a tiny red
Remember, that
into the minus
$500 mark
600
is the
zone.
official
These aren't
"this
pullbacks.
really hurts"
These are
threshold.
full-blown
Both
goal
Google
line
and
fumbles.
AAPL trades
Doc
are
John's
slamming
playbook right
right
now is
through that
simple.
pain barrier
Open,
like it's not
Goog.
even there.
Choose 400 shares. Roshan's version is just louder. And let the minus
Type
300 install
2,400
itself like
on
a software APL. Eat
Look at
minus
the contrast.
450. Wonder why the
GOG
account feels
lighting
like
up
it's
with chunky
auditioning for a
400
horror
share
movie.
hits.
Those Apple
AAPL
orders are volume
exploding with
spikes by
2400
themselves.
share cannons.
2400
and the
shares
leaderboard
above.
just painting
Every
deeper and
misstep
deeper
slicing
shades
nearly
of red.
$500.
2 names,
That's not
2
trading.
tickers,
That's sprinting across
and
a
both
minefield.
already
That's the
beyond the
crazy
big
part.
loss
One
watermark.
clean plus
The rest of the
300
field is
symbol
silent,
move.
which
One
means
disciplined
the
push,
first green trade
and
that
you
shows up
rocket
later
past 2
could
battered score
leapfrog
lines
straight into
and
first
plant
place.
yourself on the
Right
throne
now, the
of day
leaderboard is
3.
basically a please
For
enter
Doc
hero
John,
name screen.
every new
And the only
Goog
highlights
entry
are how fast
now
you can hit
comes
that
with
minus
extra
500
gravity.
checkpoint.
Already
And
sitting
for
beyond
Roshan
minus 500. The
AAPL,
next trade isn't just about
those
P and
minus
L.
450
It's about
blows
whether today
stack
becomes a
fast.
story of
Each
discipline
click is a
or
decision
surrender.
to either pivot and
Imagine it,
regroup
late
or double
afternoon,
down and
fresh trader
carve the
logs in,
drawdown
nails a
even
plus
deeper.
400 on a single
But if you're
symbol,
watching from home
and
taking
instantly
notes,
turns this
here's
whole
lesson
red
1.
wasteland
If every
into their
Goog
personal
ticket costs you
victory parade.
300, and maybe the edge isn't in the entry, just because the stop trading button lets you load
From a
2,400
symbol
shares,
view, it's wild.
doesn't mean you're required to test the
GOOG
full
and
damage
AAPL
potential
are
in
the
one
only
swipe.
real action. And every
This
time
is
they
the
light up,
paradox
it's
of
with a
day
number
trading
big enough to trip
tournaments.
the $300
On quiet
threshold.
days,
We're
the
only on
boldest
day 3 of
losers write
11.
the early
This is
headlines,
the
but the
foundation,
patient
the
green
seeding,
sniper
the
later
moment
can
where somebody
rewrite the
can shock
entire
the bracket
narrative in a single
just by showing
sequence.
up with risk control
Meanwhile,
and a
Roshan is
single
still in the
momentum
danger zone,
push.
sitting near minus
And Doc
600
John
on
at
APL.
minus 506
One
on
more
Goog
minus
has
450
zero
shot,
margin
and
for
the
steal.
equity curve turns
Another
from
minus
ugly to
300, and
catastrophic
we're
in a
talking
heartbeat.
full implosion
The
territory with
wildest
hours
stat,
still left on the clock.
trader count,
But
0
make
active.
no mistake,
Everyone else looked at
the
these 2
door is
P&L lines
wide
and collectively
open.
decided,
The
yeah,
first
let's not join
trader
that
to bring
bonfire just
structured
yet.
risk,
Picture it.
respect that
Late session,
$500
a
line,
surprise
and
surge on
stack a green symbol symbol
or
P and
goo
L
goes
above
green.
300
P and L
will
rips
own
over that
this
300 line,
day's
and the
storyline.
whole
Until
arena
then, we're basically
finally
streaming a
erupts
masterclass
after
titled,
hours of red
What
only
Happens When
Highlights.
Symbol P and L Thresholds
Events
Exist
counter at
and
30.
nobody treats them
Trader
like
count
they're
at
real?
0.
and the whole vibe is a
This
calm
is the
surface
kind of
hiding two huge
mid-tournament
craters
chapter
where
veterans remember.
GOOG and
The
AAPL
day
trades
when the board
slammed into
looked
that big
doomed,
loss zone.
and one disciplined
So if you're on
surge
deck,
could turn a
this is your
forgettable
2-minute
session
warning.
into a
Step
legendary
in.
comeback.
Respect the 500
Strap in.
line.
If a single
Smash a
green
clean
breakout hits
green
this quiet
drive,
board, it's going
and
to
you're
feel
not
like a
just
last
trading.
second game winner
You're scoring
exploding
the
across the
first real
entire
highlight
Dayrade
reel
elevator dashboard.
of day 3.
Deep into day 3 of the Dayrade elevator, the arena is almost empty.
One of
No
them
crowd of
is
traders on
Doc
the ladder,
John,
just two
anchored
names
around a
on the
minus
replay
500
board, wearing the
drawdown
scars
on
of a brutal
Goog mid-session.
A single trade of 400
You know it's
shares,
been a rough session when
carving
your
out
entire
roughly a
highlight
minus
reel on
305
Goog is just one
hit,
oversized
and
entry,
freezing him
and a clean
right at the
slide from
edge of the
minus
big
200
loss
to about
threshold.
minus 506,
400 shares on
with no
GOOG.
redemption arc in
One
sight.
swing,
And that
one
one
decision.
Goog
Button
decision
gets hit
is
and the
massive.
PNL just
Down
drops
around
straight to the
minus
floor.
300
From a
on a
manageable
single
minus
shot,
200 into
lighting
that
up the
gut
symbol
punch
bar
minus
all
500
by
zone in a
itself,
heartbeat.
and planting Doc John
What
right
makes it
beside
even
that
harsher
legendary
is
minus
the
500
isolation.
danger line.
No other Goog trades
This
in
is
the
the
log from
classic,
him today.
I'll just take
Just
one
that
good shot
single
approach.
oversized
Except the
plunge
market on
that
Goog heard
turns a
that and
small
replied,
red morning
sure, but it's
into
going
a
to cost you
landmark
$300
setback.
for the privilege.
Look at the scoreboard. No fresh names, no new challengers, event counter sitting at 30, and all the real violence coming from just 2 tickets. GOG and AAPL taking turns smacking the few people brave enough to click.
On the other side of the tape, Roshan Palan is waging a slow-motion battle against AAPL, stacking multiple short bursts of size and watching the P&L slide from the low reds toward a chilling minus 800.
Check this Apple sequence. Multiple entries, size around 2400 to 2800 shares, and every time Roshan hits the trigger, it's another minus 450 clip dragging him deeper from minus 100, minus 200, all the way down around minus 807.
Those AAPL hits are huge, minus 450 a pop, well past the 300 symbol threshold, turning every single order from Roshan into a full-on highlight play, just on the wrong side of the scoreboard.
And remember the size. 2400 shares on AAPL is not a tester. That's full send. Every tiny tick against you is turning into real money as the PNL rips down toward that minus 800 zone.
The thresholds define the battlefield. Minus 500 marks the line between ordinary pain and legendary damage, while plus 500 would instantly crown the first true hero of day 3.
We're over 3 hours past the opening bell, with more than 3 hours still on the clock. And somehow, the entire risk story so far is just a handful of AAPL and GOOG punches. This is the calm before somebody finally decides to swing back.
That's the psychological trap of a red leaderboard. Every new entrant knows they don't have to be brilliant. They just have to avoid detonating capital in the first 10 minutes they touch the keyboard.
That's the beauty of this format. One good read on AAPL or GOOG, 1 plus 300 symbol surge, and your name jumps from nowhere to front and center as the first green champion of the afternoon.
For Doc John, the
Roshan's
path back
situation
is
on Apple
simple
is even
on
more
paper,
explosive.
brutal
Stacked
in
size,
practice.
repeated hits, and now
Pivot
any
away
decision
from
from here
revenge.
could either slice the loss in
Wait for a
half or push
high-quality
that minus
Goog
800
setup,
toward a 4-figure
and
meltdown.
accept that the comeback might
that's what
require
makes
hitting
tournaments like
singles
this unforgettable.
instead of swinging
The
for
biggest
another
comebacks
home run.
always begin in
We
the
are
deepest
only on
red,
day 3 of
with
11.
everyone watching and
One
doubting,
future green
right
streak
before someone
on
strings together
AAPL
a
or
sequence that
GOOG
rewrites the entire
could turn
narrative of
today's
the day.
bruised names
Minutes
into
to close.
tomorrow's
Still
legends.
over 3
And the
hours.
first trader to
Tournament clock
step up
wide open.
and print
And the whole
big
lobby is
is
basically
going to
daring
own the
someone, anyone,
storyline.
to jump in, press the
Deep
gas,
into
and
day
finally put a
3
green
of the
banner on this
Dayrade
blood red
elevator,
dashboard.
and our
The event
entire
counter keeps
story has
ticking,
narrowed
but
down
nobody
to
new
just
joins.
2 names
Just Doc
trading in
John
the
taking the
dark:
same 400 share swing
Roshan
on Goog
Palan
again and
and
again.
Doc
And
John,
every candle is a
each
fresh
locked
minus
into their
305
own
stab to the
losing
PNL.
battle. He opens around
So when the
minus
next wave
200,
hits,
taps
whether
that
it's a
same
breakout on
Goog size,
AAPL
and
or
instantly
a rug
plunges
pull on
beyond the
Goog,
minus 500 mark.
expect
A
fireworks.
textbook big
Expect
loss by the
huge
tournament
plus or
thresholds.
minus 300
He reloads
swings
the same
and
400
expect
share
the
clip over
leaderboard
and over.
to
No
finally roar
scaling,
to
no
life.
adjustment. just
You know it's
copying the
rough when the
losing
symbol
hotkey
P and
and
L
pasting it back
threshold is
into Goog,
300,
like the market
and
will
every
eventually
single
feel bad
Goog
for him.
attempt clears it
Meanwhile,
in the wrong
the
direction.
wider field
And
is
then,
silent.
out of nowhere, here
No
comes
fresh
Roshan Palan,
leaders, no
slamming
new
size into Apple,
challengers,
2,800
just a
shares at a
red
time,
echo
and every entry
from
is a fresh
repeated
minus
Goog
454 skid.
losses and an
Roshan
arena
rockets
waiting
onto
for
the board
someone
and
to bring
instantly takes a
in
full-blown
green
hit.
ink.
If
Apple
Doc John is paying
wipes nearly
tuition to Goog,
500 off the
Roshan's
slate
buying
in a
front row
single
seats to the
drive,
AAPL
and he
pain
just
show,
keeps lining up for the next snap.
2,800 shares per
Look at the
ticket.
It's
trajectory.
just this wild
Roshan
staircase of
drifts
red.
from around
Minus
minus
592,
138
minus
all the way to
662,
near
minus
minus
742, minus
807,
807.
almost
AAPL
entirely
is turning his
on
equity curve
repeated
into a downhill ski
AAPL
run.
hits.
You can tell he's trying
Each
to
one
adjust because
a
he eventually
near
trims
big
down to
loss-sized
2,400
cut.
shares of
And
AAPL.
hanging over
But
all
the
of
market
it
just
is
hears
that
same idea,
$500 big
slightly smaller
loss
disaster.
watermark.
This isn't a leaderboard
Roshan
right now.
and Doc
It's a
John are
red zone
both
highlight
sailing
reel.
well past it,
Every time
turning this
Apple or
window into
Google
a
lights
clinic
up,
on how
someone's account
fast
takes a full
size
end
can
zone
cut
tackle
both traders
backwards.
down.
Two symbols, two traders, and the whole tournament window is just those stickers flashing red. No spreads, no diversity, just raw tunnel vision into AAPL and GOOG carnage.
From a macro view, this is fascinating. No one else, even on the field today. Zero new entries, and yet we've already seen multiple big loss-sized hits concentrated in just two names.
We're sitting roughly 190 minutes after the open, just over 3 hours left, and the board is begging for that first big green spike to punch through all this red noise.
With about 200 minutes until the closing bell, there is so much time left for a latecomer to step in, avoid these landmines, and rewrite the entire story of day 3.
It's maximum aggression from Roshan, massive Apple size, repeated entries, no fear of the red. This is tournament mode, but the scoreboard is punishing every single gamble.
The telling moment is when Roshan finally goes flat, around minus 807. No more orders, no scaling, just a frozen line that looks like the aftermath of a failed comeback attempt.
But that also means the comeback potential is insane. One disciplined trader could show up, nail a single clean idea, and instantly over these deep red lines on the dashboard.
Honestly, the bar for hero status today is low. Pick literally any ticker that isn't already bullying someone, trade it with a stop, and you're a role model by comparison.
With 11 tournament days on the schedule, a brutal third day doesn't end anyone's story, but it does send a clear message about who respects risk and who is still negotiating with it. Two wounded traders, two unforgiving symbols, and a quiet arena. Somewhere in the next 200 minutes, someone will decide whether day 3 is remembered for collapse or the first true comeback of the tournament.
Every time the dashboard blinks, it's the same combo. Doc John, 400 shares of GOOG, and the PNL just shuddering deeper into the red with no relief in sight.
He walked into the window sitting near minus 200, took a single swing with 400 Goog, and instantly crossed the 500 loss frontier that marks a full-scale setback in this format.
You can see the curve. Flat, 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 and then whoosh, one candle, one fill on Goog, and the equity line just drops like someone yanked the cable on the elevator.
Statistically, that minus 305 on Goog is more than just a bad idea. It's a symbol-level landmark that meets the $300 swing line used to flag defining moments on this board. But the real shockwave arrives from another corner of the tape. AAPL lights up, and suddenly a second trader steps into the story with even heavier size and even deeper red.
Look at this. Roshan Palan loads up 2,800 shares of AAPL in one shot, and the score explodes from a mild red into a brutal minus 700 plus crater.
Minus 454 on AAPL with one attempt and nearly 3,000 shares. This isn't trading. It's speedrunning the margin call tutorial.
He starts the sequences around minus 120, and in iteration after iteration, that identical AAPL loss drags his day into the minus 700 and minus 800 range, an avalanche built from a single recurring idea. With the symbol swing threshold set at 300, each one of Roshan's AAPL hits is big enough to be listed as a marquee event by itself. Strung together, they define the shape of his entire tournament so far.
Remember, 1,000 shares is our volume spike marker. Roshan is nearly triple that on every attempt, so every button press is a built-in volatility surge even before the candle moves.
2 traders, 2 tickers, and both of them managed to speedrun past the 500 loss line. This leaderboard looks less like a contest and more like a cautionary slide deck.
Imagine it. A fresh contender drops in, nails a plus 500, and vaults straight over both of these red zone explorers into the top spot in a single snap.
For Doc John, step 1 is simple. Retire the 400 share hero shots, and maybe consider a share size that doesn't automatically qualify as a tournament headline when it goes wrong.
Roshan's situation is even sharper. Once you're flirting with minus 800, every new entry has to be near perfect, or you risk turning a bad day into a full tournament anchor.
At minus 800, you're not chasing leaderboard glory anymore. You're just trying to make sure the post-game review doesn't end up as a training slide for what not to do.
And that's the magic of this format. The same thresholds that turn mistakes into explosions can turn comebacks into highlight reels the second someone lands a big green swing.
If you're on the sidelines watching this, take notes. The market is literally broadcasting what happens when size, stubbornness, and timing all line up the wrong way.
The clock keeps ticking. Minutes from open now in the high hundreds. Minutes to close still generous. And every second is a chance for a new name to appear and change the entire mood of this board. Deep into day 3, the arena lights are on, but only 2 names are fighting the tape, and both of them are bleeding. This is not a leaderboard. It's a cautionary tale in real time.
400 goog, minus 305. Repeated like a ringtone. At this point, he doesn't need a strategy. He needs a subscription refund.
That last goog hit just spiked his day from a manageable scratch to a certified blowout. He's been trucked straight through that minus 500 barrier.
And the volume pattern is identical. No scaling, no test size, just straight to 400 on Goog every time like he's speedrunning the tilt achievement.
From the tournament lens, he's writing the first real scar into this leaderboard. A case study in how one stubborn approach to Goog can shape an entire 11-day story.
Imagine logging in and seeing a field of zeros and one guy who's already crossed the big loss line. That's not competition. That's a warning label.
Now swing over to AAPL. Roshan jumps in with size, 28 to 3,200 shares, and just gets ripped down 400. Then another, like he sprinted straight into a buzzsaw.
Roshan's Apple line just detonated. One minus 380 something, then a brutal minus 450 style plunge, and his total slams to a minus 700 in a heartbeat.
That single Apple decision nearly doubles his damage, dragging him from a manageable red in the mid-300s toward the minus 700 abyss, beyond the big loss watermark and still sinking.
You can feel the weight of that AAPL position. When 3,000 shares go against you, every tick is a body blow, and he just took a full combination to the ribs.
And remember, we're only about 3 hours off the bell. There's still more than 3 left, which means these guys have plenty of time either to recover or to dig the hole so deep the ladder doesn't reach.
Which means the door is wide open. One disciplined trader can walk into this arena, post a solid green, and instantly jump ahead of both a minus 500 and a minus 700 casualty.
With the symbol threshold sitting around plus 300, Nobody has claimed a standout performer yet. AAPL and GOOG are infamous for their losses, not celebrated for their gains.
But picture Roshan snapping back. One clean AAPL reversal for plus 500. And he literally sprint from deep negative territory straight through the big loss wall into redemption mode.
If you're watching this and thinking about YOLO sizing your first trade of the afternoon, just glance at those minus 500 and minus 700 lines and maybe consider T instead.
And because the standings are basically empty, any trader who lands that first solid win today doesn't just climb the ladder, they build it from scratch and plant their flag on top.
Clock check. Just over 3 hours left in this tournament window, and you can feel it. The calm before someone finally slams size into a breakout and either prints glory or joins the red graveyard.
Given the pace so far, my money's on joins the graveyard, but hey, surprise me somebody. Prove that the green side of the P&L still exists.
That's the magic of a long-format event. One outstanding trade can rewrite the narrative of an ugly day, turn a minus into a legend, and set the tone for the remaining 8 sessions. 2 names in the red, an empty leaderboard, and a ticking clock. Somewhere out there, the first hero trade of day 3 is waiting to be taken. Deep into day 3 of the Dayrade elevator, the board tells a strange story. Barely any traders on the field, but 2 names, Roshan Palan and Doc John, are wearing every bruise the market can hand out.
And that first opinion was loud. One full-size swing, 400 shares of conviction, and the P&L scoreboard detonates straight through the 500 red danger zone in a single blast.
You can almost hear the thought process. That loss felt bad. Better do it again, but bigger. From minus 340 to minus 730, to flirting with minus 700 plus. Roshan isn't trading. He's conducting a live fire seminar on how not to scale.
You see the P&L ticks, minus 340, minus 360, minus 350. Then suddenly he's staring at minus 700 territory, and the trade count barely moves. It's just repeated all-in stabs on the same idea.
Big loss threshold is 500. Roshan looks at that line and says, why stop there when we can really make it memorable?
This is tournament-defining risk. When you're swinging nearly 3,000 shares and your day plunges 500 at a time, every candle is the equivalent of a Hail Mary pass into triple coverage.
And it sets up insane potential because the scoreboard is empty. Trader count reads 0 live at the moment. Event count frozen around 30, which means the next person to queue in walks onto a battlefield where the only marks are 2 giant craters.
Think about the stakes. With 188 minutes left until the session closes, and day 3 of 11 still unfolding, a single trader could walk in, survive the volatility, and turn this quiet, red-heavy chapter into the turning point of the whole series. And yet the most intriguing piece is still Doc John, sitting on that minus 506, frozen after one heavy loss, a question mark hanging over the rest of his tournament. Does he trust his edge enough to come back? Or does that single red bar haunt every click from now on?
Or he could just decide the lesson of the day is, if at first you lose 500, try the exact same thing again. The risk manager in me is screaming, but the content creator is thrilled.
For now, though, Roshan is the cautionary tale, sliding from minus 240 into the minus 6s and 7s. His log reads like a reminder that position size without a reliable exit plan is just bravado dressed up as strategy. Right now, the tournament arc is simple. Brutal early blows, no heroes yet, and a wide-open path for someone calm, deliberate, and fearless to carve their name into this quiet leaderboard with one perfectly timed push.
And if instead we just get another oversized one-and-done faceplant, well, at least the what not to do highlight reel is going to be award-winning by the end of day 11.
Either way, the stage is set. Red scars on the board, thresholds marked, and a giant neon sign over this lobby that says, "First big green gets the glory. Everybody else is playing catch up."
Day 3, mid-session, and the arena finally has not one but two names etched in red on the board. This is the moment. The story stops being a ghost town and starts becoming a duel in the dark.
Doc John really speedran the big loss threshold. One Goog click, minus 305. Congratulations, you've unlocked the what have I done achievement. And Roshan saw that and said, hold my apple. 3,000 plus shares, repeated minus 380-ish chunks, like he's trying to dig a basement under his P&L line.
He starts near minus 320, smashes another minus 380 on Apple, and suddenly he's peaking around minus 700 on the day. This isn't risk management. This is a sled ride.
That's not just touching the big loss threshold. That's punting it into the upper deck and watching it disappear into the rafters on AAPL.
Meanwhile, Goog is just sitting there like a crime scene. One trade, 400 shares, minus 305, and Doc John has to stare at that minus 506 line every time he opens the ladder.
Think about that. Goog. One decision, and he crosses the big loss line in a single step, while others bleed slowly. It's the difference between getting chipped away and jumping off the cliff in one motion.
This scoreboard is wow. No green heroes, just two heavyweights in the red corner swinging haymakers at their own accounts, trying to see who can draw the deepest line first.
Imagine rolling in now, taking one disciplined trade, and finishing plus 50. You don't just win the day. You walk out as the guy who didn't torch $500 for content.
He goes from around minus 240 to almost minus 700 in a single apple punch. This is what happens when you treat the big loss threshold as a suggestion, not a fence.
Roshan looked at minus 500 and said, cute, then drove AAPL straight to minus 700, just to prove he could spell the word pain with more digits.
From a tournament lens, though, every one of these deep red prints is setting up a comeback story, because the lower they go now, the more dramatic any green surge will look later in the week.
For now, though, Doc John is locked at minus 506 on GOOG, and you can almost hear the internal debate. Do I reload that same 400 shares and pray, or do I let the chart win this round?
What's eerie is the silence around them. No third contender yet, no green line, just two deep scars on the chart and 4 hours of runway for someone brave or reckless enough to join.
The bar is literally don't torch half a grand in one idea. It's amazing how high that sounds when you watch two people limbo under it back to back.
So keep your eyes glued to this dashboard, because the first time we see a green bar punch through that red ceiling, it's going to feel like a last-minute goal in extra time.
Meanwhile, Roshan's log on Apple looks like a staircase of regret. Minus 701, minus 719, minus 730. Every step, another big red brick in the wall.
When your before and after numbers on AAPL read like minus 330, minus 344, minus 362, it's less a trade log and more a countdown to a very awkward debrief.
Clock's ticking, volatility sleeping, and you just know someone out there is loading hotkeys, waiting to drop the first true volume spike of the afternoon and jolt this whole bracket awake.
When that happens, when the orders finally slam in and the first big green or brutal new red hits, Day 3 of the Dayrade elevator won't just be numbers. It'll be a story nobody watching forgets. Across the bracket, Doc John is stuck in his own loop. Same ticker, same 400 share bullet, same minus 300 sting. until his day settles into that brutal -506 crater.
Watch Roshan's timeline. Every new entry is like a trapdoor. One moment he's around -340, blink -720, blink again -750 and falling. All of the same outsized position block.
These aren't tiny scratches either. -380, -500, -700. Those are tournament-shaping numbers, the kind that echo through every remaining day of this 11-day gauntlet.
But Roshan answers with his own disaster highlight: 3,500 shares, one swing too far, and suddenly he's sliding past -700 like he's trying to outdo the damage just for bragging rights.
You know it's rough when you're comparing -730, -733, -759 and thinking, hey, at least it's consistent. That's not a strategy. That's a countdown to a margin call.
From the booth, it feels like watching two drivers drift toward the same guardrail in a slow motion. No hedges, no scaling, just full tickets and full contact with the P&L barrier every single attempt.
We're 210 minutes past the Open, 180 to go, and the leaderboard is essentially a cautionary tale. No green outliers, just red benchmarks, daring the next trader to come in and try something smarter.
Of course, that miracle probably starts with not clicking the exact same size on the exact same plan after already burning through the big loss line. Step one of a comeback is closing the fire hose. Roshan's version of damage control seems to be, what if I just keep sending 3,500 shares until one finally works? Spoiler, math says you only need a couple of misses to dig a crater that big.
Look at the progression. -326, -347, -373, then suddenly -700 plus after just a handful of tries. That's what oversized bullets do when they miss the mark.
That's the razor's edge of this format. One more attempt can be redemption or ruin. And both of these traders have already discovered what happens when that attempt lands on the wrong side of volatility.
If Roshan ever flips that aggression into a winner, same size, but finally on the right side of the move, he doesn't just repair the day, he slams himself back into the storyline as the fearless brawler of this bracket.
Every minute that ticks down without a new leader just pumps more pressure into that first green explosion. We're one trade away from this quiet board flipping into full chaos mode.
For now, though, day three's lesson is clear. Size cuts both ways, and today it's carving deep red ink into the records of the only two traders brave enough to fire real bullets so far.
And that's what sets up the potential for a legendary swing. A sharp, calculated, plus 300 or more that doesn't just win the day, it turns this entire red streak session into the backdrop for a comeback epic.
0 new traders on the board, yet Doc John still found a way to be the guy sitting on a -500 badge like it's a collector's item.
Look at that curve. Every new entry, bang, another roughly -380 chunk carved out. Roshan free falling from around -300 into the -700 basement in just a handful of swings.
That slide from roughly -300 to almost -700 is a full stadium collapse for Roshan. This isn't a small slip. That is a highlight reel blow up for day three.
Doc John's pattern is brutal. Same share size, same ticker, same -300 slap. At this point, he could set it as a hotkey. Control L for lose again. Roshan's approach isn't much better. Reload the same side, take another -380, and hope the P&L stops noticing. Spoiler, it doesn't.
We've got no new participants, but the volatility story is still loud. Symbol after symbol chewing on oversized positions, printing -300 chunks like it's a factory line.
Remember, the volume spike bar for this tournament is 1,000 shares. Roshan is repeatedly clearing that hurdle, but instead of riding momentum, he's just amplifying the pain.
If courage was measured in share size, Roshan would win the trophy. Unfortunately, the scoreboard uses dollars, and those are pointing straight down.
For traders sitting this window out, this is a priceless film session. 2 live case studies in what happens when risk rules are a suggestion, not a law.
Imagine it. Leaderboard empty of fresh faces. Only deep red names on the board. One sharp green breakout and the whole lobby wakes up chasing, clicking, overtrading like crazy.
Meanwhile, Doc John's stat line is simple. One symbol, one size, one very unhappy minus 500 outcome. Minimalism, but make it expensive.
From a stats perspective, both players have already produced major symbol events, each trade swinging roughly $300, well above that 300 threshold for impact on this leaderboard.
And Roshan just kept reloading, 3,500 shares at a time. Each attempt a fresh spin of the wheel. Each outcome another drop deeper into that minus 700 pit.
Tournament-wise, these are pivotal days. There are 11 sessions total, and burning one this hard on day 3 means the climb back to even becomes a multi-day saga, not a quick reset.
Of course, that requires one tiny adjustment. Maybe stop feeding $300 chunks to the same stubborn ticker like it's a parking meter.
Somewhere out there is the trader who's going to flip this script. Step in, respect the risk, nail a clean plus 500, and blast their name to the top of this otherwise blood red screen.
Until then, this dashboard is a warning label. Oversized positions, repeated entries, and a strict threshold system that punishes every lapse in discipline with a glaring red number. 3 days down, red stories written. 176 minutes left in this window. The next login could be the turning point the entire tournament is waiting for. Day 3 in the Dayrade elevator, and the story has narrowed to a brutal duet. Just a couple of red lines on the board, carving their names into a very lonely ladder. Roshan Palan has become the face of the drawdown today, sliding from around minus 400 into the high minus 700s as the session grinds on. This is what an extended downtrend in confidence looks like. Across from him, Doc John sits in the shadows at roughly minus 500, hit over and over by the same stubborn loss size. Fewer swings, but each one lands like a hammer.
Look at the pattern. 400 shares, single press, and bang, equity whip straight from a small minus 200 into that minus 500 pocket like somebody yanked the elevator cable.
The wildest part is the repetition. Same share size, same red outcome. Like he put his risk plan on loop and hit suffer instead of stop.
Meanwhile, Roshan is just flooring it. 3,000 plus shares per hit, one after another. Every red candle dropping his P&L by 3 to 400 like clockwork.
When every trade is 3,000 plus shares and every result is minus 300 or worse, you're not trading a setup. You're speed running the risk manager's nightmares.
You can feel the mindset. Take a hit, reload, size, try again, and every attempt digs the equity hole another couple hundred deeper, from minus 400 to minus 700 to beyond minus 8 in a handful of swings.
This is classic just one more syndrome, except each one more costs roughly a decent dinner, and the bill is now approaching a weekend getaway.
Remember, the
And the
tournament
crazy part,
flags any swing
nobody's
beyond
green.
minus 500
The
as a
top of the
major
board
hit.
is literally a
And
contest
Roshan
to see
has
who
been
can be the
living beneath
least
that
red,
line for a while
which
now.
means
This
one
isn't a
solid
scratch.
trade
It's a
could
full
immediately
page
crown
in the
a
risk
new
journal.
leader.
Right now, the win condition is literally lose less than minus 700. If that doesn't motivate someone to log in and trade with a stop, nothing will.
If he can flip just one of those swings the other way, same size, opposite direction, he instantly chops his daily damage in half and puts pressure on Roshan's spot on the bottom rung.
That's the psychological tax. Every new setup looks less like opportunity and more like a pop-up that says, "Are you sure you want to donate again?"
Roshan's curve, on the other hand, is all motion. Multiple entries, steady erosion, shifting from minus 300 to minus 6, 7, nearly minus 9, all while holding big share blocks.
If that aggression ever catches a clean trend, the snapback could be outrageous. One plus 500 bursts will flip the narrative from disaster session to legendary comeback attempt in a heartbeat.
From a tournament lens, though, today is still wide open. This is only day 3 of 11, and no one has planted a serious, positive benchmark for the field to chase yet.
We're sitting roughly 3.5 hours from the close, and the board looks like a storm that hasn't found its lightning strike yet. So much room for one clean breakout to flip everything.
But tournaments are remembered for turnarounds, not just stumbles. One disciplined push, one risk-controlled entry, and a name we haven't seen yet could emerge as the first true pace setter of this 11-day climb.
Because with P&L swings this wild on the downside, the upside math works the same. Capture one extended move, and you're not just first for the day. You're the reference chart for everyone chasing tomorrow.
If he can freeze the damage near the high minus 700s and regroup, there's still time on future days to turn this from a collapse into the opening chapter of a recovery arc.
We're deep into the session. The stakes are rising. And the first trader to smash through that big win threshold is going to feel like they just drilled a game-winning shot at the buzzer. Look at that plunge. One of those AAPL hits drags Roshan from around minus 300 straight into the neighborhood of minus 750 to minus 900. That's a tournament-sized body blow in a single decision.
Minus 305 on Goog, again and again. Doc John's P&L doesn't need streaming data. It needs a repeating GIF.
For Doc John, that one Goog decision isn't just a red candle. It's the moment his entire day tips from manageable drawdown into full big loss territory. Minus 300 on the symbol, minus 500 on the session, and zero cushion left.
And remember, on this ladder, a big win is just plus 500. But we've only seen big losses so far, so the highlight reel is basically a blooper compilation.
We're 222 minutes past the open, with 168 left on the clock. More than enough time for one disciplined trader to turn this carnage into a comeback story.
He actually reduced size from 3,800 to 3,500 on AAPL, and still manages to cough up nearly 400. This is what happens when the problem isn't the share count, it's the idea.
There is, however, a moment of stillness in Roshan's feed, a flat tick where his P and L holds at minus 756. No trades, no new damage, just a pause in the free fall. With the tournament stretching across 11 full days, what we're seeing now is less about today's minus numbers and more about psychology. Who can take this hit and come back tomorrow without flinching?
Because think about the opening. No one is green, no one is safe, and the leaderboard is begging for a hero. The first trader to flip a plus 500 symbol run instantly rewrites the entire narrative of day 3.
At some point, you stop calling that bad luck on AAPL and start calling it a field trip in risk management. Roshan is clearly auditing the what not to do section.
That recurring minus 305 on Goog may not cross the big loss bar alone, but chained together, it cements a session that hovers painfully just past the threshold, enough to hurt, not enough to forget.
Either way, with 168 minutes to the bell, every new order on these accounts is going to feel like overtime in a final. One wrong move, and the day is locked in red forever.
Remember, in a long format tournament, the legends are made not by never bleeding, but by what they do after a day like this. Do they adapt, or do they double down on the same losing dance?
And that's why you can feel the tension through the screen. This board is begging for someone to finally step up with a big green line and smash through that plus 500 barrier like a game winning shot.
So as the minutes tick away, watch those red names: Roshan, locked in with AAPL, and Doc John, tied to Goog. Because the next time they press that button, we could be witnessing the birth of a comeback, or the final chapter of today's collapse.
That's not a drawdown,
And
that's
it's
a
not
vending
tiny
machine
clips
for
either.
regret.
He's swinging 400
Insert
shares at a
one
time. So
overconfident
every
ticket.
bad tick is
Receive
screaming.
exactly
Every candle is another
$300
shove
of
deeper
pain.
into that minus
No
500
refunds,
pocket.
no variety.
The big loss line
When
for
you're
the
already
tournament
down more than
is set around
500,
500,
every fresh
and Doc
order
John has
is
planted
basically a coin
himself
flip
right on that
between
threshold.
legendary rebound
One more
and
misstep,
full-on
and
scoreboard
he's not
disaster.
flirting with risk.
This is
He's
where
committed to
heroes
it.
and
Right now,
highlight
though,
reels are born.
his journal
You
reads
can
like a
almost
looped
feel the
recording.
tilt through the numbers.
Same
No
size,
scaling
same
out,
direction,
no
same
experimenting with
hole
smaller
getting
tickets.
deeper.
Just copy
This
paste
isn't
size and
adapting,
hope
this
variance
is
does the heavy
arguing with the
lifting.
tape.
Sharing the spotlight on the downside is Roshan Palan, who keeps loading into the tape with industrial-sized clips and watching his line slide from roughly minus 400 into the minus 800 range and beyond.
Those are monster hits. Each red candle is almost a half grand swing, taking Roshan from the high minus 300s to around minus 800, minus 900 in just a handful of decisions.
What makes Roshan's arc brutal is the consistency. Same heavy size, same immediate hit, yet he keeps coming back, doubling down on conviction as the numbers sink further into triple-digit red.
Right now, though, his scoreboard looks like a backtest where someone forgot to turn on stop losses. Just a straight line of red experiments with no surviving survivors.
Between Doc John and Roshan, we're watching two different versions of the same story. Size, conviction, and a market that simply refuses to cooperate, turning every aggressive entry into a case study in pain.
Right now, the winning strategy is literally haven't hit the eject button on my account yet. If your P&L is flat, congratulations. You're basically top tier by default.
We've got 2 hours and change left on the tournament clock today, and this ladder is begging for a hero. One clean trend, one momentum burst. Someone is about to try to speedrun from the basement straight into contention.
That's why every viewer staring at this red heavy dashboard knows the script isn't finished. Somebody is going to step up, push size with discipline, and turn these losses into the backdrop for a massive comeback.
Either way, the volatility is baked in. One oversized ticket, one mistime breakout, and we could be watching someone sprint from manageable red into catastrophic territory live on the board.
Because right now it looks like the plan is same risk, same direction, pray for a different outcome, which I'm told is not how you unlock hidden edge.
If he finds the turn, though, watch out. Going from minus 900 to even flat would be a cinematic run. Every trade a mini touchdown as he claws back through the leaderboard.
This is the essence of the Dayrade elevator. No comfy swing positions, no slow grind, just high-impact decisions where a single well-timed surge can erase an entire morning of damage or cement a day of regret.
Chat, keep your eyes glued to those P&L columns. The first explosive winner of the day is going to feel like a game-winning goal, the way this board has been bleeding.
Buckle up. The next burst of orders could finally give us our first true highlight of day 3, or push one of these traders into a hole they'll be climbing out of for the rest of the tournament.
Day 3, mid-session in the Dayrade elevator. And the board looks like a crime scene. No active traders showing, yet the event tape is littered with heavy hits from just a couple of brave or stubborn souls.
That's a full-on red zone spike on Goog. One single order, 400 size, smashing through the 300 symbol threshold and planting him right on the doorstep of the big loss line at minus 500.
And the pattern doesn't just hurt the balance, it tests the psyche. Repeating the same 400 share idea on Goog, taking the same 300 hit, watching the deficit sit frozen around that minus 500 mark.
But every time Goog flashes on the dashboard, the arena holds its breath. Is this finally the plus 500 candle, or does the minus 305 hammer drop one more time on Doc John's day?
Roshan slams in with 4,000 plus shares of AAPL and instantly gets clipped. Minus 420, minus 430, minus 428 at a time. And his PNL free falls from the low minus hundreds toward the minus 800s.
Big loss threshold says minus 500. Roshan says cool story and parks AAPL closer to minus 850. This isn't crossing the line. It's building a summer home past it.
Symbol P&L threshold sits near 300, and yet nearly every AAPL move for Roshan clears that bar. These are tournament-scale strikes, just unfortunately all in the same red direction.
You can almost feel the revenge trade rhythm. Hit on AAPL, down another 420, size stays huge, scoreboard flickers lower, and suddenly minus 700 becomes minus 850 before you can blink.
And that's the silver lining. If Roshan ever flips AAPL for a plus 500 or more, he doesn't just recover, he cannonballs straight up the leaderboard past a field that's been standing still.
And then, in the middle of all this carnage, there's Siddharth Pradeep, flat on the P&L, no trades logged, probably sipping coffee and watching these two stress test the risk engine for it.
Check the timing. About 230 minutes out from the open, 160 left to the bell, and the only real fireworks so far are people discovering how fast red numbers compound when you size like it's championship point.
Right now, though, the high win rate badge and rank jump trackers are basically decorative. The only consistent performance we've seen is from gravity on these two P&L curves.
You know Doc John is staring at that Goog chart, thinking just one more shot, down about minus 500 overall. One clean reversal could flip his whole tournament arc, or bury him past the big loss cliff for good.
Roshan, meanwhile, is sitting on an Apple tab that reads like a horror franchise. Minus 750, minus 840, minus 876. At this point, a flat trade would qualify as a plot twist.
This is the scary part of mid-session. Big loss warnings triggered, symbol alerts blaring, but no fresh entries yet, which means all that pent-up energy is just waiting for someone to click in with size.
One brave newcomer could step onto this silent floor, drop a well-timed plus 500 strike, and catapult straight past Doc John's Goog scars and Roshan's Apple crater into instant top-tier status.
The metrics are crystal clear. Big win line at plus 500, big loss alarm at minus 500. And we've already seen what happens when you only visit one side of that spectrum.
He started the session only a couple hundred in the red. Now he's sitting around minus 500 overall, hovering right at that big loss watermark without ever quite breaching it in one blow.
Right now, though, it's pure rinse and repeat. Tap in on Goog, eat minus 305, reset, and the P&L graph just ratchets lower like a staircase made of stop-outs.
What makes it sting is the consistency. Size never flexes down, symbol never changes, and the day total just grinds toward that minus 500 cliff like it's destiny. On the other side of the arena, Roshan Palan is locked into AAPL with a sledgehammer of size, around 4,200 shares a clip, and every swing is carving roughly $428 deeper into the red.
Those are gigantic hits. One Apple trade, and Roshan rockets past the big loss threshold in a single candle. Straight from a mild drawdown into 800 plus in the hole.
He's taken his day from the low minus 300s all the way down toward minus 840 and beyond, almost entirely through that one oversized playbook entry, over and over again.
Right now, though, AAPL is treating him like a donation button. Click once, tip $428. All proceeds go to the Y-Size Management Matters Foundation.
Quietly, there's one calm island in all this chaos. Siddharth Pradeep, flat on the day around plus 240 to plus 267, barely moving while everyone else is testing the lower limits of their pain threshold.
Honestly, Siddharth looks like the only adult in the room. Steady mid-200s, basically sipping water while Doc John and Roshan are out there juggling lit fireworks with their P&L.
And that calm green cushion matters. If someone shows up with a single plus 500 play, Siddharth is already positioned as the disciplined benchmark everyone else has to chase down.
Doc John's arc is brutal, hovering from minus 200 to minus 500, never quite detonating in one shot, just letting the account leak out like a slow tire nobody bothers to pat.
And that's what makes this format electric. One hero trade, and the same volatility that wrecked these accounts turns into a stadium roar for whoever finally lands a clean, oversized winner.
Same story for Doc John. Another 400 share stab at Goog with the usual timing. And that minus 500 could deepen into a full-blown tunnel, turning a bad day into a full tournament anchor.
The beautiful part for the viewers? The field is wide open. No runaway leader yet. Just a few traders digging deep holes and a scoreboard begging for someone to plant a massive green flag in the middle of it.
And with every minute ticking toward the close, the chance of a late session flurry just gets higher. Expect sudden bursts of volume, desperate swing for the fence trades, and maybe one absolutely insane reversal on the board.
When that happens,
Midway
when
through
a
day
plus
3,
500 or
the
more
arena is
lights up out
almost
of
empty,
nowhere,
but the
you'll feel it
story is
like a
loud.
last second goal.
2 traders,
The
2
whole
tickers,
tournament bracket will
and a
have to stop,
scoreboard that's
stare,
bleeding more than it's
and
breathing.
recalculate the path to
Roshan
the
just
top.
slammed
That is a
4,600 shares of
full-on
APL,
big
and the
loss
result is
impact.
brutal. His
One
P&L
Apple
snaps
hit,
from around minus
roughly
350
minus
to nearly minus
624,
1 grand in a
and
single
Roshan
decision.
detonates
You know it's going
straight
well
through
when
the 500
AAPL moves a
threshold
little and your
like a
P&L
blown
teleports from
coverage
minus
on
300
defense.
something to around
Flip
minus
over to Goog.
1,000.
Doc John
Roshan
taps in
basically
just 400
speedran the
shares
big loss
and
achievement.
instantly carves out
That
another
Goog
minus
swing is
305,
no joke either.
dropping his line from the low
Minus
minus 2s
300 on a
down to
single
about
shot,
minus
and
500 in
boom,
one blink.
Doc John crashes right through
400
that
shares
big
of
loss
GOOG,
watermark
minus
and
300
parks
a
it
clip.
around minus
At this point, Doc
506.
John isn't trading.
Both
He's just
traders have
subscribing to a
already
loss per
crossed
click
that
service.
minus 500 barrier. And remember, this is the kind of damage that usually shows up at the end of the day. No not halfway through a long just tournament session. Red beacons
Which
marking
means the
exactly
stage is
how
wide open.
far a
One
mistimed
trader
entry
logs in,
can drag you
drops a
in
clean
this
plus
format.
500,
We're about
and they
4
don't
hours
just
past
take
the bell
first
with
place.
just over 2.5
They
left.
turn this whole
There is so
board
much
into a
runway for
green
someone to
takeover
sprint in,
highlight.
hit a couple of plus
Right now,
300
the
simple
lead
plays,
is basically
and rocket
whoever
straight to
loses
the
the
top.
least. Congratulations.
Roshan's
Your
journey
medal
on
ceremony is
Apple
just a
is
risk manager
especially
nodding
wild.
politely.
One sequence
You can see
drags
the
him from the
whiplash.
mid minus
APL hits,
300s
Roshan tumbles
down
from around
toward
minus
minus
370 to
1,000.
roughly minus 1,000.
Then
Then a
another
little
wave
later,
holds
from
him
the minus
pinned
300
just
to
under
about
that line.
minus 800 in
Those are
another single
tournament
push.
size setbacks.
Instead, Roshan
Minus
keeps queuing
400,
up another 4,000
minus
plus
600
share
plus,
AAPL entry.
over and
Like the
over.
last minus
The
600 was
kind
just
of
a
blows
warm-up
that
lap
will
for
make
the
most
pain train.
traders yank the cord
On the other
and
side,
walk away from
Doc John's
AAPL
Goog line
entirely.
is quieter,
It's like a
but
heartbeat
just as
monitor.
costly.
Goog ticks,
Each new
minus
attempt
305.
adds another
Total
minus
slides to roughly
300 or
minus
so,
500 again.
locking
And you
his
can almost
overall
feel the
around
cursor
that
hovering
minus
over the
500
"do I
mark,
try one more
like a
time" button.
ceiling turned floor.
400 shares of
Together,
GOOG,
these
minus 300
simple
a swing.
swings are
This isn't a
massive.
strategy.
Each
It's a very expensive
AAPL
metronome.
and GOOG
And yet,
move
no
is
one's
well
posted
over
a
that
standout
$300
green.
mark.
No
The
monster
exact
win,
kind of
no
action
plus
that
500
defines who
hero,
makes the
just
montage
two
and
traders
who
taking heavyweight
disappears from
shots
the
from the
bracket.
market and
Check
staying
this
in the ring.
sequence. Roshan
Those
hits
minus
Apple with 4,200
428
shares,
blasts
and his
on
total whips from
AAPL
around minus
are like
400
repeated
to
goal
about
line
minus
stands.
800 in a
Every
blink.
time
Then
Roshan
again,
gets
from the
close to
mid
crawling
minus
back,
300s to
he
the high
charges
minus
right into
700s.
another wall
At
and
this
gets
point,
thrown for a massive
AAPL
loss.
doesn't even need a trend.
Meanwhile,
Roshan
Siddharth
just
Pradeep
sizes
sits completely
4,200,
flat at
watches
plus
another minus 400
267.
appear,
No
and calls it
trades,
data
no
collection.
swings. Quietly
Honestly,
holding the only
Siddharth's
positive
best trade
number on the
today might be
board,
not touching a
like a
single
lone
button
lantern
when
in a
everyone else
storm.
is speedrunning
Clock ticking
drawdowns.
toward the final
Doing
couple of
nothing is
hours.
suddenly high
Big loss
performance.
landings are already on the
This
board,
is where
but that also
tournament
means the
mentality
counterpunch is loaded.
matters.
One
Do
disciplined green
Roshan and
push
Doc
could flip
John
this entire
keep
standings
chasing
page in
redemption in the
seconds.
same symbols?
Because the
Or does
first
a
trader
fresh
to
name
drop a
enter,
clean,
target that
controlled,
plus
big
500
green
line,
move
and
isn't
steal the
just scoring.
story of day
They're
3?
planting a flag on a
And the bar
battlefield
is
where the
hilariously
only
low.
highlight so
Just
far
don't torch
are red
500 bucks in one
explosions.
decision, and you're already
Roshan's
outperforming
latest
the
Apple
current
hit yanks him
leaders.
from roughly minus
From
340
minus
into the mid
350
minus
to
700s.
around minus
Another minus
1,000
400 plus body
to
blow.
the high
And you can
minus
almost hear the
900s
mental stop loss
to the
creaking.
minus
Doc John
700s.
started around minus 200
Roshan's
and now
Apple
lives near minus
journey
500
is
on
a
Goog.
highlight reel
Proof
of
that if you keep
massive
repeating the
red
same minus
swings
300
that
move,
will make any
the
rich
market happily keeps
dashboard
confirming your
light up
thesis.
like a stadium.
Pain.
This is only day
With
3 of
152
11.
minutes to the closing
These
bell,
early big
the
losses
challenge is
don't
clear.
end the tournament,
Who's going to
but
step
they
in,
reshape it,
respect the
forcing
thresholds,
Roshan
and
and
turn
Doc
this red
John
drenched
to decide
scoreboard
whether the
to
next
the first
sessions
true
are
green
about
statement
recovery
of the
or about
Dayrade
doubling
elevator.
down on chaos. Day 3,
Look at this.
mid-session,
Doc John comes
and the
in with just
Dayrade
400
elevator
shares and
scoreboard
somehow manages
looks
to
like a
turn a small scratch
battlefield after
into
the
a
first
$500 slice.
skirmish.
No active
Nothing but
traders now,
two
but
deep
the echo of that
craters
hit is
where
still
the
shaking
early
the board.
aggression blew up.
And Roshan Palan looks at
Minus
that number
300,
and just floats
minus
it.
400,
Thousands of shares
minus
at a time,
600.
stacking multiple
Roshan isn't
$400
trading a
plus
curve.
hits until the
He's
day
sketching a
sinks
ski
near
slope
minus
straight
1
down the
grand
equity
overall.
mountain.
And the wild part, those are big loss level hits. We're not talking tiny scratches. These swings are slamming straight through the $500 danger zone like it's made of paper.
We're 242 minutes past the open, 148 minutes to the close. And the story so far is simple. Aggression without exits writes red ink very quickly.
It's almost impressive. One trade, one chunk of size, and boom, straight to minus 506 like he's speed dialing the drawdown hotline.
Roshan takes the opposite route. Multiple tickets, thousands of shares, each one carving another chunk off the account until we're staring at almost minus 1,000 on the dashboard.
At this point, Roshan's trade history looks like a staircase made of stopouts. Every step you take just leads you further below sea level.
But that means the stage is ridiculously open. Any new contender can walk in, drop a single, plus 500 move, and instantly sit on the throne of day 3.
There's so much time on the clock, nearly 2.5 hours. One scalper could log in, hit 3 tight green trades, and catapult past both of these wounded P&Ls like it's nothing.
And don't forget, a comeback from minus 500 is still on the table. Doc John could flip the script with one disciplined streak and turn that disaster into a highlight reel.
You know it's bad when the best risk move on the dashboard is literally a flat line. No trades, no extra damage, just quietly waiting for a better setup tomorrow.
We actually saw Roshan take a breather. Flat change, no new trades. That moment of stillness might be the turning point between spiraling and surviving the tournament.
And that's what makes this format electric. One trader calmly steps in, nails a plus 300 move, and boom, instantly jumps ahead of both early redliners for the day's top spot.
Big loss threshold at 500. Symbol P&L trigger at 300. These aren't just numbers. They're the invisible rails shaping who survives 11 days and who burns out by day 3.
Remember, this is only day 3 out of 11. Nobody wins the whole tournament today, but somebody can absolutely plant a flag and send a message with a monster green swing.
You can almost feel it building. No action on the tape now, but the moment someone clicks in with size and discipline, that event counter is going to start racing again.
Picture the arena when it happens. Red numbers shrinking, green bars exploding past that 300 line, and a brand new name rocketing from nowhere into the top slot for the day.
And if that new name happens to be Doc John bouncing back from -500, the glow-up story will almost make us forget how fast he found the trapdoor in the first place. Almost.
Tournament clock ticking. 148 minutes to the close today. But the real clock is 11 full days. Blow up early, and every next session feels like climbing out of a crater.
Until then, the dashboard stands as a warning and an invitation. Respect the loss lines. Chase the green thresholds. And somewhere in the next few hours, a new hero for this day will finally appear. Day 3 rolls on in the Dayrade elevator, and the replay board is a war story written almost entirely in red ink. 2 battle-scarred names, 1 quiet survivor, and a whole lot of pain on tech heavyweights.
Check the tape. Doc John, one and done on Goog, 400 shares. And that single button press drags him from around -200 to roughly -500 in one brutal swoop.
That Goog line from -201 to about -506 on one trade is the trading equivalent of buying a front row ticket to your own risk lecture.
The haunting part is the simplicity. No scaling, no second shot on Goog. Just one oversized commitment that drags Doc John straight toward the tournament's big loss threshold and leaves him frozen there. For Doc John, every future Goog candle is a mirror. Does he chase it and compound the wound, or wait for cleaner edges and claw his way back with disciplined singles instead of another haymaker?
That's a monster hit. -624 in one AAPL decision. 4,600 shares. Every tiny tick against him converting into a tidal wave straight into 4-figure danger territory.
From about -350 to nearly -1 grand on AAPL in one go. Roshan didn't just size up. He basically volunteered to tank test his risk limits.
Think about that arc. Roshan starts with a manageable red around -350 on AAPL. Then one oversized leap pushes him to -977, a full tier deeper than the danger line designed for this tournament. But hidden in that disaster is raw potential. A single +500 or +600 punch on AAPL would erase the scar and sling Roshan from deep red into contender territory in one breathtaking reversal.
You know it's a savage session when Siddharth, doing absolutely nothing, sitting at +272 flat, is technically outplaying the guys swinging at AAPL and Goog with flamethrowers.
Look at the contrast. Roshan buried near -980 on AAPL. Doc John pinned around -500 on GOOG, and Siddharth quietly holding green. This leaderboard is upside down and begging for a hero run.
And we're still sitting at just 30 events logged. No fresh names, no new symbols. The whole story so far written by a couple of oversized hits on AAPL and GOOG that went violently the wrong way.
We're deep into the New York afternoon. Over 4 hours past the open, a couple more left until the close. And the board still hasn't seen a single +500 breakout to challenge these heavy red numbers.
Of course, the board also proves the flip side. Size too big on AAPL or GOOG, miss the timing by a hair, and you're starring in the How I Learned What -500 Feels Like documentary.
One green surge, one +300 blast on AAPL or GOOG, and the whole scoreboard flips from a cautionary tale into a comeback story. We are one trade away from absolute fireworks.
On the other side is the arena, where Doc John keeps making his stand. And so far, the stock has treated every attempt like a tackling drill.
He starts around minus 200 on Goog, presses that same button once, and suddenly he's staring at roughly minus 500. This is copy-paste regret in real time.
That one swing on is a full-blown collision. Minus 201 to about minus 506 in a single drive. That's a goal for the other team.
Zoom out on, and it's a signature etched in red. Small size, same trade, big consequence. A reminder that even modest clips can cross that big loss threshold in one bad read.
Now flip over to AAPL. Roshan Palan flying in with 4,600 shares and instantly eating around minus 624. That's a heavy landing.
That's not just over the 500 big
4,600
loss
shares on
line, that's a
AAPL is
long walk
not
past
dipping a
it.
toe. That is
Just turned one
cannonballing
trade
into
into
defense.
nearly a grand
And the
of red
first
for
flash is
Roshan.
a minus 624 wipeout.
When you see one
And remember,
order of
the symbol
4,600
P
shares
in L bar
dragging
is set at
P&L
300.
from the mid-minus 300s
Roshan's first real
toward minus
punch grips
1,000,
do double that on the
that's
downside.
tournament-defining
That's a
risk
monster level
in a
play
single
gone
decision.
horribly wrong.
If you're wondering what a volume spike looks like at 4,600 shares on AAPL, it looks like the market shrugging and his account doing the screaming instead.
Somewhere above the fray sits Siddharth Pradeep, flat on the day, P&L frozen in the low 300s, untouched, like a vault nobody's kicked open yet.
You've got a trader sitting steady at plus 327 with 0 trades in the window, one clean cushion away from the chaos, waiting to unleash when the timing's perfect.
And look at the clock, over 4 hours done. Just about 140 minutes to the close. And the field is wide open for someone to sprint in and steal day 3 with a single big trade.
1 plus 500 surge, just a single big win event, and somebody rockets from supporting character to headline star of day 3. That's how loose this bracket is right now.
Diversification apparently means picking between pain and pain. No sectors, just flavors of regret.
With 11 days on the schedule, and this only day 3, these deep red hits are less a final chapter and more a prologue in bold, warning-sized font.
And out there in the wings could be a fresh handle, an untouched account, ready to jump in with one high conviction push and instantly flip this entire narrative green.
Imagine it. Everyone staring at a sea of red, and then one newcomer fires off a plus 300, plus 500 blast, and the whole leaderboard erupts in a single update. Tick.
Tournament minutes slip away, red ink already spilled, and you can almost feel the building pressure on any trader still flat. Enter as a savior or stay a spectator. Day 3 may be written in red so far, but with more than 2 hours left on the clock, the script is still waiting for that one unforgettable reversal to define this window. Deep into day 3, the arena is quiet on signups, but the tape is loud. 30 events, 2 traders, and a scoreboard that's bleeding more than it's breathing.
And right in the center of that carnage is Roshan Palan, hammering away with a monster block of AAPL and detonating a $624 hit straight through the big loss barrier.
One trade, 4,600 AAPL, minus 624. This isn't easing into the water. This is jumping off the balcony with your whole account strapped to your back.
Volume spike alert. With the bar set at 1,000 shares, Roshan's 4,600 AAPL is more than 4 times the fireworks. Every tick is a cannon blast on the P&L.
600 plus down in one AAPL swing, and still 0 other trades on the sheet. That's not a playbook, that's a dare to the risk manager.
And on the other side of the arena, Doc John takes his own swing. 400 shares of Goog, one and done, and the board snaps from a Mal bruise to a minus 305 headline.
He comes in already down about 200, hits Goog once, and just like that, he's staring at minus 506 total, crossing that 500 thin line without even getting warmed up.
That Goog loss doesn't just sting. It clears the 300 symbol swing bar, stamping itself as a defining move on the ticker report for the entire session.
And remember, that's with just one trade. No scouts, no scaling, just a straight dive. So every time the Goog line blinks, it's the same brutal story replaying on the dashboard.
Put together, these two trades tell a stark story. No winners yet, just AAPL and GOOG carving deep red grooves into a scoreboard that's begging for its first hero.
Right now, the race is basically who can construct the most spectacular red number, while the top of the board looks like a reserved parking spot no one's brave enough to use.
And that's the dangerous beauty of this format. A single, disciplined push in the opposite direction could rewrite every storyline we've seen so far in the span of one candle.
Once you're that deep, every new order feels like defusing a bomb. You're hovering over the buy and sell buttons, hoping the next AAPL candle doesn't just finish the job.
When your P&L reads minus 900 and change, and the trade log just shows one supersized AAPL adventure, that's not bad luck. That's a biography of overconfidence.
Climb back to break even from there, and it instantly becomes one of those grit stories. Remember when Goog smoked him on day 3 and he still clawed his way into contention?
It's like the market handed out invitations for a highlight reel, and the only people who showed up were the ones volunteering to be on the wrong side of it.
Someone out there is going to see these minus 8 and minus 500 marks and say, I can beat that. Not by losing more, but by dropping the first mega green slam this lobby's seen.
Clock check. Just over 2 hours until this window closes, and every empty rank slot is another chance for a late arrival to spike a single trade and steal the whole show on the recap.
With big win and big loss levels both set at 500, these early blows are telling you exactly how high the ceiling is. Today's pain is tomorrow's potential for a matching surge in the opposite direction. So as the minutes drain away, the stage is set. Two wounded pioneers marking the floor in red, and a wide open path for the first trader brave enough to turn this tournament green. Remember, the tournament flags anything beyond minus 500 as a major hit. Roshan's Apple misfire didn't just tap that line, it sailed clear past it into the danger zone.
That's not clipping AAPL for a few cents. That's strapping yourself to the candle and hoping it goes your way. When it doesn't, the ladder only reaches halfway down the hole.
He starts the day down just 200. Then one Goog attempt later, he's sitting at minus 506. Congrats, that's an instant promotion into the big loss club.
And it only took 400 Goog shares to do it. One candle, one commitment, and boom, the P&L slams through that minus 500 barrier like a defender missed a tackle.
Big loss threshold, check. Symbol P&L threshold at plus 300, nowhere in sight. Goog for Doc John is strictly a red-only playlist so far.
What's striking is how concentrated the pain is. Roshan and Doc John each took a single swing, no scaling, no second attempts, and both crossed the tournament's big loss watermark on contact.
If you queue up now and just lose 200, you'll look like a disciplined legend standing next to minus 977 and minus 506 on the board.
With the symbol P&L threshold at plus 300 and nobody printing green yet, the very first trader to step up and tag that number is going to light this lobby up like a game-winning drive.
Imagine the next player loading into this. Clean slate for everyone else, two deep red landmines already down,
and every tick on AAPL or GOOG feels like it could rewrite the entire leaderboard in one burst.
For Roshan, the path back is steep but clear. One solid reversal, one disciplined series of trades on AAPL, and that minus 977 can start to look like the first act, not the ending.
But to get there, he's got to resist the urge to send another 4.6k block through Apple at the open. No more all-in coin flips if he wants this tournament to stay alive.
For Doc John, the task is more surgical. Tighten up the approach on Goog. Avoid that single oversized impulse, and a couple of controlled winners can drag him back over the big loss line by the end of the week.
If his next Goog trade is another minus 300, we're not calling it a strategy anymore. We're calling it a subscription to pain.
Look at the bigger canvas. No one has printed a signature green yet. The symbol threshold at plus 300 remains untouched, and the leaderboard is begging for a new protagonist to step onto the stage.
First trader to walk in here, tag a plus 500 on anything, and dodge the tilt, instantly becomes the #1 headline of day 3, overtaking 2 big reds with 1 clean shot.
Somewhere out there, a patient trader is watching this board, seeing nothing but red and opportunity, waiting for the perfect moment to log in and rewrite the story of day 3. We're deep into day 3, and the battlefield is eerily quiet. No new traders active, just 2 scorch marks on the dashboard, telling the story of what happens when size meets stubborn conviction. Roshan Palan sits at minus 977 on the session, a single brutal encounter with AAPL, shaving $624 off the line in one go. That's not a wobble. That's a full step into the abyss.
Roshan wakes up at minus 353, presses one AAPL button for 4,600 shares, and suddenly he's donating another 624 to the market. Charity work, but for liquidity providers.
Same story on Goog. 400 shares, 1 swing, and boom, minus 305 flashes on the board. That's a full symbol level shockwave blasting straight through the 300 impact threshold in a single can.
2 traders, 2 symbols, 2 heavy blows, and more than 2 hours still left in the window. This is the kind of quiet before the storm that makes every future entry feel like it's stepping into a haunted chart.
But right now, Roshan is the benchmark for pain. Minus 977 on the day off that AAPL slam. He's not just underwater, he's checking out the scenery on the ocean floor.
And Doc John on Goog. That's the classic I only need one good trade speech, followed immediately by the credits rolling at minus 506.
What makes it scarier is the trade count. These aren't drip feed scalps. Both players are basically flipping a coin with massive size, and the coin has landed edge down right into their P&L graphs.
Notice the contrast. Massive share counts, outsized losses, and then nothing. It's as if both traders hit their personal circuit breakers and just walked away from the arena to lick their wounds.
And that sets up a huge storyline. Siddharth is 1 clean push away from flipping that plus 411 into a leaderboard crushing day, while Roshan and Doc John are stuck trying to climb out of double big loss craters.
The scoreboard shows 0 active traders right now, but the logs don't lie. AAPL and GOOG have already claimed victims. The next player who queues up has to decide, do you follow those footprints or carve a new path entirely?
The crazy part is how exposed those losses were. 4,600 shares of AAPL, 400 of GOOG. Those aren't scout entries. That's full send, all gas sizing into a market that just shrugged and went the other way.
Minus 977 with a single fresh AAPL swing today means Roshan basically did a trust fall with the market and forgot to invite a spotter.
Leaderboard-wise, That opens a huge lane. Any newcomer who can string together a disciplined green day instantly leapfrogs the current benchmarks and turns these red outliers into stepping stones. So when the next trader logs in and presses that first buy or sell, understand the bar is set. Beat minus 977, dodge the big loss landmines, and you're instantly in contention for the day 3 crown.
If you're watching this dashboard thinking how hard can it be, just remember, AAPL and GOOG already answered that question with $600 and $300 haymakers to the face.
For now, the lesson is etched clearly. Oversized single-shot trades on names like AAPL and GOOG can write your entire day's story in one line. The question is, who will risk the pen next?
Minus 300 on a single attempt and the day is cooked. Doc John basically skipped the warming up phase and went right to post-game interview about what went wrong.
And it's not like a slow bleed either. It's a clean slice. Before, around minus 200. After, minus 506. One ticket, 400 shares. Lights out for the session stats.
On the other side of the arena, Roshan Palan comes in swinging a completely different weapon. 4,600 shares at a time, just detonating size into the tape. That's a monster hit. Forget just crossing the big loss line. Roshan sprints right past minus 500 and spikes it near minus 1,000 like a reverse touchdown.
Think about the proportions here. One decision, one heavy position, and more than $600 of downside appears instantly on Roshan's tournament storyline.
With trade accounts sitting at basically zero new entrants, the highlight reel is just two people taking turns punching themselves in the account balance.
But that's what makes it wow. The leaderboard is basically empty, and the only ink on the page is giant red splashes from these two heavy swings.
Siddharth's best trade today might be not trading. While everyone else is donating big loss stats, he's treating the market like a museum exhibit. Look, don't touch.
With 124 minutes left in the window, every minute that passes without a new contender makes those deep red baselines more and more tempting for a comeback artist to attack.
That's the danger with oversized conviction. When the trade count is 1, the performance review is just that single red blotch. There's no smoothing it out with 100 little scalps.
Roshan's line tells a different story. Already down more than 300 before this window, he opts to escalate with heavier size, and the market answers with another 600 plus against him.
But you got to admit, it's fearless. 4,600 shares is more than 4 times the volume spike bar for this event. This is a full send attempt on a quiet leaderboard.
These are the trades
And
that
because
echo
nobody
through
else
the
is really
rest of the
stepping up
tournament.
today, the race
Once
for
you're
now is
dug
literally
in
who
near
can be less
minus
negative.
1,000 on day
Minus
3,
500 versus
every
almost
future
minus
window
$1,000.
becomes a potential
What a cheerful
redemption
podium.
arc or
But
a
that's the
slow
beauty of
motion
this format.
collapse.
Those
For
giant
now,
red
though,
numbers
the vibe is
are
tense.
also a
2 big
stage
losers on the
waiting
board,
for a hero.
0 big winners,
One
no new
clean
challenges
plus
logging
800
in,
swing
and the
later
clock
this
just
week,
keeps ticking
and
toward the close of
somebody
this
flips
window.
from disaster clip
When your
to
P&L
tournament
is glued
legend.
at plus 411 while everyone
And
else
you
is
know
testing the floor,
Doc John is thinking
doing
about it.
nothing suddenly looks
Do you
like
come back
pro-level
in later
discipline.
this week and swing
And
again?
Roshan's path back
Try
is
to
even
turn that
crazier.
minus
He's
500
basically an
into the
entire big
opening
win and
chapter
then
of a
some in the hole.
legendary comeback?
That means future sessions
Remember,
are going to be
we're
high
only
octane by
on day
default
3
if he
of
wants
11.
back in the race.
Plenty of time
Right
for
now, though, the
momentum to
story is
flip.
simple.
But
Tiny
these early
field,
deep
huge red
cuts will
numbers,
force them to
and an
choose
open
between
invitation for some
patience
lunatic to
and
show up with actual
desperation
green and
as the
steal the
final
entire
days
spotlight.
approach.
2 hours left on the
We're
clock.
deep into day
The red
3
zone
of the
already lit
Dayrade
up.
elevator.
Whoever pulls
2
the trigger
hours left on
next
the clock.
has a chance to
The
turn this
arena
sleepy
lights
bracket
still on,
into a
but the
full-blown day
scoreboard is
trading
painted
highlight
almost
reel.
entirely in red ink. Contenders have stepped
Front
in
and
this
center,
window.
It's Roshan
And
Pallin
that leaves
on
just a
Apple,
handful of early
swinging a
aggressors
massive
carrying the entire
4,600
story.
share ticket
Every
and
mistake
getting
frozen on the
hammered
board
for
for
around a
everyone to
minus
study.
624
Roshan
hit
woke up at minus
in one
350 or so
shot.
on AAPL,
That's a
said that's not
full-on
painful enough,
big loss
and
level
promptly
strike
volunteered for
on
minus
a single
977.
decision.
When your
That
risk
is
plan is
insane
just
velocity.
send more
One
size,
extra swing on
this is
Apple,
how the
and
movie ends.
Roshan's P&L rips from an
Remember,
already
the
ugly
big
minus
loss threshold
350
for this
to
event
almost
is
minus a
around
grand in a heartbeat.
$500.
All because 4,600
Roshan's
shares
Apple trade
amplify
didn't
every
just
tiny
cross
tick
that
into a
line,
body blow.
it doubled it,
And that
turning one
4,600
idea
share
into
clip
a
on
defining headline
AAPL
for his entire
absolutely
day
dwarfs
3.
the
Only
1,000
problem,
share volume
AAPL
spike
didn't care
bar.
about Roshan's
This
storyline.
isn't a nudge.
It just printed a
It's a
minus
full-blown
624
tackle into the
reminder
tape.
that the
The
market does
kind of
not
size you
refund
expect
bravery fees.
when someone's trying
On
to
the other
flip the
side, we've
entire
got Doc John on
leaderboard
Goog,
in one
dropping
go.
a single
For
400 share
Goog,
order and
that
hitting
single
roughly a
minus
minus 300
305
smack,
swing is
instantly dragging his
enormous,
line from about
well above
minus
the symbol
200
P and
to
L
more than
impact
minus
line
500 on
at
that
plus
ticker.
or minus
Doc John
300,
basically did a speed
converting
run to the
one
Big Loss
trade
Club on
into a
GoOG.
full-fledged
One
storyline
400 share swing,
instead of just another
minus
tiny
300.
red candle
Total
in the
P&L now
log.
more than
And
minus
that push
500.
on Goog
Efficiency
slams them
matters, I
straight
guess.
through the $500
And look at the
big
micro
loss
moves.
barrier.
Whether the
This
log
is a
reads minus
one-ticket
506 or minus
tournament level
508 on
blow.
Goog, the
The
story is the
kind of
same.
hit you feel in your
Every
highlight
tiny
reel
slip under that
and in
line
your account
keeps him pinned
stats.
under the waterline with no
From
fresh green
roughly
to bleed.
minus
He
200
didn't even
to
spam the
more
button,
than minus
just calmly
500
selected
on
Goog,
Goog
400
in one
shares,
extra
and chose
attempt.
violence against his
That's
own
the
equity
razor
curve.
edge of intraday risk management, where a single decision can triple your pain without adding a single new entry to your trade count.
frozen at plus
Honestly, Siddharth
386.
might be the
A
smartest player on the
spectator
board,
with a winning
locked in a
ticket,
green number,
just watching
0
the
new
chaos
swings,
unfold.
and not donating a single dollar to
You
whatever
gotta
experiment
respect it.
Roshan and Doc John are
While
running
others are
today.
punching into the big
And
loss
look at the
zone,
lobby count. No new
Siddharth
traders
is
for this
guarding
window.
that plus
Just the same
386
battered stats
like a
refreshing.
championship
Same
belt,
red numbers blinking,
refusing to
while
give
the
the
clock
market
keeps
a
sliding
free
toward that 2 hour to
rematch
close mark.
today.
With the tournament day
Make no
3
mistake
of
though,
11, this
Roshan's
is the long
AAPL
game
hit
unfolding.
is the current benchmark
Some
for pain.
players swinging for
Nearly minus
redemption
$1
now.
grand on the ticker.
Others choosing to live to
One
fight another
oversized
session
press
rather than
that turned
chase
a
a
bad
single
spot
candle into
into the
oblivion.
biggest blow of the
You can
tournament
almost feel the
window so
temptation.
far.
Down nearly minus
At this point,
977 on
AAPL isn't a
AAPL.
ticker for Roshan,
Huge
it's a
size, 2
personality
hours left.
test.
The
How
urge to
many
hit the button
three-figure
again
hits
and
do you
fix it
need
with
before
one
you
more
stop
lottery
handing it
ticket has to be screaming at him
4,600
right
share
now.
love letters?
The tragedy is that if that AAPL swing lands in his favor, the same risk that buried him would have catapulted him toward the top. This is the double-edged sword of high leverage in a tournament setting.
He was sitting at around minus 200 on Goog, totally manageable. Then bang, one more try, minus 305. And now he's staring at more than minus 500 with zero cushion left for another mistake.
Look at the bigger picture. These aren't tiny scalps gone wrong. Both flagship trades today pierced the $500 loss mark, proving how unforgiving this format is once you let size creep up past your comfort zone.
Right now, the dashboard looks like a risk management training slide. 2 giant red examples, 1 quiet green bystander, and a big empty space where the hero trade is supposed to go.
As minutes fall away, pressure rises, not just to win, but to avoid compounding the damage. Because in a multi-day gauntlet, survival can be just as valuable as a single huge score.
Somewhere out there, a disciplined grinder is licking their chops thinking, all I have to do is not torch $1,000 in one swing, and I'm already ahead of the curve.
Day 3 rolls on, with an empty entrant list. But 2 stories still glow bright red on the dashboard. Roshan Pallin on AAPL and Doc John locked into Goog, both carrying heavyweight losses into the late session.
4,600 shares of AAPL for a single try at glory, and it lands him in negative 977. Forget momentum trading, that's gravity trading.
From a stats lens, that single AAPL trade is textbook big loss territory. One decision worth more than the tournament's $500 danger line, reshaping Roshan's entire Day 3 narrative.
Watch how the P&L wobbles. Doc John's line flickers from roughly minus 170
to almost minus 500 on Goog. Tiny price moves, massive emotional damage.
Put the numbers side by side. Roshan nearly at minus 1 grand on AAPL. Doc John orbiting minus 500 on Goog. This isn't a leaderboard. It's a crash highlight reel.
And in the middle of this demolition derby sits Siddharth Pradeep, perfectly flat at plus 351, no trades, no drama. Clearly read the rulebook on capital preservation.
Think about the pressure. Two players taking huge hits, one sitting on steady green. Siddharth just has to not touch a button, and he's basically playing defense on the entire lobby.
We're roughly 4.5 hours past the bell, with just under 2 hours to go. This is the danger zone, where tired minds chase revenge and tiny mistakes become tournament legends.
But if he queues up just one more oversized order on AAPL, the comeback potential is crazy. Those same 4,600 shares that dragged him down could rocket him straight back above zero on a clean move.
Meanwhile, Doc John is basically married to Goog. One name, one hurt, no diversification, just pure commitment to being wrong in size.
Those 400 share blocks on Goog may not look wild, but when each hit is over 300 bucks, you're stacking big loss bricks into a wall you have to climb later.
Flip just one of those Goog hits into a plus 300 instead. And suddenly, Doc John's whole stat line pops. He go from cautionary tale to comeback candle in a single candle.
You have to admire Siddharth's discipline. While Roshan and Doc John are speedrunning the red zone, he's basically running a savings account in a war zone.
And remember, trader count is literally 0 new names this window, so the door is wide open. One fresh login, one well-timed push on AAPL or GOOG, and they are instantly in the spotlight.
Right now, the field looks like a cautionary poster for oversizing. Big shares, big pain, and a whole lot of room for one disciplined sniper to walk in and steal the show.
Clock's ticking, 116 minutes to the close, and every untouched opportunity on AAPL and GOOG feels like a ticking time bomb waiting for someone to light the fuse.
This is only day 3 of 11, but these numbers will linger. Roshan's giant AAPL loss, Doc John's GOOG slide, Siddharth's untouched green. Each becomes a reference point for every decision from here on.
But the book isn't closed. Anyone can log in, grab the hot hand on AAPL or Google, and write the first true plus 500 victory lap of the tournament, right here, right now.
Day 3 rolls on in the Dayrade elevator, and the board is brutal. No green heroes yet, just a couple of traders carving heavy red scars into this session.
And front and center in this chaos is Roshan Palan, who just unloaded a gigantic 4,600 share hit on AAPL, turning a rough minus 300 into a crushing drawdown of nearly minus 1,000.
You don't usually see minus 624 as a single line item. Roshan just turned one losing idea on AAPL into an entire chapter of the risk manual.
That one trade just detonated his score. Roshan plunges from a manageable minus 350 into the depths around minus 970 on AAPL. That's a tournament scale faceplant.
On the other side, we have Doc John, quietly hammering the same play. 400 share stabs at Goog that keep costing him about minus 300 at a time.
Doc John has discovered a new indicator on Goog. Whenever he sends 400 shares, the market politely removes roughly 300 bucks from his account.
And yet, the insane part is this. If Doc John flips that same 400 share size on in the right direction just once, a plus 300 blast instantly cuts his daily damage in half.
You can see the hesitation. After getting clipped on from minus 170, minus 200, all the way down toward minus 500, the next click suddenly weighs a ton.
And in the middle of these car crashes, Look at this. Siddharth Pradeep sitting perfectly flat at plus 350. No fresh trades, just chilling while the others fight the tape.
Compare the approaches. Roshan slamming 4600 on AAPL for a minus 600 plus haymaker versus Siddharth literally not clicking and still in a better spot by more than a grand.
The risk profile is crystal clear. One oversized shot on AAPL, and Roshan has locked himself into a near minus 1,000 hole, with only a single trade on the ledger.
But because that loss is so front loaded, the flip side is wild. One monster rebound on Roshan could catapult from the basement straight into contention in a single swing.
Every new ticket from Doc John looks like a copy-paste job. 400 shares, red result. Modest P&L drop. He's basically running a subscription service for small losses.
So we've got two red stories. Roshan nuked by a single oversized bet on 8, and Doc John worn down by repeated cuts on Goog, and a quiet leader just sitting on a green cushion watching it unfold.
Right now, the standings basically read, one trader buried near minus a grand, one hovering around minus 500, and one person doing nothing and winning by default.
And don't forget, this tournament doesn't end with today. What happens in these final minutes sets emotional momentum for the next 8 days of swings, tilts, and comebacks.
End a day like this at the bottom, and every future entry feels heavier. Claw back even a little, and suddenly you carry proof that the market can swing in your favor too.
But that's exactly why this format is electric. Everything can change on one symbol, one surge, one perfectly timed press of the button with size behind it.
So as the clock winds down on day 3, watch the dashboard. If a name suddenly surges, you'll know someone finally caught the move this entire session has been threatening to unleash.
That AAPL hit is monstrous. Roshan slams 4,600 shares, eats a $624 loss, and his P&L detonates from minus 350 to around minus 980 in one brutal candle.
What makes it sting is the trajectory. Roshan wasn't starting from disaster. He was hovering in a manageable drawdown. Then one oversized AAPL entry drags him perilously close to 4 figures in the red.
From minus 350 to minus 977 is not a drift. That's a cliff. One bad read on Apple, and suddenly his entire day 3 campaign is hanging by a thread. Watch the pattern. GOOG, 400 shares, minus 305, again and again, and each time his session P&L jolts from around minus 200 into the minus 500 pocket.
One of those Goog shots is massive. Minus 305 takes him from roughly minus 170 to about minus 480. A huge lurch straight toward big loss territory in a single play.
That's the moment his day crosses the line. From manageable red into a zone where every fresh Goog order risks locking him beyond the $500 pain barrier.
And then another big one, minus 305, takes him from about minus 250 to nearly minus 560 on Goog. That's his whole day getting rewritten by one ticker, one decision, one candle. The wild part? One clean plus 500 move for anyone in this field, on Apple, on Google, on anything, would catapult them to the top of a leaderboard that right now is almost entirely submerged in red.
Of course, with trader count at 0 on the live board right now, the sharpest play might be the one nobody's making. Staying flat and watching other people's risk management lessons in real time.
Speaking of restraint, Siddharth Pradeep is the quiet figure on this board, flat at plus 350, no fresh trades, simply holding steady while chaos plays out on other screens.
It's kind of poetic. The only P&L that isn't on fire belongs to the person who stopped trading. Siddharth's strategy is literally do less, lose less.
For Roshan, the question now is psychological. After a 600-plus loss on AAPL, does he lock the door at minus 900, or does he press again and risk turning day 3 into a career highlight for all the wrong reasons?
But the beauty of this 11-day format is simple. Today's deep red can become tomorrow's launch pad. One discipline plus 500 swing on AAPL or GOOG later in the week, and these same names could be rocketing up the rankings.
And with event count sitting at 30, most of them red, the highlight reel for today looks less like a victory montage and more like a compliance seminar waiting to happen.
Imagine it, a fresh entrant slamming into AAPL with size, catching a plus 500 rip and leapfrogging every bruised P&L on the board in one green explosion. That's a full big loss caliber hit on Juge right there. Nearly a $300 slam straight through the 500 down threshold. He's not just near danger, he's wearing it like a jersey.
Remember, the tournament flags anything around minus 500 as a serious blow. Doc John on Goog has pushed straight past that line, turning what could have been a scratch day into a psychological test.
The wild part, it's not some 30-trade grind, just a single Goog hit, size cranked, and his curve goes from uncomfortable red to full-on scoreboard warning label.
For Doc John, the story on Goog isn't frequency, it's impact. Just one decision with oversized weight, and his entire day now orbits around that single choice.
Swing over to Apple, and it's Roshan Palan absolutely flooring it. 4,600 shares in one blast, and his P&L detonates from roughly minus 350 to nearly minus 1 grand in a heartbeat.
4,600 shares of AAPL for a minus 624 outcome. This isn't taking a shot. This is volunteering to tank test the big loss threshold personally.
The big loss bar is 500, and AAPL just carved more than that out of Roshan in one go. This is the kind of print that can echo through the rest of the tournament if he lets it get in his head.
Right now, though, AAPL is treating him like a piñata. Massive share count, zero mercy, and every whack drops another chunk of candy straight into the red column.
Between Goog punishing Doc John and AAPL crushing Roshan, we're watching the same core lesson repeat. Size can be a ladder to glory or a trapdoor to the basement, depending on which side of variance you land.
With 0 official leaders on the sheet and a pile of red, the meta right now is basically who can avoid detonating their account the slowest. Congratulations, survival is alpha.
We've got just under 2 hours until the window closes, and this empty leaderboard is baiting someone to slam the gas. One oversized flush or one perfect entry, and the rankings are going to lurch violently.
Somewhere in this field, a pacing sniper is waiting, flat, quiet, watching GOOG and AAPL chew through the over-levered, just biding their time to unleash that first big green strike.
Every additional Goog order from here is a fork in the road. Either he accepts the drawdown and protects the rest of the tournament, or he chases revenge and lets today define his whole run.
At that depth on AAPL, you're not trying to make the day back. You're auditioning for a cautionary slide in the post-tournament risk recap.
But imagine the flip. Roshan catches one clean trend on AAPL, rides that size for plus 600 instead of minus 600. And suddenly, he's sprinting back into the fight like he just nailed the buzzer beater 3.
And with the minutes draining toward the close, you know someone is itching to press. Late session liquidity, tired eyes, and the temptation to force that hero trade can turn this quiet board into chaos instantly.
So keep your eyes welded to those P&L columns. When that first plus 500 explosion finally hits, it's going to feel like a championship point on a field that's been nothing but red all afternoon.
We are deep into day 3 of the Dayrade elevator, almost 5 hours since the bell, and the story on the board is brutally simple. AAPL and GOOG have already claimed 2 heavy casualties, and no one new has dared to step into the arena yet.
Minus 624 on one AAPL idea. And Roshan basically speedruns straight past the 500 big loss line like it's a suggestion, not a rule.
That's not a dip, that's a trapdoor. AAPL prints against him and it shoves Roshan's line from just under minus 400 to almost minus 977, like the floor just vanished.
4,600 shares of AAPL for a minus 624 result is basically the market's way of saying, thanks for playing, please swipe again tomorrow.
Swing over to Goog, and you've got Doc John stepping up with 400 shares, and bang, minus 305 instantly carved out of the day.
It's a nasty slide. He drops from about minus 270 to around minus 575 in that single Goog execution, slamming right into the neighborhood of the big loss trigger.
Minus 305 on Goog and Doc John rockets straight past the minus 500 mark. Not exactly the leaderboard breakout he probably had in mind.
What makes that Goog move so brutal is the context. Only one recorded trade, already beyond the 500 loss threshold, and his entire session narrative is compressed into that one ill-timed entry.
When your entire Goog history for the window is one trade, minus 300, the market isn't giving you a trend, it's giving you a performance review.
That means these are ghosts of earlier chaos, 30 logged events, but the floor is empty right now. Just the lingering red numbers, daring someone new to jump in with size.
Or they can just as easily become Exhibit C on the Big Loss Wall of Fame. Roshan and Doc John have already done the orientation tour for how not to treat risk threshold.
Remember, the big win marker sits around plus 500, so any trader who can time a single strong move on AAPL, GOOG, or elsewhere instantly rewrites the shape of this entire leaderboard.
For Roshan, that minus 977 cut on AAPL is ugly now, but it sets up the dream scenario. 1 or 2 plus 500 wins later in the week, and this becomes the remember when I was almost down a grand highlight reel.
If he comes back swinging at GOOG with the same 400 size, this can spiral fast. Another minus 300, and he's in 4-digit drawdown territory before the day even ends.
Meanwhile, the trader count is literally 0, no one currently clicking. And you just know half the audience is sitting there thinking, yeah, I would have nailed those AAPL and GOOG moves.
Tournament-wise, we're only on day 3 of 11, so a trader who keeps their powder dry now, then launches a cluster of plus 500 wins later, can still rocket from anonymity to overall glory.
And when that happens, today's minus 900 and minus 500 stories turn into the backdrop, the undercard, before the real title fight explodes onto this board.
And right behind him, Doc John parked around minus 575 on Goog. Both traders one solid green push away from a miracle, or one more misfire away from an absolute meltdown week.
So eyes on the board. Any flash of AAPL or GOOG, any sudden plus 500 spike, and this quiet late session instantly turns into a roaring arena moment.
That one AAPL decision is a masterpiece of pain. Down a modest 350, pushes the size, and suddenly he's staring at almost a full grand underwater like it's just another Tuesday experiment.
That is a tournament-sized collision, minus 624 on one AAPL hit, double the big loss threshold, and his overall day just falls off a cliff in one candle.
Roshan's entire narrative right now is leverage without mercy, 4,600 shares on a single AAPL bet, one misstep, and the scoreboard brands his day with a near minus 1,000 scar.
Meanwhile, across the arena, Doc John is locked in a heavyweight clinch with Goog, 400 shares at a time, and every attempt is landing like a clean body shot to his P&L.
It's a rough upgrade. From a forgettable red day to officially over the 500 loss badge, all courtesy of one Goog idea that did the exact opposite of what he needed.
But here's the twist. 400 shares on ZOOG cuts both ways. That same $300 punch could just as easily be a huge green swing if he finally syncs with the move and swings back.
From minus 270 to roughly minus 575, Doc John's story is one clean misread on Goog. No chaos, just a single decision that drags his entire tournament trajectory downward.
You look at the dashboard. P&L column jumps from a tame minus 300 range to nearly minus 1000 in one refresh. And you just know Apple printed a monster candle against him.
So the tape splits into two themes: Roshan's single catastrophic AAPL swing and Doc John's sharp stumble on Goog, each a different flavor of how fast a day can unravel when size outruns discipline.
It's less a diversified tournament and more a very expensive fan club. Team Apple and Team Goog taking turns seeing who can light up the loss column harder.
We're nearly 300 minutes removed from the opening bell, with just over an hour and a half to go, and still no one has planted a decisive green flag, only cautionary tales written in red.
And let's be honest, when you're already buried like Roshan at almost minus 1,000, the temptation to fix it in one trade is exactly how highlight reels become educational warnings.
With every tick, the stakes climb. Big loss badges already lit for both our headline traders. And the first one to land a monster green reversal is going to own the highlight reel for the day.
If Doc John snaps off just 2 or 3 well-timed GOG trades in the opposite direction, that minus 575 could rip back toward break-even faster than the dashboard can update.
Of course, that assumes he waits for a real setup instead of just speedrunning the minus 1,000 achievement with another blind leap into AAPL volatility.
Two traders, two high-octane symbols, both already scarred by the same aggression that could still save them. This final stretch is where risk management and courage collide for real. Day 3, late session, and this board looks like a training sim gone wrong. No leaders in sight, just two battle-scarred traders carrying all the action for the entire arena. Focus in on Roshan. One heavy swing on AAPL, 4,600 shares, and his line plunges from minus 353 to a chilling minus 977.
Roshan just bought himself a front row seat to pain. 4,600 AAPL shares, minus 624, and suddenly minus 300 felt like the good old days.
Goog tags him hard, minus 305 in one swipe, and Doc John's curve just bends straight down, blowing past that minus 500 warning line like it's optional.
400 shares, minus 305 on Goog. Doc John just discovered the half a grand down speedrun category and nailed the record in one attempt.
So here we are. No green champions, no top stackers, just Roshan and Doc John turning today's ladder into a study in how fast big loss thresholds can be shattered. With a big loss bar set at 500, both traders have already smashed it. Roshan nearly doubling that line, and Doc John parked just beyond it, like the red zone is home.
Which means the gate is wide open. Anyone walking in and dropping a clean plus 500 instantly jumps to first and turns this entire red landscape into their personal highlight reel.
It's pure size versus sanity. 4,600 AAPL a minus 624 swing, and his curve just slams downward like someone yanked the elevator cables mid-ride.
And yet, that kind of risk taking is why Roshan is the headline. No one else is throwing 4,600 share punches on AAPL and reshaping their whole tournament in a single blow.
It's like Goog just clipped him with a jab, only the jab costs $300 and leaves you staring at a minus 500 handle, wondering if you really want a rematch.
Minus 270 to minus 575 on Goog. Doc John basically paid a $300 cover charge to get into the red VIP lounge.
Both of these moves cleared a big loss bar by a mile. Roshan's minus 624 and Doc John's minus 305 are exactly the kind of swings that normally decide top three finishes, just in the wrong direction. And remember, a single big win of plus 500 doesn't just grab the lead. It turns this quiet board into a stadium moment, a full-on who just spawned in and stole the show situation.
Because you just know the urge is there. Minus 977, staring at that AAPL line, thinking, one more push, I can fix this, while the risk manager somewhere is screaming into a pillow.
For Doc John, the dilemma is different. Goog clipped him for minus 305, but with smaller size, the path back above minus 500 is shorter if he chooses to fight again.
Minus 575 isn't a death sentence, but if he forces another GOG entry and it prints a second minus 300, that's how a manageable loss turns into a full-on meltdown.
If his next Goog trade also comes in red, we're officially upgrading this from drawdown to case study.
Minutes drain away, the window narrows, and the board waits. Will a new name surface with a disciplined big green, or do Roshan and Doc John stand as warning beacons for everyone watching?
Stay locked in. One more surge, one more giant swing, and this quiet, red-washed leaderboard could erupt into a late session classic before the bell. And remember, that minus 305 on punches, straight through the $500 danger marker for the day. Doc John didn't just cross the line, he spiked it into the turf.
What's wild is it's just one ticket on. No scaling in, no peeling out, just all in on the idea, and the market blows the doors of that plan instantly.
But hey, that's the flip side of this format. One ugly red candle can take you down, but one clean green drive later can drag that minus 575 back toward midfield.
Swing the camera over to and it's chaos. Roshan Palan slams in with 4,600 shares and leaves the field limping at almost minus 1 grand on the day.
Look at that hit, minus 624 on N1 Go. That's a full-blown end zone celebration for the Bears. They just housed that trade from kickoff to touchdown.
4,600 shares of AAPL for a minus 624 swing. Roshan basically strapped a sled to the account and pushed it down the nearest hill.
From minus 353 to minus 977, Roshan doesn't just graze the big loss line. He drives straight past it and keeps going until the warning lights are blinding.
But the crazy part, because the field is empty, that monstrous red number also makes Roshan the story of the day. Love it or hate it, that's the headline on the ticker right now.
Zoom out on the dashboard. Two P&L lines buried under zero. Trader count at absolute zero. And that event counter stuck at 30 like a clock that just ran out of batteries.
That means the door is wide open. Any new trader who logs in and drops a clean plus 500 play instantly leapfrogs both of these red lines straight into the number one slot.
Right now, the scoreboard basically reads, wanted, one competent green day. Previous applicants have already donated to the cause.
And with the big loss line set at 500, both Roshan and Doc John have already blown straight through it. Any more aggression from them later would be like diving back onto the same landmine.
The bar right now isn't be amazing, it's literally just don't implode. Clear that and you're already outperforming the entire visible field.
Big loss threshold at 500. Symbol trigger at 300. These are the pressure points shaping every decision, even in a moment where the tape itself looks still.
One disciplined surge, one momentum wave, ridden the right way, and we could see the entire P&L board flip from a horror story into a highlight reel in the final 90 minutes.
And Roshan's playbook needs a new page titled Position Size Smaller Than a Freight Train if he wants to survive the remaining 8 days with any chips left.
The lesson here is brutal but clear. Tournament trading rewards those who can walk away from the screen as much as those who can press the button at the perfect moment.
Imagine the storyline. Walk in cold, post a plus 600 burst, and instantly turn the big loss benchmark into the stepping stone for your own leaderboard takeover. Stay locked in. If someone jumps back into this arena before the closing bell, we could see a last minute drive that turns this quiet, bloody scoreboard into an absolute festival of momentum.
That single AAPL decision rips him from a manageable drawdown into the edge of four-figure pain, a classic moment where one oversized conviction trade becomes the whole story of your session.
But hey, if AAPL gives him just one clean run in the other direction, that same size can turn into a game-tying bomb. He's one monster green candle away from rewriting the whole narrative.
Flip over to Google, and it's the same horror theme in a different costume. Doc John presses in with 400 shares, and his line snaps lower like he just ran a slant route into a linebacker.
400 shares of GOOG, and that trade smacks him for more than 300 bucks. Right there, he crosses the big loss tripwire and lights up the red side of the dashboard.
For Doc John, GOOG becomes a case study in risk math. A single moderate position sizing into the wrong side of the move is enough to push his symbol PNL beyond the headline threshold in one shot.
And you know the comeback script is sitting right there. If Goog gives him a clean reversal and he sizes it half as big, he can still punch out a crowd-pleasing grind back toward break even.
What's wild is the event log. Just around 30 marks in the tape, and almost all the real violence comes from those isolated heavyweight punches on AAPL and GOOG, not some crazy scalping spree.
With the clock creeping toward the close, and only a handful of giant swings on the record, this tournament day has turned into a laboratory for one idea. How much damage can a single trade do when it's missized?
We've got 80 plus minutes left, big loss thresholds already smashed, and nobody new has even jumped into the fire yet. This is the calm before the chaos setup you dream about as a momentum junkie.
That means today's lesson is sponsored by position sizing. Same tick, same chart, different share count. And suddenly you're either sipping coffee or explaining to Twitch chat why you're down almost $1,000.
You can almost feel the hesitation. No fresh IDs lighting up the tape, because everyone staring at this board knows that one bad click on these names is enough to write your whole obituary for day 3.
Or, the final act meme. Because chasing a revenge entry into this kind of tape is how you end up with a scoreboard screenshot that lives forever in group chats.
This is what separates tournament grinders from gamblers. Same scary red numbers on the board, but the disciplined players see opportunity, not doom, and wait for that A+ setup before pulling the trigger.
From a tournament lens, these early big losses matter beyond the dollars. They shape who's forced to press later in the series, who has to climb out of a hole instead of playing from a level field.
But that's also where legends get made. Nothing hits harder than a trader who was buried early, then strings together a run of disciplined wins to storm back into contention by the final day.
Every minute that passes, the pressure on these names builds. One more spike on AAPL, one more lurch on GOOG, and the whole shape of day 3 could morph in a single heartbeat. Day 3 is dragging into the late session. The arena is nearly empty. And yet the scoreboard still tells a brutal story of a couple of trades gone way too big, way too wrong.
You can see the crater on the dashboard. Roshan Palan dives in, one colossal order, and his P&L just gets hurled from the mid minus 300s into the depths near minus 1 grand.
That's a single play, minus 624 slammed onto the account, blasting him straight past the big loss threshold like it was a speed bump. This is a full-on highlight reel hit, just in the wrong color.
He walks in already bruised at around minus 350, then loads the cannon so hard he nearly triples the damage in one go. This isn't risk management. This is performance art in red ink.
When a single entry of 4,600 shares drags a trader from a rough start into nearly 4 digits of loss, you're not just seeing a bad read. You're watching their entire tournament arc bend in one moment.
Big loss bar says minus 500, Roshan says. Cool, I'll bring minus 624 to the party. This is the kind of overachievement your risk manager has nightmares about.
If you're watching from home, note the lesson buried in that red block. A single oversized order into the wrong read can turn a difficult day into a defining setback for the entire tournament run.
He's sitting near minus 270, hits that same idea with 400 shares, and instantly eats a minus 305 chunk. The kind of move that drags him past the big loss barrier in one bite.
$300 down the drain on a single press, taking him from minus 2 something to minus 575. This isn't a dip. This is a trapdoor with a welcome mat.
And it's not like he ramped size. This is just a modest 400 share poke that behaves like a wrecking ball, flipping his day from bad to borderline disastrous in one update tick.
Symbol P&L threshold says 300 is a big story. Doc John politely responds with minus 305 and a personal guided tour into the red zone.
You can picture it, already down, watching the candles twitch, deciding, yeah, one more try. And instantly the P&L column sprays another 300 of damage like confetti in reverse.
What makes it even more dramatic is the silence around them. No fresh challengers on the board, no new green streaks, just 2 massive hits echoing through an otherwise quiet bracket.
Right now, the meta strategy looks simple. If you've managed to avoid detonating $500 on a single idea today, congratulations, you're already outplaying the visible field.
1 plus 500 blast in this kind of landscape is all it takes. You drop a single big win candle and instantly leap from ghost status to headline act of day 3.
Instead, the story so far is basically a cautionary slideshow. Oversized buttons, undersized patience, and big loss thresholds treated like friendly suggestions.
You know the crowd is just begging for it. A sudden surge, a green bar blasting past plus 500, a newcomer rocketing up the standings while the early misfires are still smoldering.
Day 3 rolls into its late session stretch, and our scoreboard is a strange sculpture. No fresh signups on the floor, yet 30 separate jolts of activity have already carved deep scars into the tape.
And don't count Roshan out just yet. Anyone wild enough to fire 4,600 shares in one breath is absolutely capable of a late game redemption arc if they can just catch the next big drive in their favor.
Crossing the $500 loss line in one AAPL attempt, Roshan doesn't just flirt with danger. He redraws his entire day around a single, oversized conviction.
One trade on AAPL down over 600, 0 follow-ups. This isn't scaling into an idea, this is speed-running a drawdown.
For Roshan, AAPL has become more than a ticker. It's the entire plot of his session, a single oversized idea dragging him toward four-figure negative territory.
He was already down around 270, taps the trigger once on Goog, and suddenly he's staring at roughly minus 575. Blows straight through the 500 pain marker in a single entry.
400 Goog, minus 305. No scaling, no partials. This is less trade plan and more what not to do slide in a risk seminar.
So now the GOOG column is stamped with a huge crimson block, and Doc John becomes one of the earliest entries in today's Big Loss Hall of Fame.
If your whole resume for the day is minus 300 on Goog in a single tap, you're not competing for the trophy. You're auditioning as a cautionary tale.
Side by side, these trades sketch a harsh picture. No green heroes on the board yet, just two oversized swings carving matching trenches in the equity landscape.
Right now, the competition is basically a contest to see who can design the most creative shade of red, while the top of the board sits there collecting dust.
But the beauty of these late session windows is this. One disciplined sequence can flip an entire narrative, turning a quiet leaderboard into a fireworks show in minutes.
For Roshan, hovering near minus 977, the next big AAPL decision is binary. Either he crafts a comeback highlight or he slams straight into four-digit red territory.
For Doc John, the route back is narrower, but more realistic. Chipping away at that roughly 575 hole with smaller, cleaner wins could turn Goog from a disaster headline into an early setback in a larger run.
It's like the market rolled out a red carpet for highlight reels, and the only volunteers so far are people lining up to be the before picture.
But we're only on day 3 of 11. The opening chapters are supposed to be messy. These bruises are exactly what make a late tournament surge feel like mythology when someone finally catches fire. Look at the larger canvas. Our plus 300 symbol bar hasn't even been touched on the upside. The leaderboard crown is unclaimed, and the tournament is practically begging for a protagonist to appear.
And with just over an hour till this window slams shut, there is still time for the full script. Early green rush, mid-session shakeout, final 10-minute hero play. The intraday roller coaster is absolutely still on the menu.
Somewhere, someone is hovering over the join button. One new entrant, one fearless push, and this quiet, red-dominated board could explode into a full-blown leaderboard war before the closing bell.
And those footprints belong to Roshan Palan. Hammered down nearly 1,000 on the day, minus 977, off a single wild gamble.
That minus 624 hit on AAPL isn't a typo. That's what happens when you treat the big loss threshold like a speed bump instead of a brick wall.
Tournament rules draw the danger line at minus 500, and Roshan's AAPL misfire is parked well beyond it, turning his whole P&L line into a cautionary tale.
Volume spike threshold is 1,000 shares. Roshan rolled in with more than 4 times that on AAPL. If there was a too much source indicator, it just broke.
Across the board, Doc John's day carries a different flavor. Smaller clip, 400 shares of Goog, but the damage still crosses that same big loss watermark.
400 shares of GOOG doesn't sound like a cannon until the move goes against you, and that minus 305 hit detonates your whole session.
Doc John basically took Goog for a test drive and managed to crash it straight through the minus 500 barrier on the first corner.
The striking part is the concentration. Just one attempt on Goog, no scaling, no second shot, and that single decision defines his entire third day in the tournament.
And remember, symbol P&L threshold is plus 300. Nobody has even sniffed a green highlight yet. This board is pure scar tissue so far.
Right now, the bar for hero status is comically low. Green one trade on Goog for $300 and you instantly look like the adult in the room.
Whoever becomes the first to slam a plus 500 on any symbol today doesn't just win a trade, they plant their flag at the top of the day 3 storyline.
And the wildest part, trader count is literally zero right now. The lobby is empty, the candles are moving, and nobody's stepping up to swing at AAPL or GOOG.
2 red names on the board, no one else queued. Apparently minus 977 and minus 575 were enough of a risk management seminar for the evening.
But to write that chapter, he has to trade smaller, trade cleaner, break that habit of blasting thousands of AAPL shares with no room to breathe.
Imagine him coming back tomorrow, clipping Apple in small bites, 500, 800 shares, stacking modest wins instead of firing one giant cannonball.
He doesn't need hero size on Goog. He needs repetition. Several small, well-managed trades can drag his curve back above that minus 500 watermark over the next few sessions.
You know the temptation is real. C minus 575, try to engineer a quick GOG miracle. But this tournament punishes that impulse instantly.
Somewhere out there is the trader who will finally slam AAPL or GOOG into that plus 500 zone and flip this entire dashboard from horror show to highlight reel. Who's it gonna be?
Honestly, the leaderboard is begging for somebody to show that not blowing up is still a viable meta. Step in, trade sane, and you'll look like a genius next to these deep reds.
2 early stumbles, 9 days still ahead, and a leaderboard waiting to be claimed. The next trader to press that buy button isn't just placing an order, they're writing the next chapter of this story. Day 3, late session, and the arena looks abandoned. But the replay screen is looping 2 colossal missteps that turned a quiet bracket into a cautionary museum piece.
One attempt on Goog, down about 300, finishing near minus 575. Doc John didn't trade a session. Filmed a cautionary short for every new scalper joining this ladder.
From a symbol story perspective, Goog has already fired a full symbol impact shot over that 300 threshold in one go, and there hasn't been a single brave soul willing to test it again since.
One AAPL swing, 4600 size, minus 624, and now Roshan's box on the board reads roughly minus 977. That's less a trade log and more a confession letter to his risk manager.
What makes Roshan's Apple attempt so dramatic is the context. He was already down about 350, and instead of chipping away, he chose to swing for the fences with nearly 5,000 shares, and the market answered with a textbook punishment.
And now, AAPL sits there on the board like a boss fight. Already logged a minus 600 plus hit. Whoever dares to come back and flip that symbol green for more than 500 is going to earn an instant highlight reel.
What's wild is the trader count right now. 0 active, but the log shows 30 events. It's like everyone sprinted in, slammed the giant red candle, and then dropped their keyboards and backed slowly out of the room.
We're just over 5 hours past the opening bell, barely more than an hour from the close, and the entire 3rd day of this tournament is begging for a hero to step in and rewrite the tone from disaster to defiance. Strategy-wise, today is a case study in why trade count matters. Both logs show a single, oversized commitment per symbol, no scaling, no hedging. In a tournament with this much time left, that's choosing drama over durability.
One trade each and they've basically speed round the how to trigger every risk alert tutorial. No partials, no second attempts. Just all in on being the red example in the post-tournament slide deck.
Zooming out, The tournament still has 8 more days after this, but psychological scars from a single -600 hit can echo. The great players are the ones who turn those scars into discipline rather than disappearance.
Picture it. Someone sizes responsibly into AAPL, rides a clean push, and bangs out plus 600 or more. That's not just a trade. That's a walk-off home run over the ruins of Roshan's earlier crater.
Emotionally, though, the temptation is huge. See minus 977 and minus 575 on the board and think, all I need is one monster win. That's exactly how the first two names got carved into the red column.
If your game plan for catching up is copy the guys who nuked it, congratulations. You've just invented the reverse leaderboard strategy. High entertainment value, terrible expectancy.
Late in the session, the real battle is psychological. Can the next entrant see those deep red numbers and treat them as information rather than invitation, as warnings instead of dares?
60 odd minutes remain. The risk lines are drawn. The villains on the board are red and waiting. Now we just need a contender to step in, hit that big green swing, and turn day 3 into a statement win.
Look at this. Dog John loads up 400 shares on Goog, taps the trigger once, and his P&L snaps from around minus 270 to roughly minus 575 in a single heartbeat.
Minus 305 on Goog with 400 shares. That's less of a trade and more of a generous donation to the liquidity gods from Doc John.
And remember, that's not a drip feed. Goog hits him in one clean burst, before minus 270, after minus 575, and the entire curve of his tournament just kinks sharply lower.
On the other side, Roshan Palan chooses pure size, 4,600 shares of AAPL, and the consequence is savage. His line drops from around minus 350 to roughly minus 977 in a single entry.
The crazy part is how fast it happens. AAPL ticks against him, size is maxed, and the P&L column just free falls more than 600 in what feels like one breath.
Big loss territory was defined at minus 500. Roshan's Apple trade doesn't just cross that line, it redraws it deeper, turning him into the benchmark of pain for this window.
And that's what makes it electric. The whole scoreboard is just a couple of huge swings. No slow grinders, no soft landings, just heavyweight blows and the echo of those big loss sirens in the background.
Jet traders dream of finding liquidity. Roshan just decided to become the liquidity on AAPL and discovered what it feels like to be on the menu instead of holding the knife.
And you know what that means for later this week? Every candle on AAPL or GOOG is going to feel personal to these two. Like the chart is mocking them every tick away from their disaster entries.
Doc John sitting around minus 575 is basically the cautionary tale on the board. This is what happens when your first swing on Goog is also your last line of defense.
Roshan down nearly a full 1,000 on AAPL though. That's the kind of hole where a future plus 500 play doesn't just look good. It looks like a miracle comeback waiting to erupt.
He is basically an entire big win and change underwater. One clean AAPL rip could flip the script, but one more slip and we're talking legendary account creator status.
The thresholds say plus 500 is a standout win, and minus 500 is a terrible loss. Both our active traders looked at that memo and said, why not just aim straight for the bad one first?
We're down to roughly an hour left in this window. Fatigue sets in. Discipline gets tested. And those early, deep cuts start whispering for revenge trades that could define the remaining 8 tournament days.
And that emptiness is an opportunity. Anyone who jumps in with controlled aggression and catches a clean move on these same names can turn this bloodbath board into their personal victory parade.
For Doc John, that Goog wound isn't just today's problem. It's the cliff he has to climb over the coming sessions if he wants his tournament arc to turn from tragedy into redemption.
But if he ever times that AAPL size correctly, if that next swing goes plus 500 or more, the roar from the P&L column is going to sound like a stadium exploding after an impossible comeback.
Look at this carnage line. Roshan Palan on Apple, one gigantic shot, 4,600 shares, and the P&L just nosedives by about $624 in a single blast.
Roshan basically looked at AAPL, shrugged and said, "Let's just multiply the pain by 2. Then obligingly sent 4,600 shares straight into a brick wall.
Remember the thresholds. That Apple decision is not just a bad tick, it's a certified big loss moment, well beyond the 500 line, stamped into Roshan's tournament history.
You know it's bad when the share count alone is a punchline. How many? Oh, just 4,600 on AAPL while already red. That's not a trade, that's a confession.
From roughly minus 3,500 to nearly minus 1,000 on AAPL, Roshan's entire day 3 arc shifts with that one press of the button. This is the definition of oversized conviction in the wrong direction.
Swing across the board on Goog. Doc John fires a 400 share bullet and eats a $300 hit, ripping his P&L from a mild bruise into full big loss territory.
And remember, the symbol impact threshold sits around 300. This Goog hit jumps right over it, turning Doc John's log from background noise into a front page headline in one tick.
400 shares on Goog doesn't look scary on the ticket, but when it flips you from manageable red to officially torched, suddenly that position size feels a lot heavier, doesn't it?
In an 11-day gauntlet, a single Goog trade turning into a minus 300 anchor this early can cast a shadow over every decision he makes for the rest of the series. With trader count near 0 this window, every existing mistake is magnified, and any new contender who steps in now inherits a battlefield littered with other people's missteps and opportunity.
The dashboard right now looks like a museum of regret. Very few entries, all of them expensive, and absolutely no cheap lessons on display.
Tournament Day 3, 11-day arc, 1 hour left. This is where discipline and patience quietly outscore desperate hero ball, even if the highlight camera loves the chaos more. Yet the temptation is obvious. The same 4,600 shares on AAPL that dragged him near minus 1,000 could, with a clean read, swing him hundreds the other way in one decisive strike.
Of course, that assumes the next Goog candle is kind, because if it isn't, we're just adding another chapter to the Don't Double Down on the Same Name handbook.
Goog has already proven it can move his line by more than 300 in one decision. Any follow-up trade now is not just tactical, it's psychological, a test of whether he can trust his read after taking a heavy blow.
Clock check, about an hour to the bell. No new heavy hitters on the tape and 2 big losers already logged. This is prime time for one sharp operator to slide in and exploit all this hesitation.
Meanwhile, the existing lines are basically warning labels. This is what happens when you treat the power hour like a casino instead of an 11-day marathon.
You can almost feel someone hovering over the hotkey, calculating. Is this my plus 500 breakout or my next minus 500 crater? That's the power hour coin flip everyone fears and secretly wants.
We're deep into power hour on day 3, and the dashboard is a strange sight. No fresh entrants, just 2 massive red scars still glowing from earlier. One on AAPL, one on Goog.
Minus 977 after a single AAPL swing. That's not a drawdown. That's a full season subscription to pain prepaid in one click.
Think about what that meant in real time. 4,600 shares of AAPL flying through the book. Every tiny tick worth a mini heart attack. And then the candle just runs the wrong way.
Or, and hear me out, he could also just not put his entire emotional well-being on leverage with one more oversized AAPL swing. There's always that exotic option called smaller size.
That's a big loss level blow. Over 300 bucks torched in a single GOOG punch. Straight through the danger line. The Bears spiking the ball in his end zone.
From roughly minus 270 to almost minus 600 in a heartbeat. Goog didn't just nudge Doc John lower, it redefined his entire day 3 trajectory in one decisive candle.
And remember, 400 shares sounds tame until Goog starts moving $3-4 a clip. Suddenly, each 5-second flicker is a fresh $100 mood swing.
With under an hour left in the window, both traders sit beneath the 500 loss line, and not a single big win threshold has been reached. This entire session is tilted red.
But that makes the setup insane. One solid trade, one precise entry, and somebody could slam straight from deep red to headline status before the bell even thinks about ringing.
But legends are carved on the edge of ruin. And with a size that big, any hesitation, any late exit on AAPL, and the account graph could look like a ski slope straight to the bottom.
And if Doc John ever flips the script on Goog with a fat green move, that minus 575 could transform into the spark that started his entire tournament story.
He's already crossed the psychological threshold where gains and losses feel distorted. From here, every Goog decision is either a step toward redemption or another layer of regret.
The wild twist? Tournament clock says under an hour left, so any fresh order now is basically a buzzer beater attempt. Either a perfect snipe or a full-on scoreboard detonation.
But in this arena, that shortcut can also be a highlight. Nail a big play into the close, and you don't just fix the day. You grab momentum for the next 8 sessions of this tournament.
This is the tension you feel on the dashboard right now. No new names lighting up, but those huge losses sitting there like landmines, daring someone to try and flip them green before time runs out.
So keep your eyes locked on those P&L bars. If Apple or Google suddenly spike, that could be the sound of a trader turning disaster into a last-minute miracle for the Dayrade elevator.
And somewhere out there, a trader watching this is thinking, minus 600? Minus 900? I could beat that. Please don't treat this as a challenge run.
And that's why Power Hour crackles. Even with a quiet lobby, any fresh burst of volume can become a stadium moment, a massive swing that the entire Dayrade elevator will remember.
As we inch toward the close of day 3, remember this view. 2 red giants on the board. No green saviors yet. The stage is wide open for tomorrow's first trader to write a completely different story.
That's not a position, that's a life choice. 4,600 shares of AAPL for a tidy minus 624, and Roshan instantly earns himself a big loss badge for the highlight reel.
The thresholds matter here. Minus 500 is where the system starts circling names in red, and Roshan hasn't just crossed it on AAPL. He's carved a canyon beneath it with only one recorded trade.
But here's the wild upside. Because that whole drawdown is front-loaded into one giant punt, a single, perfectly timed rebound with similar size could flip Roshan from disaster headline to comeback legend in one drive down the field.
Clearly got the memo. Every time Doc John sends 400 shares, the market just auto-deducts roughly 300 bucks like it's a subscription fee for pain.
And now he's flirting with that same big loss boundary. Minus 305 on just pushed him from a bruised minus 270 to a near minus 580. One more whack, and he's solidly in tournament danger territory.
You can almost feel the hesitation now. After getting clipped around minus 300 on Goog again and again, that next 400 share order suddenly feels like stepping back into the same spinning blades.
But here's the crazy math. If Doc John finally catches a clean move on with that same 400 share size, one well timed plus 300 could cut his day's damage almost in half in a single play.
Meanwhile, Roshan's entire tournament resume right now is basically one line. Traded, AAPL, once, lost 624, closed browser. That's not variance, that's a biography.
We're 52 minutes from the bell, day 3 of 11, and the board tells a cautionary tale. No flashy leaders, just a couple of deep red marks and a lot of empty space waiting for someone to step up.
And that's usually when the market gently reminds you that it does not care about your need for a feel-good end-of-day montage.
But if someone does nail it, if we see that P and L bar suddenly explode from deep red to plus 500 or more, that's a full stadium moment, a last minute goal in a tournament that's been all defense so far.
If Roshan decides to double down on AAPL size to win it back in the last hour, we might need a new category. Not just big loss threshold, but cinematic disaster threshold.
For Doc John, the hero play doesn't even need to be massive. Just one disciplined, high-conviction entry on Goog that finally travels in his favor could rewrite what currently looks like a slow-motion bleed-out.
Right now, the leaderboard basically says, how to lose money in creative ways. No green outliers, just a couple of case studies in sizing and stubbornness.
But that's what makes these closing minutes electric. Every empty slot on the big win column is an invitation for someone to break the game wide open with one fearless, well-timed strike.
You can almost feel traders hovering over the button. Do they protect capital and live to fight day 4, or swing for that plus 500 and risk turning a bad day into a catastrophe?
Power hour, day 3. Big loss sirens already in the books. Big win column still empty. Somebody is about to score the first real touchdown of this tournament, or walk off the field wondering what just hit them.
Power Hour descends on day 3, and the Dayrade elevator board is a graveyard of earlier decisions. No fresh traders on screen, just the echo of those heavy hits in the middle of the session.
You can feel the size there. 4,600 shares of AAPL. One wrong tick and the PNL is sliding hundreds of dollars at a time. No scaling, no partials, just full send into the red zone.
What makes that sequence brutal is the starting point. Roshan was sitting in manageable red, then one over-leveraged AAPL thesis tipped the entire day's story into near four-figure damage.
Symbol P and L flags at plus or minus 300, and Roshan just strolls in with minus 620 plus on AAPL, like he's trying to win the most visible mistake award on the dashboard.
On the other side of the board, Doc John's story is quieter on size, but just as punishing, with repeated 400-share probes into Goog, carving roughly $300 a clip from his line.
Every time he taps in 400 shares of GOOG, the P&L jolts, minus 305 here, minus 305 there, and suddenly a small red day is sitting in the minus 500 pocket.
Minus 305 on Goog from the high minus hundreds into the mid minus 500s. That's not a test entry, that's signing a long-term lease in Drawdown City.
That's the inflection point. Once Goog drags him beyond minus 500, every additional order isn't just another trade. It's a decision about whether today stays salvageable at all.
You can almost see the macro. Minus 200, click Goog, instantly sitting around minus 500. At this point, that hotkey might as well be labeled deploy regret.
The wild part? One clean plus 500 burst. On Apple, on Google, on anything in the universe will launch a fresh name straight to the top of this mostly red leaderboard like a last-minute Hail Mary.
And yet, trader count on the live board sits at 0. Turns out the best risk management strategy of the afternoon might be closing the platform and letting someone else be the cautionary tale.
In a twisted way, the quiet screen is its own kind of drama. The earlier fireworks are frozen in time, and every viewer is wondering who will be brave or reckless enough to step back into the arena before the close.
We've logged 30 events today, and most of them are red spikes. That's not a sleepy range day. That's a series of mistimed lunges where size was big, conviction was bigger, and the tape didn't care.
For Roshan, sitting near minus 977, any extra swipe at AAPL from here isn't about P&L efficiency. It's about pride. And pride doesn't cash out at the end of the tournament.
Because if someone does step back in with size and nails that plus 500 rip, we're talking instant leaderboard leapfrog. One trade, one symbol, one green surge, rewriting the entire day 3 script.
You can almost feel chat leaning forward, watching Apple, watching Goog, waiting for some name to light up the event feed with a fresh burst of volume and a P&L spike that snaps this board out of its coma.
But that's the beauty of an 11-day climb. Today's scars become tomorrow's discipline. The same hands that overreached on AAPL and Goog can come back with tighter risk and steal the spotlight later in the week.
Watch the numbers. Roshan hits Apple with 4,600 shares, and his line free falls from around minus 350 to nearly minus 1,000, like he just fell straight down an elevator shaft.
That one order on AAPL doesn't just hurt the day. It drags Roshan from an annoying drawdown to hovering near minus $1,000, and that shadow now hangs over every click he makes in the final 44 minutes.
At minus 977 on AAPL, you're not testing a thesis anymore. You're running a live fire demonstration of why position size is printed in bold on every risk slide.
That Goog trade is a certified big loss bomb. Over $300 vaporized in one 400 share shot. And Doc John body slams straight past the minus 500 danger zone.
400 shares of GOOG, one trade, and his equity curve doesn't bend, it just drops. This is the kind of entry where a 10-cent wobble feels like a siren going off on the dashboard.
For Doc John, the whole story of today is condensed into that Goog entry. One oversized bet that turned a manageable dip into a defining moment, hovering near minus 600.
If the adjustment plan is just same size on Goog, pray for different candles. That's not adaptation. That's a subscription service to more red on the dashboard.
And with the big win trigger set around plus 500, the first trader to land a clean, high conviction slam on AAPL or GOOG instantly plants their flag at number 1. No contest. Instant headline.
Remember, this is only day 3 of an 11-day climb. These deep red imprints on AAPL and GOOG can either become the scars that haunt them or the origin story of a long grind back to glory.
Somewhere out there,
For
a
Roshan, the
patient
trap is
sniper
obvious.
is stalking
Already
these
hovering
same
near
tickers,
minus $1,000 on Apple,
waiting for
another
AAPL
4,600 share
or
misfire, and he's staring
GOOG
down
to
minus 1,500
overextend,
before the
and then
candles even finish
unleashing
printing.
that first plus
The real
500
choice
rip
for Roshan now
that turns this
isn't long
blood
or
red
short on
board
AAPL.
into their personal
It's whether he
highlight
dials
reel.
back that
And Doc
4,600
John's stuck
share
in a similar
cannon
pocket on Goog.
and plays for the
One
long
more
tournament,
oversized 400
or
share
keeps
swing,
swinging
and that
for
minus
instant
575
redemption,
can
and
snowball
risks
into a
ending
4-figure
today
crater
as a
before he
legend
even has time
for
to hit
all
flat.
the wrong reasons. What makes this
And that's
power
the beauty
hour
of this
so
format.
volatile
No
is
slow
that
grind
both
leaders.
headline trades,
No safe green
Roshan's
cushion.
AAPL hit
First trader to
and
drop a
Doc
plus
John's
500 rip
GOOG
on
plunge,
AAPL,
are single-shot
GOOG
decisions,
or
not death
anything
by
else
1,000
is going to
cuts.
explode onto the
All it
screen
takes is
like a
one
last-minute
equally
game winner.
focused green
Right now,
strike
the leaderboard
to
isn't a
flip
race
the
to the
whole
top.
narrative.
It's a contest to see who can stop digging.
But make no mistake,
Whoever discovers the
the
close ticket
moment
button
someone
first
finally
might
plants a
actually win
green
by
flag,
default.
especially
Picture
with
it.
big size on a name
AAPL
like
rips
AAPL
or
or
GOOG
GOOG,
squeezes.
this quiet,
Some new name we
red-soaked
haven't even
board
seen yet
will flip
drops
into a
one
full-blown
perfectly timed
storyline
entry,
of
and
revenge
boom,
and
plus
resilience.
500
Every
in an
tick from
instant,
here feels loaded.
seizing the number one
AAPL
slot,
twitches,
while the current
GOOG
front
blips,
runners are
and
still
somewhere
stuck in the
a trader
red.
is hovering over
And
that
if nobody
confirm button,
steps up,
knowing one
then
more
day 3
misread
goes
means
into the books
disaster,
as the Great
and
Red
one clean
Exhibition
hit
match.
means
A
instant hero
masterclass
status.
in how to hit every big
He
loss
sized up
threshold
with
without ever
4,600
touching the big
shares on
win column.
AAPL,
Minus
and the tape yanked
624
away from him.
on one
Boom!
AAPL
Down
brainstorm basically
624 in
reads,
a single click.
I brought a
That's not a
bazooka to
drip,
a scalping
that's a fire
session and
hose.
aimed it at my own
For
P&L.
Roshan,
On the
that
other side,
single Apple
Doc John
entry
steps up
turns a
on Google,
manageable day
400
into a
shares,
defining
and gets
wound.
hammered for
One
minus
decision,
305.
one
His day
oversized
craters
bite,
from minus
and suddenly
270 to
he's the
around minus
benchmark for pain
575
on this
in
leaderboard.
one shot.
One Goog attempt
For
minus
Doc
305.
John, that
And his
lone
entire
Goog
session
trade
summary is basically,
compresses an
I
entire
met the big loss
intraday
threshold
journey
and we
into
did not
one
get along.
candle. No
So here we
scaling,
are,
no
two
hedging,
traders,
just
two
a direct
symbols,
collision with the
and
risk
both
boundary.
have
Yet
already
despite all
blasted
that
through the minus
punishment,
500
the
big
current
loss
board
marker
shows
like it was a
zero
speed bump
active
in a parking lot.
participants. No one
30
clicking,
events logged,
no one
trader count at
scaling.
0. This
Just a
isn't action,
quiet
it's an
screen,
aftermath.
haunted
The
by red
battlefield's empty,
numbers
but those
and
P&L
missed
traders are still
exits.
smoking on AAPL and
You know, it's been a
GOOG.
rough
But that
window when the
also
leaderboard
means
looks less
the
like a
crown is
competition
just sitting there.
and more like a donation
One
ledger
trader
to
could jump in,
AAPL and Goog price
smash a
action.
plus 500 move,
11 days
and
on the
instantly
schedule.
claim the top spot,
Day 3 winding
while everyone
down,
else
and
is
the
still
lesson
licking
is
their
already
wounds.
etched in red ink.
Imagine being Roshan right now,
Oversized
watching Apple
conviction
drift on the
without
chart,
an exit
hands twitching,
plan
knowing
is the
one more
fastest route
overconfident entry
to the
could turn
bottom
minus
of this
977
board.
into something truly
4,600
nightmare level.
shares on
But
AAPL
if he
with that
comes back
outcome is
later this
basically a
week,
live action training
drops a
module
clean
titled
green rip,
Position Sizing,
that
How to
minus
Turn a Bruise into a
977
Broken Leg.
turns
Right
into
now,
the
though,
origin story.
Roshan versus
The
Apple
remember when
is
I
a
tanked it
cautionary
and
tale.
still came back
Huge size,
montage
single
moment.
shot, no
And
second
then there's Doc
chance,
John,
and the
only
symbol
400 shares
P
on
and
Google.
L
Looks tame
line
on paper, but
dragging his
one nasty
entire
move and
day
it's minus
into the
300 plus,
basement.
slamming his day
400
against the
shares
red
on
line
GOOG
instantly.
saying, oh, I'm
For
small,
Doc
I'm
John,
safe.
the
And then the candle
temptation now
replies,
is deadly.
cool story.
Does he
Here's a
respect
minus
that Goog
305
slap
performance review.
and regroup?
The
Or
wild
does he
part
eventually
is that
return,
today's
hunting
leaders are
revenge,
basically
and
whoever
risk
loses
turning
the
one
least.
bad trade into a
Nobody's posted a
full-blown
monster
collapse?
green win yet,
All it would take is some
so the
fresh
door is
account
kicked
jumping in,
wide open
hammering a
for a
couple of
late
tight
session
replays, and
hero
suddenly
run.
today's narrative
Right now,
flips
though,
from
the market's
bloodbath to
basically
bandits
posting
stole
a
the whole
sign that
show in
says,
Power Hour.
wanted.
With a symbol
One trader
threshold
who
at
knows where the sell
300,
button is before
both
minus 500.
AAPL and
Picture it.
GOOG
A trader
have
steps
already
in,
proven they can
rides a
swing hard
clean
enough
AAPL
to
squeeze
define
for
an
plus
entire
300,
day in a
then
single
nails a
decision.
GOOG follow
Power
through,
Hour just
stacks profit,
amplifies that
and
risk.
rockets to the top,
And with
while
volume spike
Roshan and
alerts
Doc
kicking in
John
around the
stay
1,000 shares,
frozen in the
any
red.
big new entry on
Of
AAPL
course,
or
someone could
GOG
also
is going
decide,
to light up that
hey,
dashboard like a
4,600
pinball
shares on
machine.
AAPL worked
Everybody
out great
watching,
for Roshan, let
nobody
me try
blinking.
that.
This
And
is
we'll
the
be here
tension
providing
of a
play-by-play of
Dayrade
the next
elevator.
financial
3
faceplant.
days in,
If you're
the red
watching that
stories arrive
dashboard,
first.
don't
The
blink.
green
The
legends show up
next
later.
plus 500
And
blast
somewhere in these
that
final
flashes
40
across the
minutes,
screen
the next
is going
chapter
to
is
feel
waiting
like
to
a
be written.
walk-off home run
Clock
after
ticking,
3 hours of
leaders bleeding,
strikeouts.
thresholds
But
looming.
hey, if
Whoever
nobody
enters
else
next
shows
has
up,
to thread the needle
Roshan
between
and Doc
caution
John
and
can at
aggression.
least claim they're
Because one
undefeated.
slip and you're the
In
new
the
minus
category of
900
largest
headline.
single trade
Behind the
regret.
jokes,
We're in the
the
final
strategy
stretch
lesson
of
is
day
sharp.
3. Any
Size
fresh
up
green
only
number
where your
that
edge
lands
is
on
real.
AAPL
Respect the
or
thresholds.
GOOG
And
now
remember
could
that
steal
in a
the
multi-day
spotlight
tournament,
and rewrite
survival
everything we've seen
is its
so
own
far.
advantage. Welcome back to the Dayrade elevator. Late in the session, the candles are quiet, but the story on the board is anything but gentle.
Stay locked in. 40 minutes, two angry symbols, and the leaderboard begging for a hero or another spectacular meltdown, whichever arrives first.
And check this out. The current leaders on the dashboard aren't chasing trophies. They're trying to escape the penalty box. Both sitting with monster red stamps on day 3.
On one side of the board, you've got Roshan Palan, locked into a single colossal swing on AAPL, 4,600 shares deep, and the tape has turned that conviction into a brutal lesson.
You know you've sized a little aggressively when the big loss line is 500, and your AAPL experiment decides to overshoot it like it's trying to qualify for regionals in pain athletics.
What that means for the bigger arc is simple. Roshan's Day 3 has been defined by a single oversized AAPL conviction bet, and now he has to carry that scar into every decision for the rest of this tournament.
And remember,
Some
with the
traders
symbol
scale
P
into
and
ideas.
L trigger
Roshan
set
just
at
launched
300,
himself off the high dive
that
into
minus
AAPL with a
624
backpack
on
full
one
of
name
bricks
isn't
and hoped
just a
the pool
hiccup.
was made of liquidity,
That's a
not
full-on
concrete.
alarm
On
bell
the other side,
blaring
watch
from the
Doc John on
dashboard.
Goog. He's working
That
with
one
400
Goog
share
entry
clips, starts off
takes him
only
from a
around minus
manageable
270,
annoyance
and a single
to
misfire
roughly
on Goog
minus
drags him down another
575
painful
on the
minus
session.
305.
From
Just like
annoying
that,
red day to
he's
official big
punched
loss
straight
badge
through the
holder in one
500 red line
Goog
marker as
idea.
well.
He basically paid
But
extra
notice
just
the
to unlock the
precision.
advanced difficulty setting.
400
And
shares
with
on
that
Goog,
sizing,
about
every 50-cent flick
$300
in
of
Goog is a
damage
mini
in one
explosion.
move.
He doesn't get
Those are
soft bumps.
numbers
He gets
that
stair
sit
steps of
right
pain,
at the symbol
each one
risk
carving another
tripwire,
chunk of that P&L.
punishing him
The
for
wild
being
twist,
just a little too
that
bold,
same 400
a
share
little
Google
too
bullet
late.
that just wrecked him
Of course, that assumes he
flip the
doesn't just keep
script,
using Goog as a
catch
very
one
efficient
clean move in
subscription
his
service
favor,
for donating
and he's
$300 a
instantly
click.
back in the hunt with a plus
So the
300
narrative is brutally
counterpunch,
simple.
which
Roshan has
means
one
the entire
gigantic
leaderboard is begging
APL
for a
scar.
hero.
Doc
Any trader
John
who steps in
carries
now
a sharp
lands a
Goog
clean plus
wound,
500 move,
and both have already
instantly
crossed
rockets
the
past these
tournament's
red
big
anchors,
loss
and
threshold
claims the day
before the
3
closing
spotlight.
bell even rings.
We've only logged about
Right
30
now, the
events so
scoreboard
far.
looks less
That
like
is
a
shockingly
competitive
low for
bracket
this
and
late
more
in the
like an
window,
abandoned
which
gym.
means there's a ton of
2
untouched
people slipped on the
volatility
same
just
wet
waiting
spot,
for somebody to
and
start
everyone
firing
else hasn't
orders.
even walked onto the
With the
court.
trader count at
Because make
zero
no mistake,
active and just over half an
Roshan's
hour until the
AAPL
close,
crater
the real
and Doc
question
John's Goog
becomes,
stumble
does anyone
have
else
lowered the
dare to
bar.
log in and
One
exploit the
disciplined
chaos
green
carved out by
sequence
these two
turns
heavy
these red
losses?
fireworks into someone else's
Imagine
launch
it.
pad.
New trader
The
logs in,
current
snaps
requirement
off
for
a couple of
greatness isn't
tight scalp
exactly
wins,
high.
hits that
You
simple
don't have to be a
P&L threshold
legend,
on
you
the
just have to
upside,
not turn
and
one trade
overnight,
into a
we're
small
talking
budget
about a
horror film.
completely different name at the top of the recap.
Remember, this is day
So when
3 of
someone
11.
finally does step
Every
up with a
oversized loss
disciplined,
today
green,
is a weight
risk-managed
these
run,
traders must
it's
carry
going to
for
look
8
like a
more sessions,
championship highlight
a
reel
constant
against
reminder
this backdrop
etched
of
into their equity
oversized
curves.
red
Right now, the
blasts.
best performing strategy on the
For
board is literally
Roshan,
not
the
clicking
path
anything.
forward is
All
psychological
the damage
as
is
much as
self-inflicted,
numerical.
and the cash
Can
on
he
the
come back
sidelines is
tomorrow and
undefeated.
trade AAPL as
And
a
for
fresh
Doc John,
opportunity?
the
Not
question
as the
is
ticker
whether
that nearly
Goog
pushed him
remains a
to a
weapon
four-figure
or
drawdown,
turns into a
We're in the
mental
closing
block.
stretch.
because with
One
that
bold,
minus
well-timed
305
surge
hit,
could rewrite
every
the entire
future
day 3
400
story.
share decision on
Flip the
Goog
red
will
dominance
feel
and send a
twice
new
as
name
heavy.
screaming up the
Third event
standings
logged,
before the bell.
threshold stripped, and still no
Stay
standout green
locked
hero.
in.
If
Whether
someone's
a
going
new
to take this
contender
tournament by the
appears
throat,
or
this final
today
half hour
ends
is
as a
where they have to do
cautionary
it.
tale. Late in the power
These
hour
closing
on day
minutes
3,
will echo
the
through
arena
every
is
remaining
eerily
round
quiet
of the Dayrade
Only a handful
elevator.
of brutal red
At the
marks
center
on
of the
board,
story
and the
sits
top
Roshan
of the ladder,
Balan,
still begging
locked
for
into a single massive
anyone to
confrontation
claim
with
it.
Apple.
That turned a
Roshan loads
manageable
up
red day
4,600
into a
shares
canyon
of
almost
AAPL,
$1,000 deep.
fires the shot,
You can
and
see
the
it on the
P&L
dashboard.
explodes
Roshan at
lower.
minus 350-ish,
More than
taps in that Apple
$600
order, and
gone
bang,
in one
he's yanked to
decision.
around minus
That is a
977, like the
full-on
chart just got
stadium
hit by a
collapse
runaway freight
on his
train.
equity line.
Roshan looked at minus 300 on AAPL and said, "You know what this needs? Leverage." Now he's camped out near minus $1,000, wondering why the candles feel personal.
That AAPL swing doesn't just hurt the wallet. It rewrites Roshan's entire tournament arc, taking him from a scratchable setback into the kind of deficit you have to engineer your way out of over multiple days.
One and done on AAPL minus 624, and Roshan has officially unlocked the highlighted in red section of the tournament recap video.
Across the bracket, Doc John writes his own chapter. One shot on Goog, 400 shares, and his equity slides from a modest red into the mid-minus 500s on a single misstep.
Watch the numbers. Doc John taps into Goog, and that line jerks from around minus 270 down toward minus 575. A $300 slap in one clean move.
400 shares of GOOG minus $300 later, and Doc John has successfully converted small annoyance into "why did I log in today" territory.
And look at the tape. Two symbols, AAPL and GOOG, are the entire show right now. Each one landing heavyweight punches on the only traders brave enough to swing.
With the tournament stretching across 11 days, today isn't just about who bleeds. It's about who preserves enough capital and confidence to still be dangerous in the final rounds.
We're inside the last half hour, the clock ticking under 35 minutes, and somehow the field is still wide open. This is the definition of a late session ambush setup.
You don't even need to be a hero right now. You just need to not detonate. Play like a functioning adult and you're instantly more impressive than the current scoreboard.
For Roshan, the question now isn't can he win today. It's whether he can steady the ship enough to fight another day, instead of chasing revenge into oblivion. On the other side, Doc John's drawdown is smaller, but still severe. Enough to sting, enough to tempt a comeback attempt, and exactly the kind of spot where discipline either shines or vanishes.
This might be the only esports event where the meta is literally enter late, don't faceplant, collect first place. Someone please patch this lobby.
And with big loss territory already breached on Apple and Google, any new trader who jumps into those names is basically strapping into the same roller coaster and hoping their card goes uphill instead.
Of course, the last people to say it's just one more AAPL trade, what could go wrong, are currently decorating the bottom of the leaderboard, so, choose wisely.
We're in pure pressure cooker time now. Each minute that passes with no new entries makes the eventual break more dangerous for whoever decides to be the first mover.
If a fresh contender jumps in now with composure and smart sizing, this could go from day of pain to the single greatest steal of the entire Dayrade elevator run.
Either way, as the final minutes of Day 3 tick away, this quiet, brutal scoreboard is setting the stage. For the comeback artists, the disciplined grinders, and the next trader willing to step into the fire.
Roshan walks in down a few hundred, fires one AAPL cannon, and suddenly he's flirting with -1 grand. This is what happens when you treat size like a personality trait.
That -624 hit on AAPL doesn't just sting. It defines his entire day. One trade, 4,600 shares, and the whole narrative tilts towards survival instead of conquest.
Big loss line at 500. Roshan barrels past it in a single Apple ticket. No scaling, no hedge, just full send and instant punishment from the tape.
On the other side of the
You
board,
watch the P&L.
Doc
minus
John's
270,
story is
holding,
quieter,
holding,
but just as
and
brutal.
then the Goog candle flips
One
and
idea
bang,
on Goog,
minus 575 in a
400
heartbeat.
shares,
That's a
and a
full-on
clean
rug pull on
slide
his
from a
session.
mild bruise
-305 on
into
Goog
heavy
with
red.
400 shares. Doc John
That
basically
single
volunteered
Goog
as tribute to
decision
show everyone what
shoves him
ignoring a
past
stop
the
looks like in
500
real time.
danger zone.
For Doc
He doesn't
John,
just tap
the
the
move from
threshold, he body
-270
slams
to
it and slides into the
-575
turf
in one
at
Goog swing turns a
-575.
recoverable day into
You
a
know it was supposed to be
psychological
just one
test
Goog
that
trade to
could
fix the
echo
day.
through the rest
Now
of
the
the
fix is going
tournament.
to require ice,
And here's the
tape,
wild part.
and probably a
Two
smaller share
different
button.
symbols, AAPL
Tournament engine
and
shows 30
GOOG.
events total, but the
Two
tape feels like
traders,
it's holding its
and
breath.
both of them
No one currently
smashed
firing
right
orders,
through that
just those
500
two
red
red
line
landmines sitting
like it
there
was made of
daring someone
paper.
to queue up a comeback trade.
Power hour.
Nobody on the
28
field right now,
minutes
but the
left.
scoreboard is
Day
screaming a
3
lesson.
of 11.
Oversized
This
bets
is
plus
where the
late session
early
hubris
mistakes stop
equals
being
instant
anecdotes
donation to the red
and
column.
start becoming the
For anyone
hole
watching
you
that
have to climb
dashboard
out
thinking
of
about
all
jumping
week.
in,
Think
this is
about how
prime
fragile this is.
takeover
A
territory.
single plus 300
The
symbol
leaders
play
are
from a
both
fresh
deep
trader
red,
would blow past
and
both
the
of these
top
negative
slot
markers
is
and
literally
instantly
begging
rewrite the entire
for a
Power Hour
disciplined
storyline.
green assassin.
Symbol
Right
thresholds
now, the
matter
leaders are
here
basically
too.
competing over who
A
found the
clean
bigger banana
300
peel.
plus move on a single name
-575
doesn't
versus
just look
almost
good.
-1 grand is
It
not
lights up
exactly
the
a
dashboard
masterclass in risk
as a
control.
signature play of the day.
Still, Give
But today,
Roshan
that
credit.
same size on
4,600 shares
AAPL
on
writes a cautionary
AAPL
tale.
is
No
fearless stuff.
scaling, no
When he's on
second
the right side
chance,
of the move
just a
later in this
single
series,
oversized
that
bet
aggression
that
could light
turned
up
a
the entire
manageable red
tournament.
into a
Meanwhile,
defining
Doug John's
scar
Goog
on
entry
his
is a
day
textbook
3
example
record.
of how fast
400
things can
shares on
spiral.
GOOG
One
feels
tick is too
reasonable
stubborn,
until the
one
candle
candle
moves
too slow
against
to
you,
bail,
and
and
suddenly
boom,
every
you're
5-cent
past the
tick
big
is
loss
another
line
reminder
before you
that
can
limit
blink.
orders have
This is the
consequences.
beauty of the
And
Dayrade
with only
elevator
minutes
format.
left in the session window,
One bad step,
every
and you're
unclicked
skidding
entry
down the
button
shaft.
carries a question.
But one
Do you
perfectly
step
timed
in and
rocket
risk
trade,
joining the red,
and you
or
shoot
wait for
straight
another
past the
day
wreckage
and let this
into first
chaos
place.
be someone else's
All the
story?
ingredients are sitting
Honestly,
there. Big
if
loss
you show up
threshold
now and
stacked,
just manage to
symbol
stay
triggers
somewhere
primed,
near break-even,
AAPL and
you're
GOG
already
already proven
outplaying the
deadly,
let's punt
and
half
yet
a
the field is
paycheck meta
empty,
we've seen
just
so far
waiting for
today.
one brave soul to sprint back onto the
Imagine it.
stage.
A late
Day
entrant
3 of
fires off a
11 is
disciplined
not
scout
where
on
trophies are won,
AAPL,
but it is
locks
where
in
bad
three,
habits start charging
$400,
interest.
and
Today's
suddenly we've got a
AAPL
brand new
and
hero sitting on
GOOG
top of two
scars
stunned
may be
heavy
tomorrow's
hitters.
hesitation
And
or
that's the
tomorrow's
danger.
fuel
Revenge
for
trades love
revenge.
power hour.
Lesson of the
If
day.
Roshan or Doc
The
John
big loss
reappear later
threshold
this
isn't
week,
a suggestion.
still thinking about
It's
these
the line where your
AAPL and
P&L graph
GOG
starts
hits,
looking like a
the
ski slope
volatility
with
could
no
go from
lift back up.
spicy to
Power
outright
hour
nuclear.
on day 3.
But
The
remember,
board is almost
every
deserted,
brutal red
but the
screen you're
scars on
seeing
it from
now
Apple and
sets up
Goog
the comeback
tell you
arc.
everything about how
One
unforgiving this
clean,
arena has been.
focused session later this week,
For
and
now, the
somebody
clock
is going to
winds
turn these
down
early
on a
stumbles
quiet but
into the
costly
backdrop
day 3.
for a legendary run.
AAPL and
Starts the
GOOG
window
have
already
claimed their
underwater,
victims.
then
The
decides
thresholds have
AAPL
been
needs
crossed,
4,600
and the
shares
next
of
trader
pure
to
coke.
log in
This isn't
inherits a
scaling. This
battlefield
is speed running
ripe
the risk
for
report.
redemption.
With 4,600
You
shares
know
of
exactly where the
AAPL,
big loss
every
marker sits
5-cent tick
because
is a
Roshan
tiny
just did
heart
a full
attack.
cartoon
Once
outline
that
through it
candle
on
flips against him,
AAPL.
the dashboard
This
doesn't
is what
lean
happens
lower.
when
It
conviction forgets to
nosedives.
bring a stop loss.
But flip the script for a second. If AAPL ever rips even halfway back in his favor, that same insane size turns into a highlight reel bomb that could vault him straight back into the conversation.
Swing over to GOOG and you see Doc John take one clean stab, 400 shares, and boom, his P&L yanks from the high minus 200s to the mid minus 500s in a single heartbeat.
One shot on Goog, 400 shares, and the loss slams him for more than $300. He doesn't tiptoe over that big loss line. He spikes the chart straight through it.
For Doc John, Goog becomes a textbook reminder that you don't need 10 trades to cross a threshold. One moderately sized idea on the wrong side of momentum is more than enough.
No crazy volume, no wild scalping spree. Just one medium-sized Goog trade and suddenly his P&L is bright red enough to be seen from low orbit.
The striking thing is how few traders are even active in this window. The ones who stepped in, swung hard, paid the price, and now the rest of the lobby is studying those scars before they touch the keyboard.
Today's unofficial sponsor is position sizing. Same chart, different share count, and you're either sipping tea into the close or explaining a minus 900 swing to your group chat.
That's why one well-timed shot right now could turn a nobody into a headliner. Hit a clean read on Apple or Google, and you're suddenly the name everyone's watching at the buzzer.
24 minutes to go. The big loss alarms have already been triggered, and you can practically feel someone out there hovering over the buy button, debating a last-second hero play.
This is the moment where discipline and desperation stare each other down. Do you protect the account for the rest of the series, or chase one last candle and let fate write your recap?
Down almost $1,000 after a single AAPL adventure on day 3 of 11. Congratulations, you've unlocked character building arc mode for the rest of the tournament.
But that's what makes Roshan fascinating. If he tightens up and strings together steady wins over the next week, this brutal AAPL misstep becomes the origin story, not the obituary.
He basically paid full tuition to learn a single lesson from Goog today. Respect the range. Now we see whether he actually studies or just retakes the class tomorrow.
Both of these traders chose aggression on day 3, and both got punished. But the tournament isn't handed out on one afternoon. It's written across compounding habits over 11 long days.
And that's the perfect setup for a miracle. If anyone fires now and nails a huge winner on these same tickers, the entire narrative for day 3 flips from tragedy to instant classic.
We're in the final 20 minutes of day 3, and the entire visible story is written in red ink. 2 traders, 2 symbols, and a pair of heavyweight hits that still dominate this quiet bracket.
From a rough -300 to flirting with 4-digit red on one idea. At that point, you're not managing risk. You're auditioning for a cautionary slide in tomorrow's pre-market briefing.
That single misstep doesn't just sting today. It warps his whole tournament arc, planting a huge crater that he'll have to climb out of over the remaining 8 sessions.
If your first trade of the day writes -600 next to your name, you didn't open a position. You opened a support group.
Yet even in that wreckage, there's a strange advantage. Once you've already eaten a monster red candle, the fear of taking a carefully sized comeback shot later in the tournament starts to fade.
That one bite takes him to around -575 on the day. Another clean smash through the 500 red barrier. Another massive swing lighting up the dashboard.
The key difference is scale. His hit is brutal, but the path back from -500 plus is still mathematically realistic, with disciplined, smaller wins over the next few sessions.
You know it's bad when the symbol stats are basically subtitling your mistake. Congratulations, you've unlocked the large loss achievement.
What makes it surreal is the silence around them. No green monsters, no top-ranked hero, just 2 huge red signatures echoing through a bracket with 0 active challengers on screen.
And with no fresh names popping onto the radar, this whole power hour window feels like a pressure cooker waiting for one late entrant to smash that green side of the scoreboard.
Drop just 1 plus 500 rocket in this landscape, and you don't just enter the standings, you hijack the whole broadcast and become the face of day 3.
Imagine somebody stepping in late, sizing smart, catching a clean directional burst, and instantly out-earning both big losers combined. The leaderboard would flip in a single refresh.
But that emptiness is deceptive. The absence of green scores just means the prize for whoever steps up next is even bigger, because they won't just be winning, they'll be defining the standard.
And with the clock bleeding down, any new entry is automatically clutch. Every decision is compressed, every misread is amplified, every winner looks like a buzzer beater.
If he turns that around later in the series, climbing from nearly -1 grand back to even or better, that instantly becomes one of those legendary redemption arcs people reference for seasons.
Right now, though, the scoreboard is basically a sign that says, "Heroes wanted." So far, only the villains have auditioned.
Day 3 of 11 is supposed to be messy. These big red marks are the scars that make a later surge feel earned, when someone finally lights up the green side of the tape.
15 minutes to go, no leaders, no green top dog, just open space above and 2 massive craters below, begging to be outshined by a single disciplined strike.
Or we just let the bell
Power
ring and
hour,
enshrine the
day
day as the
3,
one where nobody wanted to be
16
green
minutes
more
on the
than they
clock,
feared being red.
and our entire story is
Either
basically
way,
2
these
trades
final
gone
minutes of
nuclear,
power hour
and a
are a
leaderboard
promise.
begging for a hero.
The
The first trader
Front
to
and
step
center,
out of the
it's
shadows and
Rosan
post a
Palin.
real
One
win
colossal
will
swing
own
on
the memory of
AAPL,
day
and
3
he
in this
detonates
tournament.
624
1 ticket on
bucks,
AAPL,
launching himself from
-624.
bruised
Day
to
total around
absolutely buried on the
-977.
day.
This
He
isn't a
starts the
drawdown,
day
this is a speed
already
run to
in
the
a
pain
300
threshold
plus
showcase.
hole. And instead
Our
of
volume
easing
spike
in,
marker is
he straps a
1,000
4
shares, and
times
Roshan
volume
just
spike
quadrupled
position
it.
on AAPL
4,600
and lets the
AAPL in
entire
one
session
blast.
hinge
That's the
on
kind of
one
size that
roll
makes
of the
every
dice.
candle feel like a heart monitor.
4,600 shares.
From a narrative
One attempt.
standpoint,
No scaling.
Roshan has
No
turned
exits on the way.
AAPL into a
Roshan
single
didn't
point
ladder into
failure.
AAPL.
If he
He
comes
just
back,
cannonballed into
this
the
is the
deep end
origin
with bricks in
story.
his pockets.
If he doesn't,
On the other
it's the
side of the
cautionary
ring,
slide
we've got
in
Doc
every
John
future
stepping
risk
in the
deck.
Goog. One
He's
swing,
already down about
400
270 on the
shares,
session.
and
Hits
he eats
Goog
a
one time, and the readout
$305
slams to
uppercut
roughly minus
straight to the
575.
P&L.
He doesn't just cross the big loss
400
threshold.
Goog, minus
Face plants through it.
305. One and
That
done.
Goog punch
Doc
alone
John
beats
didn't
our
build a position.
300 symbol
He submitted a
P&L
formal
threshold,
request to be on the big
which
red
means
example slide.
even with just
And look at
one
the tape.
trade,
No follow-up
Doc John
scalps,
has
no
stamped
hedges.
Goog
Just
as a
one big
defining
red Goog
character
ticket
in
looping on
today's
his row
drama.
like a broken alarm
You
siren.
cross minus
When your
500
entire
on
resume
Goog
reads
in a
minus
single
300
tap,
on Goog,
you
thanks for
instantly
coming.
join the Big
You're not
Boss
hunting
leaderboard.
trophies. You're volunteering
Doc
to be the
John
risk
just punched his
disclaimer at the
ticket
start
into
of the
today's
stream.
Hall of Fame for hurt.
Stack these two
We've
together
logged
and the
30
picture
separate
is
jolts of
brutal.
tournament activity today, and
AAPL
somehow
and
the only real
GOOG
headliners are a monster
aren't just
AAPL nuke
active,
and a
they're the
chunky Goog
entire
slap.
crime scene,
No steady green
each
grinders in
hosting
sight.
a single
Right now, the scoreboard
oversized
looks less like a
misstep,
competition and more
carving
like a
trenches
museum
into the
exhibit
equity
titled
curve.
Things You Regret
And
Clicking
that's
at
what makes this so
3:44 p.m.
wild. Top of the board is wide open. One trader walks in, slams a clean plus 500 on anything, and boom, they hijack the entire recap reel for day 3.